everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Omnissian Avatar, Chapter 71 to 126. Quan Osiris was well aware of the value of the technology he possessed, and fully understood the company's eagerness for it. Although the technology he mastered far surpassed this era, if he intended to, he could certainly create weapons capable of destroying an entire city. However, the problem was that what he currently lacked most was time and resources, not destructive capability. In fact, as long as he could stabilize and maintain the dimensional teleporter to the Warhammer world, he could fully dispatch that loyal Paladin Corps squad from the other end. That army, equipped with true energy weapons and covered in ceramite armor, would be enough to crush any private military force that any company on this planet prided itself on. However, opening and maintaining such a teleporter required immense energy consumption and specific rare materials, which was precisely what he currently lacked. Rather than expending precious resources in endless wars of attrition, it was better to focus on solving this fundamental problem. Once the teleporter was stably established, these threats from the companies would become trivial in his eyes. An all-out war with the two companies, especially Militech, which was deeply intertwined with Nusa, was a situation he desperately wanted to avoid at this stage. With his current abilities, even if Militech used its conventional forces deployed around Night City, which were restricted by ceasefire agreements, such as Minotaur mechs and Basilisk armored vehicles, it would merely provide him with more experimental samples and resources. But he disliked trouble, especially the kind that was continuous, required long-term effort to deal with, and would severely occupy his valuable research time. Biotechnica was manageable. It was primarily a giant specializing in biological research, and its own armed forces were more reflected in security departments and mercenaries, posing a relatively limited threat. But Militech was entirely different. Its predecessor was the arms giant of old America, which once almost monopolized all weapon supplies for the U.S. military, from individual equipment to aircraft carrier fleets, and even possessed a strategic nuclear arsenal. After being nationalized in some form by Nusa, the current Militech and the Nusa government are almost two sides of the same coin, difficult to distinguish. Nusa's current president, Rosalind Myers, was the former CEO of Militech. This meant that once the conflict escalated completely, Osiris might no longer face corporate security and special teams from Night City, but the entire national war machine of Nusa. Osiris was not afraid of war itself. If he could stabilize the dimensional rift and successfully teleport his well-equipped, battle-hardened Paladin Corps squad, or even more powerful war machines, from the Warhammer world, he had enough confidence to defeat any organized armed force on this planet. The war technology of the Warhammer universe, whether in the application of energy weapons, armor protection, or on a macroscopic strategic level, was far beyond what this world's technology could achieve. But Osiris was essentially a researcher and explorer. His primary goal was to unravel the mysteries of dimensional teleportation, recover resources from the Warhammer world, improve his own technological level, and even explore the broader universe. To spend a large amount of time, energy, and resources on an all-out war with local forces was, in his opinion, an extremely inefficient and unwise behavior. Unless this war could bring huge benefits far exceeding the investment and unobtainable through other means, he would never be willing to go that far. Therefore, at the current stage, adopting a strategy of fighting to promote peace, by demonstrating strength and precise deterrence, forcing the other party to sit down and negotiate, or at least making them temporarily dare not act rashly, was the optimal choice that aligned with his interests. Osiris' mechanical tentacles gently tapped on the control panel, and the holographic projection immediately displayed 3 detailed personnel files, each marked with a prominent red warning sign. "Your proposal has merit," Osiris' synthesized voice calmly echoed in the workshop. "We need to send a clear message to Militech and Biotechnica, don't bother me. Simply hiding and defending will only make them push their luck," Osiris continued. "We must actively display power and make them understand the cost of continued entanglement. These 3 targets require special attention." The mechanical tentacles pointed to each name in turn, emitting a subtle hum. Elliot Kwan, Biotechnica's head of security, is directly responsible for this pursuit. Carl Strange of Militech's Special Projects Department is coordinating the joint operation of the two companies. And Julia Winters, a member of Biotechnica's board, is one of the high-level executives pushing this matter. Osiris' mechanical finger traced a red light across Strange and Winters' files. Strange and Winters eliminate. Strange is a man of action. Eliminating him is equivalent to cutting off their claws. Winters represents the will of the company's high-level executives. Her death will make them reevaluate the risks. His finger finally stopped on Elliot Kwan's file. Kwan must be kept alive, but he must be sufficiently frightened. Let him witness the fate of his companions firsthand, ensuring he can accurately convey our greetings back. This survivor will be our most effective messenger. Morris's gaze swept over the faces of the three targets, firmly imprinting their features in her memory. Understood, Master. Strange and Winters executed, Kwan kept as a messenger. I will ensure the message is delivered clearly and explicitly. Remember, Osiris added, Kwan must live, but he must feel the touch of death. Make him understand that his survival is not luck, but because we still need him to deliver the message. Furthermore, Osiris continued, during the operation, make them understand that continuous hostility is not the only option. If they are willing to pay sufficient compensation for their previous offense and promise to stop the harassment, we can consider limited technological exchange, or at least a ceasefire. He deliberately emphasized the word compensation. The compensation I need is mainly special minerals and materials. Giants like Militech certainly control extraterrestrial resources. Obtaining them from them is much more efficient than us searching for them ourselves. He listed a detailed material list, projected next to the target files. Go now, Osiris finally commanded. Show your ability and make the companies understand what they are facing. Be careful, your primary task is to deliver the message, not fearless sacrifice. I need you to bring back the results, whether it's their fear or the price they are willing to pay. Morris bowed deeply, as you command, Master. Your will shall be done. She stood up, her newly modified body light and full of power, like a leopard poised to strike. Turning and walking out of the workshop, she quickly merged into the darkness outside, beginning her first mission as a rust stalker to deliver greetings and choices from the tech priest to the corporate giants. Osiris then refocused his attention on the dimensional teleporter's control interface. Morris's actions were merely one means for him to deal with the current troubles. His core goal had never changed. He needed to quickly resolve these external interferences so that he could more dedicatedly devote himself to truly important research. Chapter 72, Operation 1486. Words. Night City's corporate plaza and downtown are perpetually the city's centers of power. Even in the dead of night, this area never truly sleeps. The skyscrapers stand like cold metal giants, their silhouettes sharply outlined against the artificial sky. Arasaka Tower is the most striking presence among them, standing majestically like a silent monarch, overseeing everything below it. The building's exterior walls are covered with massive holographic billboards and real-time data streams, their shifting lights illuminating the streets as if it were daytime. These lights, though brilliant, exude an inhuman coldness. The ground of Corporate Plaza is paved with sleek synthetic materials, reflecting the intense lights from above. One can hardly see any dirt or damage. Pedestrians are scarce on the streets, most walk with hurried steps, dressed in well-tailored business attire, their faces bearing standard, detached expressions. Occasionally, an aerocar glides silently past, landing on designated platforms. Patrolling security personnel are well-equipped, their optical implants glowing with vigilant red light, systematically scanning every corner. Despite being brightly lit, the area is enveloped in an unusual silence. The shadows of the colossal buildings are cast upon meticulously manicured green belts, forming geometric patterns of light and dark. Even the air feels filtered, carrying an unnatural sense of cleanliness. The entire area functions like a precise instrument, efficient, indifferent, allowing no disorder. Morris, once a lieutenant in Militech, had now completely transformed into a weapon loyal to only one person. Her will and actions served entirely her master, and that unfathomable technological might. At this moment, she was traversing these somewhat unfamiliar streets, searching for the target designated by her master. The first target was Biotechnica's security director, Elliot Kwan. He was hiding on the top floor of a heavily guarded private apartment building near the corporate headquarters, relying on layers of protection for a sense of security. Morris chose an unconventional entry method. She used a magnetic climbing device, moving up the smooth glass curtain wall like a shadow clinging to the surface. Her movements were fluid and steady, precisely avoiding the periodically sweeping surveillance cameras. After reaching a certain distance below the target floor, she paused, looking for the next point of leverage. The target apartment's balcony was enclosed by sturdy glass curtain walls, with the living room area inside. The balcony door lock was an advanced magnetic lock, connected to the main security system. Morris took out a miniature device, attached it to the glass near the door lock, and activated it. After an almost imperceptible energy pulse, the lock's indicator light went out, simultaneously causing a nearby hidden camera to temporarily malfunction. Utilizing this brief interval, she used a monomolecular wire to cut a neat opening in the glass. She reached inside and manually disengaged the backup mechanical lock that had activated due to the system failure. After successfully infiltrating the living room, she immediately began to penetrate the apartment's internal network. Although this system was physically isolated from the outside, it could not withstand the advanced cracking protocols Osiris had bestowed upon her. She sent forged system self-check commands, silently taking over control. Motion sensors were set to maintenance mode, and cameras looped static footage of an empty room. According to the intelligence Morris had gathered, 4 bodyguards were on duty in the apartment, 2 in the living room and entrance, 1 in the kitchen area, and another outside the master bedroom door, while the target Elliot Kwan's life signs were located inside the master bedroom. After assessing the path, Morris chose the ventilation duct in the ceiling. She silently removed the grill, entered the narrow duct, and relying on the structural map in her memory, nimbly climbed towards the master bedroom above. Upon finding the corresponding exit, she again used tools to disengage the security lock, silently entering the walk-in closet below. The walk-in closet was separated from the sleeping area by a sliding door. She passed through it and entered the sleeping area. Only faint light from the floor lamps illuminated the room. Elliot Kwan lay on the bed, deep in a drug and alcohol-induced slumber, with empty glasses and pill bottles scattered by the bedside. Morris did not act immediately. She first scanned the room to confirm there were no hidden independent alarm devices. Then, she merged into the shadows by the bed, reducing her physiological activity to a minimum, almost becoming one with the environment. She waited patiently until Kwan's sleep cycle naturally transitioned to a shallower stage. His body began to twist restlessly, and his breathing became heavy. Just as he was about to awaken, Morris took a half-step forward, entering his hazy field of vision. Simultaneously, her right arm lifted, and the sonic blade silently slid out. When the weapon was not activated, it was merely a uniquely shaped piece of dark metal, but when she activated its core, an invisible, ultra-high-frequency vibration field instantly formed, causing subtle and unsettling tremors in the surrounding air. Kwan opened his eyes, and when he saw the figure by the bed, and the deadly weapon, his pupils dilated with fear. His throat tightened, he tried to scream. Morris's left hand shot out with a speed far beyond normal human reaction, precisely pressing against his temporomandibular joint, instantly depriving him of the ability to vocalize. At the same time, the tip of the sonic blade hovered at his Adam's apple, and the faint tingling sensation and strong suggestion of suffocation from the vibration field completely froze his actions. Morris's voice was processed, flat and uninflected, just loud enough for him to hear. "Listen carefully, this will determine whether you see tomorrow's sun." She maintained her control, the tip of the sonic blade still hovering at his Adam's apple, and began to convey information. First, all hostile actions against Maine's crew, and the entity behind them must cease immediately and completely. This includes but is not limited to surveillance, tracking, bounties, armed attacks, and any form of intelligence gathering. Your tentacles must be completely withdrawn from around us. The moment she finished speaking, she injected a detailed list of items, including specific minerals, rare elements, and high-precision equipment, via short-range data injection, to Quan's personal communicator, which was in standby mode on his bedside table. The screen lit up, the dense list of items glaring in the dark. Secondly, you will pay compensation for the losses you have already caused and the time my master has wasted. The list has been sent. Every item on it is the price you must pay. This is not a request, it is a notification. She slightly adjusted the angle of the sonic blade, and the invisible vibration field made the hairs on Quan's neck stand on end. 2 of your colleagues, Militech's Carl Strange and Biotechnica's Julia Winters, will be eliminated. This is a direct response to your previous actions and the delusions you still harbor. Their fate was sealed when you made your foolish decisions. As for you, Elliot Quan, you are permitted to live. Your only value is as a messenger, to deliver what you have seen and heard tonight, every word I have conveyed, and that list, intact, to your superiors. Let them understand that the consequences of continued entanglement are far more severe than merely losing 2 executives. The power we possess is sufficient to turn any hand that dares to reach out, along with its owner, into ashes. Of course, her voice remained cold, yet it carried a hint of room for negotiation. If you are wise enough, and willing to show more sincerity, in addition to paying compensation, my master might consider limited, reciprocal technological exchanges in the future. The choice between continuous bloodshed and losses, or a path of potential coexistence, is in your hands. Remember, your life is merely temporarily held. Whether you can continue to possess it depends on your ability to perfectly fulfill this duty as a messenger. The message was delivered. She released her grip, and the sonic blade silently retracted. She did not look again at the nearly collapsed Quan, turning and retreating through the walk-in closet to the ventilation duct with the same precise, silent steps, restoring everything to its original state. Returning to above the living room via the duct, and after confirming she had not been detected by the bodyguards, she exited through the balcony cut, and retrieved the miniature device. Rapidly descending along the outer wall, her figure quickly merged into the darkness of the city's lower levels. The entire operation, from infiltration to extraction, took approximately 30 minutes. The target, Elliot Quan, was physically unharmed, but his mind was on the verge of collapse. He lay limp on the bed, and after a long while, he struggled to grab his communicator, attempting to contact his superiors in a trembling and incoherent voice. Osiris' warning, delivered by this terrified messenger, finally reached the highest echelons of Biotechnica. Chapter 73, Assassination. 1437 words. After leaving the almost mentally collapsed Elliot Quan, Morris wasted no time. Her next target was Carl Strange, the operations coordinator for Militech's Special Projects Department. Unlike Quan, who was hidden behind layers of protection, Strange exuded a confidence based on his environment. He was located in a high-end private club in Haywood District, controlled by Militech. Ostensibly a social hub for elites, it was actually one of the company's strongholds for secret meetings and temporary rest. The club's security level far exceeded that of ordinary corporate facilities. It was equipped with a dynamic infrared sensing net covering all corners, pressure-sensitive flooring, and a voice print recognition system, staffed by a permanent elite guard squad of 12. All members were trained in anti-infiltration and close-quarters combat, and equipped with the latest smart weapons and light armor. These defensive measures were analyzed and evaluated one by Morris's reconfigured perception system. She did not choose a conventional infiltration route, but activated the Sandevistan system in a shadow approximately 150 meters from the main club building. The experimental-grade neural drive system, after modification, showed a smoother acceleration curve and lower neural load. At extreme speed, her figure transformed into an elusive afterimage. The dynamic infrared sensing net only recorded a brief, minimal amplitude fluctuation, which the system deemed environmental interference. Before the pressure-sensitive floor could transmit complete pressure distribution data, she had already passed through the outer warning zone like a silent gust of wind. Carl Strange was in an encrypted communication room on the 3rd floor of the club. This room was specially treated, with signal-blocking layers embedded in the walls and double-layered composite bulletproof glass for the windows. He was communicating with Militech headquarters via an encrypted line, focusing on how to adjust the next course of action against Maine's crew and the source of their technology. Strange's tone was firm, advocating for the use of higher-level authority, deployment of orbital reconnaissance resources, and more aggressive investigation of known associated locations. Morris did not attempt to breach the physical access control of the communication room itself. She quickly calculated the optimal path, using subtle protrusions and decorative structures on the club's exterior wall to climb to a blind spot above the communication room window at a speed beyond human visual capture capabilities. She raised her right arm, and a monomolecular wire, reinforced with a resonant coating, silently shot out from a miniature emitter in her knuckle. Its specially designed adhesive device at the tip precisely affixed itself to the metal frame of the bulletproof glass window. Immediately after, the Sandevistan system activated again at maximum power. Following the guided trajectory provided by the monomolecular wire, Morris's body was almost vertical to the ground, as if propelled, hitting the window, which was theoretically capable of withstanding heavy rifle bullets with immense kinetic energy. The moment before contact, her sonic blade in her left palm had already activated, and an invisible, ultra-high-frequency vibration wave was concentrated and directed to the point of impact. Bang smash. Under the dual effects of molecular-level resonance and physical impact, the double-layered composite bulletproof glass did not exhibit typical radial cracks but instantly disintegrated into countless tiny particles, imploding inwards, centered on the point of impact. Morris's figure, enveloped in the smoke formed by the glass fragments, burst into the communication room. The two personal guards inside were the first to react. Their combat implants provided reaction speeds far exceeding ordinary humans. However, in Morris's eyes, with her perception of time stretched, their movements were like being stuck in thick mud. One's finger had just touched the trigger, while the other had only managed to turn around. The sonic blade sliced through the air, creating a low-frequency hum, precisely grazing the neck area of Strange, who had his back to the window. The vibrational energy did not cause a massive laceration, but acted directly on the cervical vertebrae and central nerve bundles, causing them to instantly disintegrate at a microscopic level. The horrified expression on Strange's face froze, his body lost support, and he collapsed onto the expensive carpet. From window breach to target elimination, the entire process lasted approximately 1.8 seconds. Morris's cold composite optical lens scanned the guards, who were momentarily frozen in the room, and the astonished face of the headquarters contact person frozen on the communication screen. She did not launch any superfluous attacks. The core of her operational directive was efficient elimination of specific targets, not indiscriminate killing. As the guards finally overcame their physiological shock and attempted to raise their firearms, Morris reactivated Sandevistan, rapidly retreating backward, flipping out through the breach she had created, and disappearing into the complex architectural structures outside the club. The piercing alarm only belatedly echoed throughout the entire building. Located in Charter Hill's top-tier security community, Odium Estate was one of the primary residences of Biotechnica board member Julia Winters. Security here was handled by a reputable private military company, integrating facial recognition, thermal imaging patrols, automated sentry turrets, and an underground vibration sensor network. The community walls were electrified with high voltage, and the residents' villas themselves were equipped with independent emergency defense systems. Morris appeared on the outskirts of the community in the darkest hour before dawn, around 4:30 a.m. She did not attempt to bypass or crack the main gate's security system, but chose a relatively secluded section of the wall near Winter's villa. By precisely calculating the pulse intervals of the high-voltage current and the blind spots of the sentry turrets, she used an instantaneous burst of speed and the strength of her reinforced limbs to silently clear the several-meter-high wall, landing with almost no sound. There were 4 patrolling bodyguards in the courtyard in 2-person teams, patrolling intersecting fixed routes. They were equipped with high-performance visual enhancement cyber eyes and detection modules. Morris used the vegetation and decorative elements of the villa's landscape garden as cover, her movement speed far exceeding the dynamic capture capability limit of the bodyguard's cyber eyes. She employed close-quarters combat, combined with precise force strikes, quickly neutralizing the 4 bodyguards before they could issue an effective alarm. Subsequently, she faced the floor-to-ceiling bulletproof window that occupied an entire wall of Winter's bedroom. The strength of this glass was sufficient to withstand sustained light weapon fire. Morris did not linger outside the window. She raised her arm, and the sonic blade slid into her palm, its high-frequency vibrations causing the surrounding air to slightly distort. Facing the thick bulletproof glass, she highly concentrated the vibrational energy at the blade's tip and unhesitatingly thrust forward. The moment the blade tip contacted the glass, high-frequency vibration waves efficiently propagated within the glass. Instead of shattering like ordinary glass, the bulletproof glass, under the effect of vibrational energy, was neatly cut along the trajectory of the sonic blade, creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through. The cut edges were smooth, emitting a subtle cracking sound, but the overall structure did not immediately collapse. Morris pushed the cut glass panel inward with one hand, causing it to tilt and fall onto the thick bedroom carpet with a muffled thud. She then stepped inside, her movements fluid and swift. Inside, Julia Winters, in a light sleep, had been startled awake by the sound of the glass falling. She saw the dark red figure, like death itself, penetrate the barrier that should have been secure, and frantically reached for the emergency call button on her bedside table. Morris's speed far exceeded her reaction. The Sandevistan system provided an instantaneous burst, allowing her to approach the bedside just as Winter's finger was about to touch the button. The sonic blade swung with a low hum, a cold flash. Winter's movements ceased abruptly. A very thin red line appeared on her neck, and then blood slowly seeped out. Her eyes were wide with terror and disbelief, her body lost all strength, and she slumped onto the luxurious bed, her finger ultimately failing to press the button that could have brought hope. Morris stood by the bed, calmly scanning to confirm the target's vital signs had vanished. Mission accomplished. She did not spare another glance at the mess, nor did she leave any traceable marks, quickly turning and retreating from the entrance she had created, her figure merging into the darkness that had not yet faded outside the villa. A few seconds later, the internal monitoring system of the bedroom, detecting abnormal movement and the disappearance of vital signs, triggered the final alarm. A sharp sound broke the community's tranquility, but by then, the executor had long since departed. Chapter 74, Response 1091 words. The assassination directly and severely impacted the core decision-making layers of the two giants, Militech and Biotechnica. However, due to their vastly different corporate cultures and core objectives, the shockwaves triggered by this impact propagated and fed back within their respective systems, ultimately leading to different outcomes. Inside the CEO's office on the top floor of Biotechnica's headquarters, the air was suffocatingly heavy. Niccolò Logaggia stood with his back to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, outside of which parts of Night City's skyline twisted and distorted in the artificial glow. Security Chief Elliot Kwon stood before him, completely devoid of his usual composure. Kwon's suit was crumpled against him, his tie askew, and his forehead covered in cold sweat. His gaze was unfocused, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his voice was broken and clearly quavering. She just appeared in my bedroom. In my own apartment, in the innermost room. All the security systems, they all seemed not to exist. He swallowed with difficulty, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. I didn't even see how she got in. 1 second I was alone in the room, the next she was standing by my bed. That weapon pressed against my throat. I could feel it vibrating, emitting that low-frequency hum. Kwon's voice suddenly rose, tinged with hysterical terror. Her voice, it wasn't human at all. It sounded like it came through some synthesizer, so cold. So cold it made my whole body tingle. She said we had to stop all actions against them, all of them. Surveillance, tracking, bounties, everything had to stop. He fumbled frantically in his pocket, trembling as he pulled out a data chip. This is the list she gave. She said it was compensation for our offense. I don't even dare to look at what's inside. Kwon's breathing grew more and more rapid, almost gasping for air. She also said, Strange and Winters, they have been eliminated. The only reason I'm still standing here is because I needed to bring this message back. Just as Quan was incoherently describing the weapon pressed against his throat, Logagia's personal terminal on his wrist suddenly emitted a piercing hum. 2 crimson, encrypted message windows forcibly popped up, hovering in the air. Logagia's gaze swept over the first message, his pupils contracting sharply. It was an urgent notice from the Internal Security Department, confirmation, board member Julia Winters deceased at her Charter Hill residence. His finger was still on the first message when the second one immediately followed an internal notice from Militech, concise and chilling. Lieutenant Colonel Carl Strange, Special Projects Department Action Coordinator, confirmed deceased. The air in the office seemed to solidify instantly. Logagia slammed his fist onto the desk, his knuckles white from the force. Quan's report abruptly ceased. He stared in terror at the distorted expression on the CEO's face, finally realizing what had happened. They both. Quan's voice caught in his throat, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt. At this moment, he truly understood why he was still alive and standing there. He wasn't a survivor, but merely a carefully designed messenger. The other party not only wanted to kill, but also to precisely control the pace of information delivery, even calculating the exact moment he would learn of his colleagues' deaths. Logagia whirled around, slamming his palm with all his might onto the hard office desk. The loud crash exploded in the confined space, making the very air tremble. His face, which had been ashen, instantly flushed dark red, and the veins at his temples bulged and throbbed menacingly, as if they might burst at any moment. Utterly arrogant. His voice tore his throat, echoing with a crack in the office. But beneath this facade of rage, his fingertips were trembling uncontrollably. The news of Winter's death hit him like a punch to the gut. The woman who always opposed him on the board, the rival he privately wished to get rid of, was now truly dead. Not in a meticulously planned business struggle, but easily wiped out like an ant by an unknown enemy. This realization sent a chill creeping up his spine. He forced himself to stand straighter, his voice rising higher, trying to mask the deep-seated tremor within him with volume. He practically roared, turning to the executives who had rushed in at the news. Their faces were etched with panic, which only irritated him further. The most severe revenge must be exacted. At all costs. His gaze swept over everyone present, noticing several senior executives exchanging uneasy glances. This made him even more furious, yet also more unsettled. Intelligence Department, he yelled, calling names, send out all analysts. That assassin and the one who ordered her. Don't miss any clues. Street rumors, black market gossip, investigate everything. His voice grew louder and louder, as if to fill the suddenly too empty office with his commands. The shadow of death had never loomed so palpably over him. He recalled Quan's description of the weapon pressed against his throat, and instinctively touched his own neck. Security Department. Immediately raise the alert level to maximum. Reevaluate all executive security details. His commands came one after another, too fast for anyone to react. Black market bounty, a sky-high price. I want to pile up euros into a mountain, and get all the hounds in Night City moving. At this, he suddenly paused, his chest heaving violently. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. He roughly wiped it away with the back of his hand. I want to know which rat hole in the desert that mastermind is hiding in. His voice suddenly dropped, carrying a kind of almost obsessive paranoia. Drag him out. And utterly crush him. The last few words were almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. He looked around at the silent executives, seeing the fear and hesitation in their eyes, which made him even angrier, but also made him realize more clearly. If the other party could easily take the lives of Winters and Strange, then taking his life would be no difficult feat. This thought coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, almost suffocating him. But in front of his subordinates, he could not show the slightest weakness. He forced himself to straighten his back, using all his strength to maintain the facade of rage, even though he clearly knew that, to discerning eyes, it was nothing more than a show of bravado. Chapter 75, Nusa 1444. Words compared to the emotional storm that almost blew the roof off at Biotechnica headquarters. The atmosphere within Militech's deeper, more heavily guarded strategic decision-making center was one of almost frigid rationality. The news of Lieutenant Colonel's death did indeed cause a ripple internally, especially within the Special Projects Department where he had worked. However, this ripple was quickly superseded by broader, more utilitarian strategic analyses. For a colossal entity like Militech, born from the old U.S. military-industrial complex and fundamentally adhering to the supremacy of real-world interests, an action coordinator for a Special Projects Department, though an experienced and capable operative, could be categorized under acceptable operational losses. What truly tugged at the nerves of the highest decision-makers was not his individual fate, but rather the clear reflection of the technological tier, the strategic intent of the actor, and the immense potential value contained within, which could rewrite the balance of power. In a virtual strategic room employing multiple physical isolations and signal shielding, holographic images of several key figures, capable of influencing company and even NUSA policies, quietly appeared. Without excessive pleasantries, the meeting directly cut to the core agenda. On a massive circular screen, preliminary field analysis reports of his and Winter's deaths were displayed side by side, with an enlarged projection of the compensation list and ceasefire conditions brought by Elliot Kwon next to them. A holographic image of a white-haired elderly general, whose shoulder boards bore for General Stars, spoke first. His voice was steady, carrying the composure cultivated from long-term high-ranking positions. The preliminary conclusions of the action style analysis are in. His choice of infiltration path, timing, execution efficiency, and final withdrawal method were precise, efficient, and ruthless, completely exceeding the common patterns of any known assassin organizations, hostile corporate special forces, or international mercenary groups recorded in our existing database. The other party did not choose to expand the strike area to create panic, but instead adopted this combined strategy of precise decapitation plus deliberately leaving a message. This itself sends a strong signal. He paused slightly, allowing the attendees to digest the information. He is showing us his muscle, demonstrating in the most direct way that he possesses the ability to deliver fatal blows to key personnel of ours or our core partners at any time, in any place. But at the same time, he also clearly drew a line. This is not an all-out war, at least not in his current consideration. Another virtual image, dressed in a well-tailored suit symbolizing a high-ranking civil servant, interjected. She was one of the senior advisors to the president's office, known for her meticulous thinking and focus on practicality. Through Kwon, he clearly stated his demands, specific resources, and a comprehensive ceasefire. This list, she pointed to the list on the screen, indeed contains many rare items, especially those several special crystals and high-purity radioactive isotopes marked extraterrestrial mining, which are not easy to acquire and come at a high cost. But with the channels and strategic reserves controlled by Militech, it's not impossible for us to procure them. This is more like a test, assessing whether we are willing to pay this toll to avoid the potential for a larger, more direct conflict. Or, thinking a layer deeper, this might even be a deliberately left opening to initiate more substantive dialogue. The elderly general nodded, adding, Strange's death, Winter's death, and the terror Kwon experienced, all serve to add credibility and urgency to this bill. He is telling us, with the cruelest reality, that the cost of continued entanglement will be blood. However, it is noteworthy that he left room for negotiation, not completely burning all bridges. An entity or individual capable of seemingly utilizing the Blackwell Protocol for global broadcasts, possessing biological enhancement technology of unknown origin and significant effect, equipped with efficient energy weapons, and capable of executing assassination operations of such a level, the potential strategic value he represents far exceeds the individual value of Strange, and one could even say, far exceeds the sum of all equipment and personnel we lost in our last Gas Station 66 operation. At this point, another attendee in the conference room, Deputy Assistant for National Security Affairs Davis, acting as the directly authorized representative of President Rosalind Myers, interjected in a calm and clear tone, steering the discussion towards higher-level strategic considerations. I am conveying President Myers' clear instructions on her behalf. Davis's holographic image leaned slightly forward, his gaze sweeping over each decision-maker present. Based on a comprehensive assessment of the current situation, President Myers requests that we immediately suspend all direct, large-scale military retaliation plans. She emphasizes that any impulsive or excessive reaction at this stage could trigger uncontrollable chain reactions, potentially even dragging us into a costly and aimless long-term conflict. Davis continued to elaborate on Myers' stance. President Myers believes that the technological capabilities and operational patterns demonstrated by the other party have exceeded the scope of conventional asymmetric threats. This is no longer a simple matter of public order or intercorporate friction, but rather a game involving potential strategic-level technological advantages. She instructs that the primary task at hand is not retaliation, but rather engagement, extremely cautious, tentative, and non-public engagement. Our core objective is to assess the possibility and specific cost of trading with the other party. On the scales of Militech and the national interests of NUSA it represents, specific personnel casualties are acceptable business costs when pursuing greater potential benefits that could bring technological monopoly or strategic advantage. Absolute technological superiority and the ability to control unknown forces are the eternal core to ensuring our long-term advantage and survival. He further explained, President Myers specifically pointed out that the message conveyed by the other party through Quan, though strongly worded, is clear in its logic and definite in its objectives. They are not seeking destruction, but rather demanding respect and compensation, and hinting at the possibility of future transactions. This rational mode of behavior, compared to pure terrorism or destructive actions, is more consistent with the characteristics of an entity with mature strategic thinking. We need to leverage this point to try and establish communication channels to ascertain the other party's bottom line, needs, and true intentions. Another attendee responsible for technical evaluation added, from a technical perspective, the material list requested by the other party itself holds extremely high analytical value. The several special crystals and isotopes listed on the list often involve high-energy physics, directed energy weapons, and advanced propulsion systems in their application fields. This indirectly confirms our judgment of his level of strength. Meeting the demands of this list certainly requires significant resources, but if it can open a dialogue window, or even limited technological exchange in the future, the potential returns could far outweigh the investment. A brief silence fell over the conference room as attendees digested the strategic shift brought by the president's directive. The elderly general broke the silence. Then, at the operational level, how should we proceed? Direct contact carries extremely high risks, and we are not even sure of the other party's true identity and location. Davis responded, President Myers has authorized us to use unofficial, deniable channels for initial probing. We can try to convey our response through encrypted networks, anonymous communications routed through multiple relays, or by utilizing reputable third-party neutral information brokers. The core content of the response should be, we have received the message, are seriously considering his demands, and are willing to discuss the specific details and implementation methods of the compensation list, provided that the other party guarantees no further hostile actions during this period. At the same time, we need to clearly express that any form of future cooperation must be built on a foundation of mutual security and exchange of interests. He concluded by emphasizing, President Myers' bottom line is clear: avoid escalation, buy time, and ascertain the truth. If the other party indeed possesses key technologies that we do not yet understand, then bringing him into a controllable range, or at least establishing some form of coexistence mechanism, is far more aligned with our long-term interests than a costly head-on conflict. The sacrifices of Lieutenant Colonel Strange and Ms. Winters should serve as a warning for us to seek a wiser solution, not a fuse for greater catastrophe. The meeting ultimately reached a consensus: a complete suspension of all overt tracking and military operations targeting Maine's crew, and the forces behind it, immediate initiation of procedures for contact through covert channels, and the establishment of an interdepartmental special task force responsible for evaluating the feasibility of the compensation list and developing detailed risk assessment and response plans. Chapter 76, Stronghold *10, in 19,330 words. Once the decision was made, an efficient execution mechanism immediately activated. A lean special team, codenamed Probe, was quickly assembled within a few hours. The team leader was Dr. Mara Sorensen, a woman in her 40s with a Ph. in advanced materials science and extensive experience in external technology negotiations. She was known for her calm, pragmatic approach and her ability to grasp the other party's psychology. Her deputy was Major Ward, an operations expert from the External Security Department, with a record of multiple low-profile missions in sensitive areas. He was steady and had keen observational skills. The core members of the team also included a top-tier cyber operations expert, responsible for ensuring communication security and analyzing potential cyber traps, as well as a behavioral analysis expert, tasked with assessing the true state and intentions of the contact target through subtle observations. Through cross-referencing Elliot Kwan's testimony, anomalous data streams potentially left at the crime scenes of Strange and Winters that were not captured by conventional surveillance, and in-depth investigation into main team and their social connections, the team quickly identified a possible indirect contact point. They chose not to go directly to the wasteland town, as that would be an act of provocation. Instead, they attempted to send a request for initial communication near a disused communication relay tower on the outskirts of Night City, using a preset physical beacon with a specific identification signal. The waiting period was not long. Morris's figure appeared at the ground-level entrance of the abandoned tower. Her posture was relaxed yet alert, like a cheetah patrolling its familiar territory. She wore a dark gray combat suit, with a functional long coat over it, its hem gently swaying in the breeze. Her precisely modified eyes scanned the members of the probe team, her irises a nearly true sea blue, with only a faint red glow discernible deep within at certain angles. Major Ward's breath hitched imperceptibly. He recognized that unique posture and center of gravity distribution characteristics only possible after Militech's highest level of combat training and modification. But to his surprise, the figure before him was even more powerful than any Spring Knife unit member he remembered. Her movements carried a sense of coordination refined through countless trials, yet also contained a fluidity that surpassed mere mechanical precision. Mara Sorensen stepped forward, maintaining a safe distance. She displayed a professional and cautious demeanor, without any unnecessary pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. "Madam, we represent Militech. We have received and carefully analyzed the information conveyed by Mr. Elliot Kwan. We understand that your master wishes to avoid unnecessary escalation of conflict in the future." Her phrasing was extremely careful, avoiding any words that might cause misunderstanding. "We have noted the specific contents of the list and have preliminarily assessed that these demands provide a basis for further discussion. However, we are more interested in exploring whether there is a possibility that transcends a simple framework of compensation and ceasefire to open a more constructive, future-oriented channel for dialogue. We believe this could mean greater value for both parties." During her statement, Dr. Sorensen, Major Ward, and the behavioral analysis expert behind them all carefully observed Morris. Morris listened quietly, her right hand unconsciously touching her left forearm. Her facial expression remained neutral, but her eyes were exceptionally focused, as if evaluating the weight of each word. Sorensen mentioned more constructive dialogue, her eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly, seemingly showing some interest in the phrase, but she quickly regained her composure. Sorensen then made the core request: "Therefore, we hope your master can grant an opportunity for more direct communication. Whether through absolutely secure, high-level encrypted communication, or a face-to-face meeting at a location acceptable to both parties, ensuring neutrality and safety, we are willing to demonstrate sufficient sincerity." Morris was silent for a moment, her optical lenses flickering slightly, seemingly exchanging data with a distant entity. A few seconds later, she responded, her voice processed but with a peculiar resonance: "Information received, I will relay it." Her gaze lingered on Dr. Sorensen's face for an instant, adding, "Await a reply. I will contact you later." As soon as she finished speaking, she gave a slight nod, then turned and left, her movements swift and decisive yet not impolite. Morris transmitted the complete record of the probe team's contact, including the composition of their members, precise wording, subtle changes in tone, and environmental data, without omission, back to the depths of the ruined town workshop. Between data transmissions, she looked down at her palms, flexing her finger joints nimbly. This simple action reminded her of the years of repetitive training at the Militech training grounds, but now, a completely different power drove this body. She gently shook her head, dismissing irrelevant thoughts. She knew that the information she conveyed from her master, Osiris, had been accurately delivered, and in response, Militech had presented a strategically probing proposal that went beyond simple compromise or fear. Now, the ultimate decision-making power rested in the hands of the entity who had given her new life and mission. In the core area of the ruined town workshop, illuminated by a constant cold light source, Osiris' tall, dark red figure stood before a holographic control console. His crimson optical lenses calmly scanned the detailed report transmitted by Morris. On another interface nearby, the dimensional teleporter's real-time energy readings and resonant waveforms pulsed steadily. His logical core was operating at high speed, with vast data streams surging, calculating, and simulating within it. Militech's proposal, Biotechnica's potential retaliatory actions, the inherent risks of maintaining the status quo, the potential benefits and uncertainties of initiating contact, all these variables were converted into cold parameters and fed into his decision model based on efficiency and target priority. For him, whether choosing to retaliate with more intense violence against Biotechnica's provocation to thoroughly deter them from further action, or accepting Militech's overture to begin a strategic game of give and take, these were merely different paths and strategic tools to achieve his ultimate core objective. Emotional retaliation, lust for power, or anger at being provoked. These complex human motivations had been highly simplified and marginalized within his thought system. Which path, at the current time node, could more efficiently acquire needed resources, minimize interference with his core research work, and most effectively avoid the risk of large-scale conflict that would consume precious time and energy? This was his sole and fundamental criterion for making a choice. Inside the workshop, only the low hum of equipment operation and the slight hiss of energy flowing through conduits could be heard. Osiris' mechanical fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the control console, emitting a regular, cold clicking sound. A decision that could affect the balance of power in Night City, and even wider regions, was quietly brewing in this silent space beneath the wasteland. Deep within the wasteland workshop, constant cool light enveloped Osiris' tall, dark red body. He received and browsed Morris's full record of contact with Militech's probe team. Their intentions were clear. After confirming the effectiveness of the deterrence, they sought to upgrade a simple compensation and ceasefire into a more constructive, dialogue channel that could potentially lead to technological exchange. Within Osiris' core logic, Militech's reaction fell into the category of efficient and predictable. They recognized the power disparity and quickly adjusted their strategy, shifting from armed confrontation to an exchange of interests. This was consistent with the behavior patterns of large corporations. When faced with a threat that cannot be easily eliminated, they try to convert it into a usable resource or a controllable collaborator. However, Osiris had little interest in this. His current core objective remained consistent: stabilize the dimensional teleporter, establish a reliable connection with the Warhammer world, acquire resources and technology from that universe, especially to solve the critical material shortage problem currently plaguing him. Entanglements with local forces, whether war or in-depth negotiations, would occupy his valuable research time and computational resources. He needed a way to both satisfy some of Militech's expectations, temporarily reassure them, and secure the compensation, while also clearly drawing a line to avoid endless subsequent probing and disturbance. At the same time, for Biotechnica, which was still clamoring for revenge, a more direct and unmistakable warning was needed to completely extinguish their unrealistic fantasies. Transactions are acceptable, but only to this extent, Osiris' synthesized voice whispered in the workshop, carrying an undeniable finality. He decided to exchange temporary peace and necessary supplies for the smallest possible cost. His consciousness sank into his vast database. This was not his primary knowledge base as a tech priest. He was accessing another relatively secondary partition, storing countless design drafts, unfinished concepts, apprentice-era exercises, and technologies archived as basic or obsolete in the Warhammer universe. His mind, like the most precise sieve, quickly filtered through the massive amount of information. Finally, he locked onto a target, an optimization plan for crystal focusing efficiency he designed when he was a tech priest apprentice, to understand the basic principles of laser weapons. This plan, within the Warhammer universe's technological system, was an entry-level basic application. It optimized the arrangement of light-guiding crystals and energy-guiding circuits in specific types of laser weapons, slightly increasing range and focusing precision and reducing energy scattering loss during transmission, without increasing core power. For the young Osiris, who had just begun to design energy weapons, this was a competent exercise but nothing more. As his skills improved, such basic optimizations had long been replaced by more advanced, integrated designs. Additionally, he extracted some fragmented logic optimization protocols and data processing techniques from his recent gains in analyzing rogue AI code. These contents helped him understand the network structure of this world, but they were not core breakthroughs themselves, more like notes jotted down casually. Osiris organized these two parts into two independent data packages. He did not embellish or deeply process them, merely ensuring the information was complete and the format clear. In his eyes, these were indeed bona fide scraps, but to appease Militech and obtain the physical resources on the list, the cost-effectiveness was extremely high. He transmitted these two data packages to the waiting Morris and issued new instructions via an encrypted link. Give these to Militech as representatives. Osiris' voice was steady. Tell them this is a preliminary response based on their constructive dialogue stance. It includes a basic energy weapon optimization technology and some network data processing techniques. Require them that upon receiving and verifying the value of the data packages, they must immediately begin the delivery process for the compensation materials, with the delivery location and method to be specified by us later. He paused slightly, then continued, at the same time, explicitly inform them that technological exchange is limited to this level and frequency. We have no intention of establishing deeper alliances or frequent interactions. Maintaining the status quo, without mutual interference, is the most efficient way for both parties to coexist. The instructions were not over. Osiris' crimson optical lens flickered, and he issued another, completely different command. Afterward, you are to find Biotechnica's head of security, Elliot Kwan, and eliminate him. Place his head on the bedside table in Biotechnica CEO Logagia's private bedroom, ensuring Logagia discovers it the next time he goes to sleep. This command was given so calmly, as if instructing a perfectly ordinary matter. The purpose of this is to, in an undeniable manner, end any lingering fantasies Biotechnica has about revenge or negotiation. Kwan's death and its presentation is a direct response to Logagia's earlier bluster, and it is the final ultimatum. Let death itself convey the message. This matter ends here. If there is any further hostile action of any kind, the next head to appear on his bedside table will be his own. Osiris' logic was simple. Militech showed rationality and consideration, so they could be appeased with a transaction. Biotechnica, at least under Logagia's leadership, was still immersed in emotional anger and needed more intense pain to help them regain their senses. Kwan, the messenger who narrowly survived last time, his remaining value lay in using his death to deliver this final, undeniable warning. Return after completing these two tasks, Osiris commanded finally, pay attention to efficiency and stealth, do not add unnecessary variables. Morris quietly received all instructions and data packages. She had no doubt about her master's decision. Whether it was trade or killing, both were means to achieve a goal, and she responded concisely, understood, master. On the outskirts of Night City, the abandoned communication relay tower once again became a temporary meeting point. Morris's figure appeared on time, her demeanor unchanged from last time, calm and efficient. The probe team members were already waiting, the atmosphere even more somber than before. When they saw Morris appear, a hint of anticipation and tension showed in their eyes. Mara Sorensen stepped forward again, attempting to maintain a professional demeanor. Madam, we look forward to the news you bring. Morris skipped the pleasantries and directly transmitted the two data packages to Dr. Sorensen's designated receiving device via a secure, short-range data link. This is Master's response to your proposal. Morris's voice came through her mask, still steady. Data Package 1 is a basic design plan for improving the crystal focusing efficiency of laser weapons. Data Package 2 contains some network data processing techniques derived from rogue AI logic. Sorensen and the technical experts beside her instantly lit up, despite their efforts to remain composed. Regardless of the content, technology itself was the crucial first step. Morris continued to convey Osiris' demands. My master requests that upon receiving and initially verifying the value of these materials, you must immediately begin preparing for the procurement and delivery of the items listed in the compensation inventory. The specific delivery time and location await our subsequent notification. Her tone shifted, though her voice remained unchanged. The content carried a clear boundary. Furthermore, my master explicitly states that this technical exchange is an exception, a response to the constructive stance you have demonstrated. Similar exchanges will not occur frequently in the future, and the level will remain within this scope. Our highest efficiency lies in maintaining the current ceasefire, avoiding unnecessary contact and mutual interference. Deep cooperation or alliances are not under consideration. Sorensen quickly processed this information. She realized that although the other party had provided technology, their attitude remained distant, even cold. This felt more like a paid settlement than the opening of a long-term relationship. However, obtaining substantial technical data, even at an elementary level, was already a breakthrough beyond expectations. She immediately responded, "We understand. Thank your master for her response. We will organize experts to verify these materials as soon as possible and immediately begin preparing the compensation goods. We look forward to receiving further instructions regarding the delivery details." Morris nodded slightly, said no more, and turned to leave the meeting point, as decisively as she had arrived. The probe team members quickly returned with 2 data packages. In a highly confidential environment, Militech's technical team immediately conducted a preliminary analysis of the data. The results of the analysis left them with mixed feelings. The laser weapon optimization plan's design philosophy was indeed novel and efficient, far surpassing their current similar technologies, especially with significant improvements in energy utilization and focusing accuracy. And the network data processing techniques also contained some extremely efficient algorithmic fragments they had never seen before. However, as Osiris defined, while these technologies were valuable, they clearly felt fragmented, lacking systematic support and deeper principle explanations. It was like getting an extremely sharp blade, but not knowing the complete forging process. This further deepened the Militech high-level executive's judgment. The other party possessed a deeper, unfathomable technological system, and was cautious, unwilling to reveal too much. Based on this, Militech's high-level executives quickly made a decision: meet the other party's demands, immediately begin preparing the compensation materials, and strictly adhere to the principle of non-interference, temporarily ceasing all proactive, potentially provocative reconnaissance activities. They decided to first digest these 2 scraps, while patiently waiting for the next possible contact opportunity. Osiris' cold response, on the contrary, made them even more convinced of the formidable power behind him. While Militech was busy verifying technology and preparing materials, Morris had already ghosted into Night City. Elliot Kwan, after the terrifying incident last time, although he survived, his mind was in a state of semi-collapse. Biotechnica temporarily housed him in another secret safe house considered absolutely secure, and reinforced the guard. However, for Morris, who had transformed into a Rust stalker, these defense measures were still full of loopholes. She used the extreme speed provided by Sandevistan, and her super-perception of environmental information, like merging into shadows, to penetrate layers of security. The door locks and surveillance systems of Kwan's room were rendered useless before her. Kwan was curled up in the corner of the room, maintaining a brief calm with sedatives. When he saw Morris's figure silently appear before him again, the fear on his face instantly solidified, his pupils dilated to the extreme, and even a scream was caught in his throat. This time, Morris gave him no chance to speak or react. The sonic blade slid out with a low hum, a cold flash passed, and Kwan's consciousness didn't even have time to register pain before it plunged completely into darkness. Morris precisely executed the instructions. She removed Kwan's head, placed it in a prepared special container, cleaned up any traces that might have been left at the scene, and then, just as silently as she appeared, left the safe house. The next target was Nicolo Logagia's mansion in Charter Hill. The security level here was higher than Kwan's safe house, but for Morris, the difference was only in needing to spend a bit more time and computational resources. She patiently observed the patrol team's shift changes, analyzed the blind spots of all surveillance cameras, and calculated the trigger thresholds of the sensors. In the darkest hour before dawn, she once again became an envoy of death, using Sandeviston's burst and the sonic blade's precision, like passing through layers of invisible curtains, finally entering Logagia's bedroom. Logagia lay in bed, seemingly in a deep sleep due to days of mental stress and medication, but his brows were tightly furrowed, clearly not sleeping peacefully. Morris gently placed the container with Elliot Kwan's head on Logagia's bedside table, directly facing his face. She even meticulously adjusted the angle to ensure Logagia would clearly see Kwan's face, frozen with his last expression of terror, as soon as he opened his eyes. Having done all this, she did not linger for a moment, quickly retreated along the same path, disappearing into the brightening morning light. When Logagia awoke from a nightmare several hours later and instinctively looked towards the bedside, what he saw was a terrifying sight he would never be able to escape. Kwan's unseeing eyes were staring straight at him. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the mansion's tranquility. Logagia tumbled off the bed, drenched in cold sweat, his body uncontrollably trembling violently, vomit mixed with tears smearing his face. This time, he truly, without any buffer, felt the cold touch of death. The other party could not only kill his subordinates, but also leave such a bloody gift in his supposedly safest and most private lair. All anger, all shouts, all thoughts of revenge were utterly shattered at this moment, leaving only boundless fear and the exhaustion of having escaped death. He clearly understood the message: this matter was over, any further action would mean his own end. Within Biotechnica, those executives who had originally harbored doubts about Logagia's aggressive stance, upon learning of this incident, quickly united, effectively stripping Logagia of his decision-making power. After urgent consultations within the company, they ultimately unanimously decided to tacitly accept the boundary drawn by the other party, cease all targeted actions, and completely swallow this bitter pill. Survival was far more important than illusory face and unfeasible revenge. Morris successfully returned to the Wasteland workshop, reported back to Osiris, and briefly summarized the completion of the transaction and the delivery of the warning. Osiris merely calmly received the information, his crimson optical lenses not even moving from the dimensional teleporter's data analysis interface. For him, these two matters merely cleared minor obstacles on his path of research. Militech got the technological scraps they wanted and would pay for them in kind. Biotechnica received an unmistakable final warning and would most likely choose silence. External interference was temporarily suppressed. His attention had already refocused on the fluctuating energy readings and complex resonant waveforms. That was the path to true resources and power, far more valuable than dealing with the corporations of this world. Within the workshop, only the low hum of equipment operation remained, along with the tech priest's silent quest for deeper mysteries. Deep within the Wasteland workshop, the air was exceptionally heavy due to highly concentrated energy. Osiris' dark red body stood before the dimensional teleporter, which had undergone multiple iterations of optimization. His crimson optical lenses continuously scanned at a frequency far exceeding human vision, locking onto the central energy focal area, where a faint glow twisted and flickered rhythmically with the precise injection of energy, presenting a state of controlled instability. Previous experiments had successfully verified the feasibility of transmitting information and small mass samples, but they were always limited by energy supply and resonance precision, failing to open a stable rift large enough for practically useful material units to pass through. The upper limit of energy output, minute deviations when the resonance frequency coupled with local physical rules, and the high energy consumption required to maintain channel stability were technical obstacles that had to be resolved one by one. Through almost exhaustive deduction and simulation of the massive experimental data accumulated, Osiris constructed several highly realistic energy space models. He clearly realized that to achieve the next stage of breakthrough, a precisely calculated energy injection protocol, significantly increasing the energy level, must be executed. He had thoroughly calculated the relevant data and established data models to deduce various possibilities. All potential risks, including energy circuit overload thresholds, spatial structure tolerance limits, and energy dissipation paths in case of failure, had been repeatedly simulated in his models, and corresponding buffer and safety mechanisms were in place. Execute energy injection protocol. Osiris' synthesized voice echoed in the workshop, steady and certain, without any hesitation. His massive mechanical body established a deeper physical connection with the teleporter's control core, with several specialized thick energy-conducting cables extending from dedicated ports on his back, tightly connecting to key nodes on the main console. This allowed him to directly regulate the impending torrent of energy with higher authority and finer control granularity. The moment the command was issued, the auxiliary lighting system in the workshop automatically dimmed, prioritizing power to the core equipment. The energy conduits embedded in the walls and floor emitted a steadily increasing hum in frequency and intensity, stable and continuous. A visibly intensifying, deep blue energy flow, like a precisely guided torrent, surged and converged along the reinforced pathways, efficiently directed into the expanded and reinforced core energy pool within the teleporter's base. The multi-layered annular structure at the center of the teleporter began to rotate synchronously at an unprecedented speed, its precisely calibrated movement leaving afterimages in the air. Geometric symbols suspended within the rings were activated by the abundant energy, their brightness and complexity rapidly increasing, emitting a high-frequency, but not piercing whistling sound, which was the inherent physical sound of efficient energy operation. In the air, the smell of ozone and heated metal became more pronounced, a normal phenomenon in a high-energy environment. In the floating interface on the side of Osiris' field of vision, a waterfall of refreshing data streams and dynamic models showed that energy readings were steadily rising along the preset optimal curve, precisely matching the theoretical trajectory. Multiple key parameters, such as space curvature tension, local energy density, and background radiation levels, had all entered previously untouched high-load operating ranges, but all values remained strictly within verified safety boundaries. System feedback highly matched his model predictions, indicating that the entire process remained under his precise control. Core energy field stability maintained at 73% threshold. Local space curvature fluctuation exceeds baseline model by 15%, within prediction range of contingency plan B. The servoskull reported real-time data with a monotonous electronic voice. These fluctuations did not surprise Osiris, they fell entirely within the various scenario models he had pre-deduced. His logical core was operating at high load, but this was not in response to an emergency, but to execute a micro-adjustment task requiring extreme precision. Based on real-time feedback, he micro-adjusted the frequency and phase of energy output at millisecond speeds, like an experienced operator continuously adjusting control parameters in known turbulence to counteract and utilize the inherent, partially known, regular rejection effect of the spatial structure itself. The entire process was more like a high-intensity, pre-programmed interaction with a set of known and powerful physical laws. Execute final stage command. His synthesized voice remained steady. After the command was issued, a set of specially encrypted coordinates and identity verification signals, along with a precisely modulated, highly condensed energy pulse, were synchronously and accurately injected into the teleporter's core. In an instant, the brightness in the center of the workshop intensified sharply, to a degree difficult for the naked eye to behold. A faint blue rift, its edges flickering with complex geometric light patterns, and its form continuously self-adjusting towards stability, gradually appeared under the support of a powerful energy field. It was not a violently torn opening, but rather an anomalous region temporarily woven into the fabric of reality, with internal light and shadow flowing, reflecting dimensional characteristics and energy pathways difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. The size of the rift exhibited expected fluctuations in the initial stage, a normal transient process before energy and space reached a new equilibrium, but it quickly converged and stabilized into a clear-edged elliptical shape, large enough for an adult human to pass through, under Osiris' continuous regulation. The channel was successfully established. A temporary cross-dimensional interface with actual material transport capability had been formed under his complete control, according to the predetermined goal. Almost at the same moment the rift stabilized, a figure stepped out from the chaotic light and shadow. The servitor that emerged from the surging energy rift had a standard humanoid silhouette that appeared unusually bulky due to the various equipment it carried and had attached. Several metal containers of unknown structure were fixed to its torso and limbs, with wiring and reinforcement brackets interwoven, and the most prominent was a rather large cylindrical device loaded on its back, clearly a small plasma reactor. These additional burdens made its originally fluid lines clumsy, and its movements had a heavy, mechanical feel. The moment the servitor stepped onto the workshop floor, its head single-lens sensor quickly locked onto Osiris, emitting a static-filled, rigid synthesized voice. Command confirmed. Transport Unit, Zeta-7, mission sequence executed. Cargo status, pending inspection. After the voice ended, it became completely still, entering standby mode, like a package marked delivered. Osiris did not delay for a moment. His attention completely bypassed the successfully opened rift itself, focusing directly on this newly arrived, material-laden metal body. For him, what was loaded within it was far more important than the success of this technical verification. Begin unloading, he commanded, and several mechanical tentacles equipped with different tools extended from various parts of the workshop, like autonomous operating arms, precisely encircling the stationary servitor. The mechanical tentacles first removed the non-structural cladding from the servitor's arms and torso. What was revealed beneath was not basic servomechanisms, but tightly integrated, specialized instrument modules with blinking operational indicator lights. Osiris, using custom tools, precisely disconnected data and energy interfaces, beginning an orderly unloading process. The first item extracted was a molecular bond analyzer. It was securely mounted in the servitor's left arm, its precise probe head, an internal sensor unit forming a single entity capable of rapidly analyzing the microstructure and elemental composition of materials, which was crucial for Osiris' reverse engineering of local special materials. Next, from a dedicated slot in the servitor's right arm, Osiris removed the core components of a high-precision material spectrometer. This equipment's sensor array and spectroscopic module were compactly integrated, specifically designed to identify the characteristics of unknown compounds. Subsequently, his tentacles reached into the servitor's reinforced chest cavity, carefully detaching and extracting a multifunctional microscopic probe array. This device consisted of multiple nanoscale probes with different functions, and their control base, specially used for precise physical manipulation and simultaneous energy detection of tiny samples. On the other side of the chest cavity, he also retrieved several data storage cores, encased in sturdy, shock-resistant housings. These storage units were currently blank, awaiting to be filled with Osiris' subsequent research data. Although these specialized devices were not the most cutting-edge creations within the Warhammer universe's technological hierarchy, their underlying design logic and manufacturing standards still far surpassed the general level of this cyberpunk world. They were precisely the research tools Osiris urgently needed for in-depth analysis of local technology and cross-system integration experiments. With these peripheral modules removed, the servitor's silhouette appeared hollow. Disassembly then entered its core phase. Osiris' tentacles opened the servitor's main structural compartment in the chest and abdomen, revealing a thoroughly modified internal layout. The space originally used to house its own processing unit and power source was now completely occupied by a larger, more complex device. This was the core cargo of this transmission, a small plasma reactor. Its casing was cast from a dark alloy capable of withstanding extreme high temperatures, its surface densely covered with efficient cooling pipelines and energy output ports. Even in silent standby, one could intuitively feel the daunting energy potential contained within it. Acquiring it meant Osiris could establish an independent and powerful energy supply core for all high-energy consumption equipment within the workshop, including the dimensional teleporter itself, and lay the power foundation for potential large-scale projects in the future. Finally, from a relatively independent slot next to the reactor, Osiris removed the servitor's original power source, a standard nuclear fusion battery. While its output power was far less than that of the plasma reactor, its technological maturity was extremely high, and its operation was stable and reliable, making it very suitable as a critical backup energy source or for independently powering secondary equipment. Osiris' tentacles, with dazzling speed and precision, separated the plasma reactor and nuclear fusion battery from the servitor's body and connected them to a temporarily prepared energy buffer and detection unit, confirming that they remained intact and functional after the violent journey through the dimensions. With the core materials extracted, the previously bulky servitor shell instantly became empty, leaving only a largely hollowed-out metal frame, basic locomotion mechanisms, and a redundant processing core whose function had been replaced. It stood silently in place, as if its soul had been drawn out, leaving only an empty shell. At this moment, if it were a human, they might look at this loyal servant who had completed its mission with a touch of melancholy. But in Osiris' value system, pure sentimentality was inefficient and meaningless. The servitor's transportation function had been fulfilled, and its predetermined task as a disposable carrier was over. Of course, waste was equally unacceptable. A servitor frame with a largely intact structure and functional locomotion mechanisms, even if hollowed out, was still a resource composed of fine metals and reliable parts. He would not scrap this servitor but rather recycle it, re-imbuing it with value. He began the second phase of work, fusing and reassembling this servitor frame from the Warhammer universe with technological products from the cyberpunk world. Osiris selected several prosthetic parts he had previously recovered, and after some adjustments and modifications, installed them onto the largely hollowed-out servitor. Servitor modification typically involved cutting a standard human as a base body, and then installing various equipment according to usage requirements. Generally speaking, servitor modification also involved frontal lobotomy to ensure the servitor would not possess excessive self-awareness. A well-maintained servitor could typically operate for hundreds, or even thousands of years. For the Imperium, servitors could be said to be a crucial foundational force supporting the Imperium's operation. Even by the 40K era, which Osiris was most familiar with before his transmigration, the Imperium had become a nation built on corpses. The modified servitor quickly regained a basic humanoid form. Aside from appearing a bit dull and slow-witted, almost no different from an ordinary person. Osiris kept him in the workshop to continue using him as a service servitor, primarily responsible for cleaning and organizing the workshop's tools, and acting as Osiris' experimental assistant or test subject when necessary. After dealing with the servitor, Osiris shifted his attention from the reassembled servitor to the newly arrived, energy-filled small plasma reactor. He personally connected it to the workshop's main energy network. With a low hum of energy, the lighting in the workshop became more stable and brighter, and the indicator lights of many standby devices lit up, significantly elevating the overall energy level of the space. He took a final look at the dimensional teleporter, which was still slowly rotating, but with significantly reduced energy levels and gradually closing rifts, and the research equipment from his homeland placed beside it. A successful experiment brought much-needed energy and research tools, and even an additional localized service unit. External interference had temporarily subsided, and internal resources were replenished. In Osiris' crimson optical lens, data streams flickered steadily. He neither celebrated nor sighed. He simply turned around calmly and walked towards the newly installed molecular bond analyzer. The next step was to conduct a more in-depth analysis of the Biotechnica gene-edited samples previously acquired, as well as several local special alloys. Within the workshop, a new research cycle had already begun. Osiris' too precise and ruthless actions, executed by Morris, were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the overt fury of Militech and Biotechnica. Although undercurrents still surged, at least openly, the bounty on main team was rescinded, and the ubiquitous tracking and harassment temporarily ceased. Night City's massive news machine quickly turned to other hot topics, but Maine understood corporate tactics better than anyone. This brief calm, in his eyes, was more like the lull before a storm. He knew that corporate compromise was never born of mercy, but of shrewd cost calculation. Once they found a more cost-effective and efficient method, retaliation would only come more covertly and lethally. The bounty's off, but our names are probably at the top of some special attention list within the corporations, Maine told everyone at the team meeting. There was no hint of relaxation on his weathered face. His thick cybernetic fingers unconsciously tapped the table, making a dull thudding sound, which instead made him seem more cautious. Before, we were just mercenaries with a bit of a reputation on the street. We've become troublemakers who can make corporations suffer, and even force them to temporarily shut up. This means future jobs will be more dangerous, and more eyes will be watching us. After repeated discussions and deliberations, the team finally made an important decision: not to move their main hideout back to the familiar warehouse in Night City, filled with customized equipment and weapon crates. While that place was full of traces of life and past memories, it was too obvious a target. Once targeted again, it could easily be wiped out entirely. They decided to concentrate resources on the dump settlement hideout on the edge of the Badlands, transforming it from a temporary shelter into a fully functional base capable of long-term stationed and combat. This decision was not embraced by everyone. Pilar complained incessantly from the start, waving his slender mechanical arm, and saying with exaggerated emphasis, "God, this place is nothing but sand and wind. You can't even find a decent braindance parlor. If I want a proper drink at night, I have to go back to the city. This damn place even has spotty network signals. My art," he gestured to his brightly colored cyberware paint job, "is almost getting worn away by the sandstorms." Rebecca, on the other hand, more directly expressed her longing for the excitement and thrills of the city. She pouted, and even the light in her green cybernetic eyes seemed to dim. "At least in the city, you can always find a fight. What else can you do besides watch lizards crawl?" However, Dorio and Falco both supported Maine's decision. Dorio crossed her arms, her bronze muscles looking particularly firm in the light, and she stated calmly and forcefully, "Safety first. The city is too easy to infiltrate. Cameras, fixers, even homeless people on the street could be informants. Here, we can see who's coming." Falco analyzed it from a tactical perspective, habitually pushing up his sunglasses, and calmly said, "The wasteland town has an open view, with almost no tall buildings to obstruct it, making defense and early warning easy. The surrounding Badlands terrain is complex, and there are many escape routes. If we know the roads well, we can shake off most pursuers. If we manage this place well, we can advance to attack and retreat to defend." Kiwi had been silently huddled in the shadows of a corner, her deep red jacket collar pulled high. Her stance was also clear. After personally witnessing Osiris' almost godlike power, and the subsequent frenzied retaliation from the corporations, a place far from the city's network hub, hidden, and with a powerful figure guarding it, allowed her taut nerves to relax slightly. She added in a low voice, "The electronic signal background noise here is lower. If we need to establish an emergency encrypted link, there will be much less interference." Maine finally made the call. "It's settled then. This will be our home from now on, and our fortress. We need to make it look the part." Thus, a major renovation of the dump settlement hideout quickly began. They used the Eurodollars saved from previous missions, plus the occasional technical support provided by Osiris, which was far beyond this era, such as efficient energy transmission line designs and simple signal shielding solutions to completely transform the abandoned repair station. Maine, through his past connections, got in touch with a nomad family operating in the Badlands. This family, called Solo, was known for its good reputation, solid skills, and discretion. They were familiar with the Badlands environment, and knew how to build with limited resources. The team leader was Buck, a sturdy middle-aged man with skin roughened by sandstorms, sharp eyes, and the straightforward, pragmatic speech typical of nomads. "We'll transport the materials from the border. The price will be market rate, but the quality is guaranteed, all military surplus or good stuff salvaged from abandoned outposts," Buck said, shaking Maine's hand firmly. "You can trust our labor. My lads are quick, and know how to work in the Badlands." The renovation began with structural reinforcement. Solo family's heavy transport vehicles brought thick composite metal plates to Wasteland Town. Workers used large hydraulic equipment to dismantle the original fragile brick and wood walls, replacing them with alloy plates capable of withstanding heavy firepower attacks. The dazzling blue light and hissing sounds of welding became the main theme of Wasteland Town during that period. Buck personally oversaw the construction of critical load-bearing structures to ensure no mistakes were made. "In the Badlands, if your house isn't sturdy, you won't sleep soundly at night," he explained to Maine, who came to check on the progress. Windows were a key defensive point. The original window openings were enlarged and recalibrated, fitted with multi-layered bulletproof glass salvaged from old military bases. Outside, hydraulic alloy panels, designed by Falco and handcrafted by nomad artisans, were installed. These panels had a matte finish and, when closed, blended seamlessly with the exterior wall, making them difficult to detect. Falco spent a lot of time adjusting their opening/closing speed and linkage mechanism, ensuring they could quickly enter a defensive state in emergencies. The roof renovation was also crucial. Workers first laid thick insulation and waterproof membranes, then covered them with lightweight but very tough composite armor plates. Dorio, relying on her enhanced strength, personally helped install several concealed hemispherical firing ports and periscopic observation mirrors. These positions were carefully planned, covering all approach routes around the hideout. Falco dedicated most of his energy to building the perimeter defense system. He led several young nomads skilled in electronics, using the omnipresent debris in Wasteland Town to set up several seemingly haphazard but subtly intricate barrier zones. Within these obstacles, they cleverly embedded high-sensitivity vibration sensors and low-visibility wide-angle surveillance cameras. All sensor lines were redundantly laid out, eventually connecting to a newly established small monitoring center in the hideout's basement. The core here was a server fortified and encrypted by Kiwi, responsible for processing all sensor data, and capable of linking to team members' personal communicators and cybernetic eye displays. The interior of the hideout was also replanned, balancing functionality with long-term living comfort. The formerly open main hall was divided into several functional areas using lightweight, but sturdy alloy frames and soundproof panels. Near the reinforced main door was the tactical briefing area, with a large electronic map of Night City and the Badlands region hanging on the wall, capable of real-time updates and markings. Below it was a wide metal conference table, flanked by several sturdy chairs. The living area was in the middle, furnished with sofas and several single chairs salvaged from the city's flea markets and repaired, and even an industrial-style coffee table made from an abandoned oil drum. The innermost part was separated by thick curtains into male and female rest areas, and a small armory with enhanced ventilation and fire protection measures, where weapons and ammunition were neatly organized by category. Rebecca somehow acquired some extremely drought-resistant cacti and succulents from a nomad market, placing them in several corners of the living area. These resilient green lives added a small but reassuring touch of vitality to this place filled with metal, concrete, and the smell of oil. Their warehouse hideout in the city was not completely abandoned, instead, it was downgraded to a functional outpost and emergency-safe house. Maine, Dorio and Falco meticulously sifted through the supplies that needed to remain in the city. A few well-maintained but not top-tier submachine guns and pistols, standard ammunition of corresponding calibers, some basic medical kits and trauma gel, a few sets of ordinary clothes for disguise, and several boxes of long-shelf-life synthetic food. These supplies were categorized and stored in the warehouse's hidden compartments. Their value was sufficient to handle emergencies, but even if completely lost, it would not harm the team's foundation. The person responsible for looking after this hideout was an old friend of Maine's named Old Wayne. He was once a decent mechanic but later injured his hand in an accident, preventing him from doing precision work. He now runs an inconspicuous spare parts stall. Old Wayne is low-key, has no deep ties with major corporations or gangs, and most importantly, he owes Maine a significant favor. Maine pays him a modest custody fee each month, and his task is simple. About once a week, he enters the warehouse under the guise of checking water and electricity lines, opens windows for ventilation, and ensures no one has broken in or installed surveillance equipment. This arrangement minimized risk to the greatest extent. Even if something happened on Old Wayne's side, the trail would largely end with him. The entire renovation process for the dump settlement hideout lasted several weeks. During this time, the workers of the Solo family displayed the resilience and efficiency characteristic of nomads. They set up a row of practical canvas tents on the open ground at the edge of the wasteland town, creating a small, temporary camp. Whenever night fell, bonfires would be lit, dispelling the chill and darkness of the Badlands. Maine's crew was responsible for providing ample drinking water and food, sometimes even sharing synthetic steaks and premixed drinks brought from the city, which nomads considered luxuries. These nights by the bonfire became temporary venues for information and exchange. Rebecca and Pilar were regulars here. Rebecca would generously bring out her treasured strong liquor, exchanging it for the thrilling stories of the nomads migrating across the vast Badlands. For example, how to predict and avoid deadly sandstorms, where to find precious water sources under dry riverbeds, how to deal with mutated vipers or radiation scorpions, and anecdotes and spheres of influence of other nomad families. Pilar, on the other hand, was particularly interested in the technical treasures occasionally mentioned in those stories, found in abandoned military bases or pre-era ruins, always pressing for details. Although Dorio and Falco did not often join the casual chats, they would quietly listen nearby. Falco especially paid attention to the terrain changes, known dangerous areas, and activity ranges of other armed groups mentioned by the nomads. This information would be silently noted down by him, and added to his electronic maps database. This kind of interaction, built on pure work and transactions, maintaining an appropriate distance, alleviated the monotony and isolation of life in the wasteland town to some extent, and also gave Maine's crew a more concrete understanding of their environment. When the project was finally completed, what appeared before Maine's crew was no longer a dilapidated repair shop, but a silent and sturdy fortress standing on the edge of the Badlands. Its low profile merged with the barren horizon, its exterior simple and unadorned, even somewhat rugged, but its interior was meticulously planned and reinforced. Thick composite metal walls, quickly closable alloy window shields, concealed firing ports, a multi-layered perimeter sensor network, and independent small-scale power generation and water supply systems collectively formed a reliable defense and survival system. This place would become their new operational center, and their last line of defense, under the turbulent shadows of Night City. Another unspoken reason for choosing to permanently reside in the wasteland town, which everyone implicitly understood, was the ability to take shelter under the deterrent power of Osiris' workshop. That mysterious place, hidden deeper in the desert, occasionally emitting low hums and unusual energy fluctuations, was an invisible force looming over this Badlands. Osiris himself almost never showed his face and displayed complete indifference to the daily affairs of Maine's crew, but his very existence was like a reassurance, or rather, a sword hanging over the heads of potential enemies. During an internal team meeting, Maine once rapped his knuckles on the newly installed metal tabletop, emphasizing with a serious tone, "Everyone, get your priorities straight. Us living here doesn't mean the boss is our babysitter." He paused, looking around at everyone, "But if we really encounter a tough opponent that we can't solve with all our might, at least we know which direction to call for help, and the road is the shortest. That's enough." This reliance on and reverence for Osiris' power became more concrete, profound, and even tinged with a burning desire after they observed Morris's transformation up close. Morris, the elite augmented soldier who once belonged to Militeka's Spring Knife Squad, equipped with experimental Sandevistan and Mantis blades, and who almost wiped them all out with her almost ghostly speed at Gas Station 66, had transformed into a completely different, formidable weapon after being captured and deeply modified by Osiris. She still maintained a basic human silhouette, which prevented her existence from being too shocking. But any slightly experienced warrior could sense the abnormality about her. Her movements carried an absolute precision and efficiency, without any superfluous shaking. Every step, every turn, seemed to be optimally calculated. Beneath her dark gray combat suit was a new body, a fusion of unknown technology and local cyberware, occasionally revealing a dull, dark sheen at the joint connections under specific lighting, different from ordinary cyberware. Most striking were her completely modified sonic blades. They normally retracted perfectly within her forearms, silently sliding into her palms only when used. When activated, there was no dazzling light effect, only a low and oppressive hum. The sound seemed to penetrate eardrums, directly stirring the listener's internal organs, bringing an instinctive fear. On the relatively flat sandy open ground outside the dump settlement hideout, Morris and Dorio had several unpublicized sparring sessions. During the first sparring session, all members of the Maine's crew were present, and the atmosphere was filled with an indescribable tension and curiosity. Dorio, having undergone Osiris' initial biological enhancements, already possessed strength, speed, and reflexes beyond human limits. The sight of her catching high-speed mantis blades with her bare hands and punching through light armor plates is still deeply etched in everyone's memory. Her combat style was fierce and explosive, like a human storm, destroying opponents with overwhelming strength and solid defense. This made the members of the main's crew very much look forward to the fight between her and Morris. However, facing Morris, Dorio's usually effective tactics showed signs of inadequacy for the first time. Morris's movements defied all logic. The Sandevistan system, optimized by Osiris, allowed her short-distance burst acceleration and change of direction capabilities to reach an unbelievable level, leaving behind elusive afterimages. She rarely engaged Dorio in pure power clashes, always managing to dodge Dorio's monument-shattering heavy punches by a hair's breadth just as they were about to connect. At the same time, using her incredible speed and precision, she used the inactive side or spine of the sonic blade to leave clear and cold marks on Dorio's neck, ribs, joints, and other defensive weak points. Throughout the process, Dorio was like fighting an invisible mist, possessing mountain-shaking strength but nowhere to apply it. The sparring match ended in silence. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Dorio's bronze skin, her chest rising and falling slightly, her eyes grave. Morris, on the other hand, calmly retracted her blade into her arm, as if she had just completed a warm-up. 4-6 split, Maine said in a low, serious voice to the team members gathered around, his gaze still fixed on the arena. Dorio 4, Morris 6. And Morris wasn't even using her true strength. His tone was very certain. Rebecca's eyes gleamed with pure admiration for ultimate destructive power, but she couldn't help but retort, Dorio wasn't going all out either. Getting hit by her punch is no joke. That's precisely the problem. Falco pushed up the sunglasses on his nose, his gaze behind the lenses as calm as if he were analyzing a dashboard. Morris also held back. She didn't even activate the sonic blade's high-frequency vibration mode. If this were a fight to the death. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present instantly understood his unspoken words. The activated sonic blade's killing principle was said to involve molecular-level resonant disintegration. Whether Dorio's flesh and blood body, even after augmentation, could withstand such an attack remained an unknown. In such a scenario, victory and defeat might be decided in 1 or 2 breaths, and the outcome would very likely be fatal. Kiwi, who had been observing the entire process using remote sensors and data analysis software, now walked over. Her voice, coming through her mask, carried the calm and objectivity characteristic of a technician. Based on the energy readings and her movement patterns I captured and analyzed, if Morris removed all restrictions and went all out, her chances of winning might further increase to 70% or even higher. Her entire system, its integration is astonishing. Energy flow has almost no waste, which far exceeds the design philosophy of any top-tier combat cyberware currently on the market. These first-hand observations and cold data analysis struck the main's crew members like a massive stone thrown into their hearts, stirring up huge ripples. Initially, it might have been mere envy of powerful strength, which then transformed into a subtle jealousy of why others could obtain it while they had not, and finally, all these emotions converged into an almost irrepressible, burning desire for themselves to also achieve such a transformation. They were happy for Dorio's newfound strength, but Morris, as a living example, made it incredibly clear to them that Osiris possessed the true core technology that could allow them to break through their current bottlenecks and achieve a leap in status. The boss promised before Pilar couldn't help but rub his hands, excitement and urgency evident. He pointed to his old model mechanical arm, which, though flexible, showed some wear marks at the joints, to give each of us a customized modification. Look at Morris now, and then look at these patched together, almost obsolete second-hand goods on us, the difference is too damn huge. Maine took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the equally surging anticipation and restlessness in his own heart. He understood the rules of dealing with that boss better than Pilar. He scanned his eager team members, admonishing them in a serious tone, "Calm down, all of you. Don't be impatient, and certainly don't foolishly disturb the boss research. Remember, we must first prove our worth. The boss only values efficiency and returns. We must offer enough tributes and demonstrate our usefulness to possibly get him to act." His gaze swept over Pilar, Rebecca, and finally rested on the distant, faint outline of the workshop. "Next, our primary task is to collect as many things as possible that the boss might be interested in, especially those high-performance cyberware. The opportunity to prove their worth soon arrived with the changing situation in Night City. The information Osiris conveyed through Morris caused a violent earthquake among Night City's elite. The silence of the two giant corporations did not mean calm. On the contrary, the undercurrents beneath the surface grew more turbulent. Suspicion between corporations, internal factional infighting, and greed for unknown technology led to a sudden increase in assassinations, intelligence gathering, and small-scale conflicts in Night City's shadow world. Every morning, if one checked the dead man's lottery odds, they would find them increasingly unpredictable, because the death list Northwest longer just included street thugs and low-level mercenaries, but began to frequently feature some prominent figures. A mid-level corporate executive, an important gang leader, or even a well-known independent mercenary. Their bodies were often found in alleyways or luxury apartments. Their fatal wounds varied, but the commonality was that their valuable military-grade or custom-grade cyberware had all vanished without a trace. These high-performance cyberware were not entirely recovered by corporate reclamation departments. A significant portion of them flowed into the underground black market through various channels, becoming hard currency coveted by all factions. For the Main's crew, this was both a danger signal and a huge opportunity. Osiris had previously expressed interest in various technological creations of this world, especially high-performance cyberware. These physical samples were of great reference value for him to analyze the local tech tree and conduct cross-system technology integration experiments. Maine keenly seized on this point. Collect high-performance cyberware available on the market, especially those that are freshly out. Maine issued new instructions to the team. This is currently the most direct way for us to please the boss. Be careful and don't get involved in unnecessary trouble. They leveraged their network of connections built over years of operating in Night City, and began selectively acquiring these leaked cyberware. This process required caution and precise intelligence, as they not only had to avoid corporate scrutiny, but also compete with other buyers and even guard against being double-crossed. Chapter 77, Gloria 1267 words during this process, a key figure played an important role. Gloria Martinez. Gloria was an emergency medical technician at Night City Medical Center. She was around 37 or 38 years old, her face showing the haggardness of long nights working, and the dark circles under her eyes were difficult to completely conceal even with makeup. Her hands appeared somewhat dry and pale from frequent washing and wearing medical gloves. Gloria was about 1.65 meters tall and had a slender build, but she displayed a strength inconsistent with her physical size when moving medical equipment and injured people. She usually wore a somewhat faded blue medical uniform, topped with a multifunctional vest packed with first aid supplies and personal items. She was a single mother raising her son, David, who was in middle school. To provide better living conditions for her son, she worked over 12 hours a day, and her shift work made her schedule extremely irregular. Gloria lived in a mid to low-end apartment building in the Haywood district, where the rent was relatively cheap, but the public safety was average. Her greatest wish was to send her son to Arasaka Academy, to escape the quagmire-like life of the lower class, which required a huge amount of tuition fees. To raise this money, Gloria used her job's convenience to engage in a gray profession, a body collector. Unlike scavengers who had no bottom line, and would even harm living people for cyberware, Gloria's targets were limited to injured patients or bodies that were already confirmed dead. Before official medical procedures or NCPD processed the scene, she would use her skills and opportunities to carefully remove intact and valuable cyberware from the deceased. This work also walked the line between law and morality, full of risks. She needed to avoid the attention of colleagues and law enforcement, face bloody scenes, and deal with black market buyers. But she had no choice. This extra income was an important source for supporting her son and raising tuition fees. Maine's crew established contact with her through past collaborations. That was 6 months ago, when Gloria encountered a group of thugs trying to double-cross her during a night call. Maine's crew, who happened to be on a mission nearby, came to her aid and helped her out of the predicament. Since then, they valued her stable channel for acquiring first-hand cyberware, while she valued Maine's crew's fair pricing and their relatively rule-abiding nature. as they wouldn't easily rip her off. As Maine's crew's demands increased, Gloria worked even harder. She took greater risks, using her information advantage at the medical center to monitor every accident or violent conflict that might produce high-value goods. She would rush to the scene like a vulture at the first opportunity, or get advance notice of body transfer routes through internal channels. Got another one, a Model 4 Sandevistan. Although it has some burn marks, the core unit should be fine. During a secret handover at a city stronghold, Gloria handed a sealed refrigerated box to Maine, her voice tired but also with a hint of relief from completing the transaction. I got it from an unlucky animal's mini-boss. He was hit in the neck by a stray bullet during a shootout with the Moxes in the dock area. Maine opened the box and inspected it. The neural drive immersed in biological preservation fluid had a precise structure, and even with some damage, it exuded the aura of an expensive technological creation. He nodded and handed Gloria an envelope filled with non-sequential Eurodollars. Nice work, Gloria. The price is up 10% as we discussed last time. This stuff is in high demand recently. Gloria quickly counted the money and carefully put it away, a rare, genuine smile appearing on her face. Thank you, Maine. David's tuition for next semester. I've got another part of it. She paused, then added, I heard things are restless in Charter Hill recently. It seems a NetWatch official was found at home. If you're interested in goods from there, I can try to look into it. Contact me anytime you have news. Same old rules, encrypted channel. Maine didn't ask further, only emphasizing safety first. If something feels off, stop immediately. Gloria nodded, stuffing the envelope into an inner pocket and carefully zipping it up. She had repeated this action countless times. Each time she got money, she would immediately plan its use. How much to deposit into the tuition account, how much for this month's rent and utilities, and how much to save for David's extracurricular tutoring fees. She rarely bought new things for herself. The coat she wore had been with her for 3 years, and the soles of her shoes were heavily worn. But every time she saw David's report card, every time she saw her son grow a little taller, she felt it was all worth it. On her way back to the medical center, Gloria habitually checked her equipment. She carried a small caliber handgun, hidden at the bottom of her medical bag. This was a self-preservation measure she reluctantly adopted after several dangerous incidents. As a medical technician, she knew better than anyone the fragility of life, but as a mother, she had to stay strong and alive until she saw David successfully complete his studies. With the newly acquired cyberware, Maine's crew returned to the wasteland town. They delivered these items, along with various weapon modules, cyberdeck plugins, reinforced tendons, and other things collected from other channels, to the entrance of Osiris' workshop. They usually just placed the items in the designated receiving area, and then quietly left, not daring to disturb the contemplation and research of the entity deep within the workshop. They could feel that Osiris approved of these offerings. Occasionally, Osiris would transmit some brief instructions through a servoskull, such as needing a specific type of cyberware, or showing extra interest in a delivered sample. At these times, Maine's crew would act as if they had received a sacred decree, doing their utmost to search for and fulfill the request. This collection work was not without cost. They inevitably became involved in more street conflicts and underground dealings. Once, when Pilar and Rebecca were acquiring a pair of guerrilla arms from the black market, they were ambushed by another group of unidentified mercenaries who clearly also coveted the enhanced cyberware. A fierce firefight erupted between the two sides at an abandoned gas station in the Badlands. Ultimately, relying on the deterrence of Rebecca's plasma pistol and Falco's precise driving skills, they managed to break through with the goods and some minor injuries. This incident made Maine even more vigilant. "We're being watched," he concluded afterwards. "Not just the corporations, but other forces in the city too. They might have guessed we're collecting a lot of high-performance cyberware. Either they want a piece of the pie, or they want to figure out our capabilities." Despite this, they did not stop. The desire for customized modifications and the reverence for Osiris' power drove them to continue taking risks. Each time they delivered precious cyberware into the workshop, they held a sense of anticipation, hoping that perhaps next time, the boss would deem their accumulated contributions sufficient, summon them, and begin the long-promised transformative modifications. The stronghold in the wasteland town grew stronger day by day, gradually taking on the outline of a home. But they knew that true security did not come from these thick walls and defense systems, but from the silent figure deep within the workshop, and the powerful, era-transcending technological strength he represented. Chapter 78. Dump 1331. Words. Inside the dump settlement hideout, Maine's crew was performing routine maintenance and training. Rebecca was calibrating her new attachments at the firing range, Pilar was tinkering with his flashy cyberware coatings at the workbench, Falco was checking the vehicle's send filters, and Doria was doing strength training in the open space. Kiwi was huddled in front of a terminal in the corner, monitoring the data stream from the external sensors. A seemingly relaxed but highly vigilant atmosphere permeated the hideout. Just then, Servoskull Experiment No. 1, which had been in standby mode, suddenly emitted a monotonous electronic sound, breaking the silence. All main team members, Creator Osiris summons you. Proceed to the main workshop immediately. As the sound faded, the hideout instantly fell silent. Everyone's movements stopped, and their gazes uniformly turned towards Maine. Rebecca was the first to jump up, her green cybernetic eyes excitedly flashing. It's happening. It's finally happening. The boss is going to upgrade us. Pilar also excitedly dropped the spray gun in his hand, waving his slender mechanical arm. I've waited for this day for so long. My old clunker can finally retire. Getting an upgrade, baby. Even the usually composed Falco pushed up his sunglasses, a slight, uncontrollable smile playing on his lips. Dorio stopped her training, fine beads of sweat glistening on her tan skin. She looked at Maine, her gaze steady yet questioning. Maine took a deep breath, his thick fingers clenching and unclenching. He surveyed his team members, each with their own emotions, and said in a deep voice, "Did you all hear that? Get ready, we leave in 5 minutes. Don't lose your composure in front of the boss." Kiwi silently stood up from the terminal, pulling up the collar of her dark red jacket, hiding half of her face in shadow. She was both anticipating and dreading the modifications. Osiris' power made him seem unfathomable to her. The group silently walked through the desolate streets of Wasteland Town, heading towards the workshop that emitted a low hum. The closer they got, the more pronounced the smell of ozone and hot metal became in the air. The workshop's massive metal doors slid open silently, revealing the vast interior illuminated by constant cold light sources. Osiris' tall, dark red figure stood before the central control console, his crimson optical lenses scanning the newcomers without any greetings. Morris stood in the shadows behind him like a silent guard, her presence almost blending with the environment. "You've arrived," Osiris' synthesized voice was flat and even, cutting straight to the point. "Based on the materials you've collected recently, and the demands of subsequent missions, the time is ripe for your comprehensive enhancement." Rebecca almost cheered but forced herself to hold it in, only clenching her fists tightly. Pilar excitedly rubbed his hands, his eyes darting between Osiris and the strange mechanical devices around them. Maine steps up, voice steady but respectful. "Yo, boss, heard you called for us. What's the gig? Who we running on?" Osiris' mechanical finger lightly tapped the control console, and a complex energy structure diagram floated in the air, its core a constantly twisting, flickering rift model. Mission objective: conduct a live cross-dimensional teleportation experiment. Osiris' voice was devoid of any fluctuation, as if stating the most ordinary thing. "You will serve as experimental subjects, passing through the dimensional rift that I am about to stabilize, to a world on the other side. Collect basic environmental data, and then await recovery at the designated coordinates." These words were like cold water poured into a hot oil pan, instantly freezing the excitement on everyone's faces. Pilar lets out a short, awkward laugh, his tone dripping with disbelief. Wait, hold up, live cross-dimensional teleportation. Boss, you're tellin' me we're gettin' yeeted into some other freakin' world?" Rebecca's grin fades, her eyes flicking wide with a mix of awe and panic. "Yo, hold up, what's it like over there, huh? We talkin' air and ground, or are we just gonna pop out in space and crisp in a damn star?" Dorio frowned, looking at Maine, her eyes filled with worry. This mission sounded far more dangerous and bizarre than they had imagined. Maine's heart also sank abruptly. He had guessed the mission wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected something completely beyond the scope of his understanding. Maine takes a slow breath, keeping his tone level. "All right, boss, what are we looking at risk-wise here? You sure them Kurds ain't dropping us somewhere cooked?" "Risks exist," Osiris' answer remained concise. "The stability of the rift, the precision of the coordinates on the other side, and adaptability to the unknown environment are all variables. But necessary safety measures and survival guarantees will be integrated into your modifications. The coordinates on the other side, after initial scanning, possess basic conditions suitable for carbon-based life." Osiris did not disclose information about the Warhammer world to Maine's crew, only telling them to prepare, as knowing too much would not benefit them. He paused, his crimson optical lenses sweeping over each person. "The choice is yours. Accept the modifications and execute the mission, or maintain the status quo. But maintaining the status quo means your value to me will remain at its current level." The meaning of these words was clear. Not accepting meant giving up the possibility of further advancement, and perhaps even losing their current protection. Maine barely hesitated. He looked back at his team members, seeing shock and hesitation in their eyes, but more so a compelling, irresistible desire, especially after witnessing the power displayed by Morris and Dorio. He turned back, nodding heavily at Osiris. "We accept, boss. We made a vow to serve you long ago." Osiris seemed unsurprised by his answer. "Very good. Modifications will be carried out according to your roles and mission requirements. Maine as captain and primary firepower, Dorio, close combat and assault, Morris, high-speed assassination and reconnaissance, Rebecca, assault specialist, Pilar, technical support and area control, Falco, vehicle operation and logistics, Sasha, Kiwi, electronic warfare and communication support." He listed each person's duties as if inventorying tools. "The modification process will proceed in batches. For now, leave your existing cyberware data and usage habit feedback. Then return to the hideout and wait. I will notify you of the specific modification order and content." There were no further explanations, nor any words of encouragement. After speaking, Osiris turned back, refocusing his attention on the data stream flickering across the holographic interface. The massive dimensional teleporter emitted a deep resonance, as if responding to his concentration. Maine and the others silently left their data, then, under the guidance of the servo-skull, departed the workshop. On the way back, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Pilar couldn't help but speak first. "Damn, teleporting to another world, that job sounds sinister." Rebecca, however, quickly regained her spirits, patting the plasma pistol on her back. "What's there to be afraid of? Didn't the boss say there were safety measures? And after the modifications, we'll definitely be much stronger than we are now. Maybe even tougher than Morris." Dorio looked at Maine and said in a low voice, "What do you think?" Maine's expression was serious as he slowly said, "We have no retreat. From the day we decided to follow the boss, we were destined to face this level of trouble. Besides, think about the power after the modifications, it's worth the gamble." Falco sighed, "Yes, it's worth the gamble. I just didn't expect the stakes to be so high." Kiwi remained silent throughout, but her hands trembled involuntarily, a mix of fear for the unknown mission, and a burning anticipation for the electronic warfare cyberware she was about to receive, far beyond her current hacker understanding. They knew that once they stepped into the modification chamber, there would be no turning back. But the immense power ahead, like a mirage in the desert, drew them, those struggling to survive in Night City, step by step forward. Chapter 79, Transformation 1241 words. The modifications proceeded in batches according to Osiris' plan. First to be summoned were Maine, Dorio, and Morris. Maine lay on the cold metal operating table, the chill of the metal seeping through his thin surgical gown into his back. He looked at the various mechanical tentacles and tools, glinting with cold light, suspended above him. The precise clamps and rotating drills shone with a stark metallic sheen in the dim light. Even a tough guy like him couldn't help but feel his throat go dry. Osiris' figure loomed over him, his crimson optical lenses devoid of any emotion, as if he were examining a mere component. "Your role is Team Pillar and Firepower Core," Osiris said, while manipulating a mechanical tentacle to remove Main's original heavy cybernetic left arm. The metallic components made a dull thud as they were detached. "Your existing firepower is insufficient to counter the threats of unknown environments." The new modification component was brought out. Its design was entirely different from the cybernetic prosthetics Main was accustomed to encountering in Night City. It looked robust and powerful, precisely structured, with a hint of ruggedness, yet also exceptionally delicate, like a meticulously sculpted work of art. Osiris focused on connecting this system to Main's nervous and circulatory systems, explaining as he worked, "This will replace your left arm. Its core is a mastercrafted plasma cannon. It's not the cheap, cobbled-together piece I gave you before. This is a truly complete weapon system, capable of completely vaporizing any heavy armored unit you've ever seen." In fact, this was a plasma cannon that Osiris had personally crafted, meeting the mastercrafted standards of the Warhammer universe. Although Osiris was not a tech priest from a forge world like Ryza, and couldn't compare to those Ryza-born specialists in plasma weapon craftsmanship, he was still capable of building standard plasma weapon models. He carefully connected the energy conduits to the high-output energy core newly implanted in Main's chest cavity and calibrated the aiming sensors. The faint hum of electricity was exceptionally clear in the silent workshop. Main could feel a strange energy pulsating within his chest. "Pay attention to controlling your firing rhythm. Cooling after an overload takes time," Osiris added, then mentioned the form of the modification. "I've integrated it completely within a bionic arm. This was inspired by what I've seen here. If I followed my usual habits, I would have mounted the cannon directly on your shoulder." Next, Osiris began to work on Main's right arm. Another bionic arm, identical in appearance to a real arm, was taken out and began to be installed. Its surface was covered with synthetic skin, with pores and veins so lifelike that only the faint metallic sheen subtly visible at the fingertips hinted at its true nature. "Your right arm will integrate a shield generator," he continued to explain. "Based on the technology one possesses, small energy shields can now be highly miniaturized and efficient. Once deployed, this generator is capable of withstanding artillery strike-level attacks, as you understand them, providing protection equivalent to a heavy vehicle." In the Warhammer universe, shield technology is very well developed and advanced. Aside from void shields, which can only be installed on warships, large vehicles, the persons of Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos, or large structures, small energy shields are already very refined within the Imperium. So refined that even a medal or a necklace can be a shield generator, and a military-grade one at that. The one Osiris prepared for Main was just such a military-grade, large shield generator. Once deployed, it could withstand even artillery fire, providing vehicle-level protection by Warhammer World standards for small-caliber artillery. Osiris completed the final neural connection calibration, ensuring Main could freely control these bionic limbs with his thoughts limbs that looked identical to human arms but contained destructive power within. The modification process was not without pain. Even with potent anesthetics, the tearing and overloading sensations from muscles and nerves connecting to the strange and powerful system, as if countless tiny currents were crawling along his spine, still made Main clench his jaw, cold sweat dampening his forehead. But he didn't utter a sound, just stared fixedly at the ceiling, feeling the power slowly reshaping within his body. When the modification was complete and Main sat up from the operating table, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. His left arm was heavy and full of power. He could clearly perceive the presence of the plasma cannon, as if it were an extension of his body. The shield generator in his right arm was invisible, but he knew it was an energy shield that could be deployed at any moment. He tentatively channeled a small amount of energy. The armor plates on the outside of his left arm opened slightly, revealing the muzzle glowing with a faint blue light. A weak wave of heat washed over him, and the air immediately filled with the metallic, pungent smell characteristic of ozone. He immediately stopped the energy output, and the muzzle quickly closed. Even this brief attempt made him tremble at the destructive power contained within. Meanwhile, in Dorio's area, her modifications were more about optimization and enhancement. Osiris further strengthened her muscle density and bone structure, and improved her neural conduction speed, elevating her already terrifying strength and reactions to a new level. At the same time, he equipped her arms with built-in, impact-based oscillation generators, making her heavy punches not only powerful but also capable of producing widespread blunt force effects. Your mission is to destroy all obstacles ahead, and create opportunities for Main's heavy firepower, Osiris told her. Dorio felt the surging power within her, almost overflowing, her muscle fibers seemingly rewoven. She simply nodded silently and swung a fist, the whoosh of air it created sharper than ever before, the air around her knuckles even showing subtle distortions. Morris's modifications were even more refined. Osiris optimized the energy utilization efficiency of her Sandevistan system, reducing the load on her nervous system during high-speed movements, making her bursts more sustained and her changes in direction more unpredictable. The resonant frequency of her sonic blade was fine-tuned, further enhancing its destructive efficiency. At the same time, Osiris integrated more advanced environmental scanning and threat-marking functions into her sensory system, making her assassination and reconnaissance capabilities even more lethal. You are the team's eyes, ears and shadow, responsible for eliminating key targets and conducting forward reconnaissance, Osiris told Morris. Morris merely bowed slightly, indicating understanding. Her gaze was cold and focused, like a sharpened blade. Her modified senses allowed her to detect the slightest changes in airflow and residual heat in the air. When the three had completed their modifications and reunited in the open space outside the workshop, they could all feel the aura emanating from each other, far surpassing their former selves. Main's heavy firepower, Dorio's absolute strength, and Morris's extreme speed formed a solid triangle. Main flexed his new left arm and said in a deep voice, "How does it feel?" Dorio clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking crisply. "Very good, more power." Morris simply nodded faintly, her figure swaying slightly, leaving a barely perceptible afterimage in place, as if she existed in two locations at once. Main looked at his teammates, then down at his own arms. His heart felt a bit more confident about the upcoming mission, but the heavy feeling of the unknown had not diminished. Chapter 80, Upgrade 1440 words. Rebecca was next. She practically skipped into the modification area, her face beaming with irrepressible excitement. Rebecca hops up on a crate, eyes blazing, voice cracking the workshop air. "Boss, boss, boss, boss. Lemme go, lemme go. Gimme the meanest freakin' heater you got, something that pops an armored APC into tiny bits with one shot. Bigger, louder, nastier. I wanna hear it howl." Osiris' tall, dark red figure turned, his crimson optical lenses calmly sweeping over her, offering no comment on her boisterousness. His synthesized voice began steadily, cutting straight to the point. "Your current physical foundation cannot withstand the sustained recoil of higher-tier heavy weaponry. A comprehensive systemic reinforcement is required to support subsequent weapon platform integration." Without giving her a chance to haggle further, several nimble and cold mechanical tentacles extended, irresistibly guiding her to the specialized experimental platform and securing her limbs and torso. Rebecca felt the slight touch of the metal clamps closing, and finally, a hint of nervousness facing the unknown mixed with her excitement. The modification began. Unlike Main's modification, which focused on localized defense and strength enhancement, Osiris performed a deeper, more comprehensive systemic reconstruction on Rebecca. First, bone reinforcement was carried out. A high-frequency energy field enveloped her main limb bones, and nanoscale reinforcing materials were precisely injected into the bone's microstructure, integrating tightly with the original bone matrix. Rebecca felt waves of deep, widespread soreness emanating from deep within her bones, as if her entire skeleton was being reforged. Next was the optimization of the muscular system. Finer probes penetrated her major muscle groups, releasing specialized catalytic enzymes and energy flows to stimulate structural changes in muscle fibers, while simultaneously implanting miniature biomechanical coordinators to enhance their contraction efficiency and maximum power output. This process was accompanied by distinct tearing sensations and burning heat. Rebecca gritted her teeth, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, but the sound suppressed in her throat was not a cry of pain, but a low growl of almost excitement. The circulatory and nervous systems were also upgraded simultaneously. Highly efficient synthetic oxygen-carrying components were introduced into her blood, and neural conduction pathways were optimized to meet the higher metabolic demands and faster reaction requirements of her enhanced body under extreme conditions. Throughout the process, complex vital sign data and energy flow readings scrolled rapidly across a floating interface at the side of Osiris' vision. He was like a precise conductor, orchestrating this internal symphony. The reinforcement process lasted several hours, far longer and more meticulous than Main's modification. When the main reinforcement phase concluded, Rebecca felt as if she had been reborn, an unprecedented sense of power surging through her body, and her perception of her surroundings became even sharper. Only then did Osiris retrieve the new weapon prepared for her. It was a heavy firearm with an extremely rugged design, full of brutal aesthetics. Its size and weight far exceeded any firearm Rebecca had used before, almost as long as half her height. Heavy bolter, mortal applicable model, Osiris' introduction was concise and cold. It uses 150 caliber bolter rounds. A single hit is sufficient to effectively destroy light armored vehicles or tear through most known heavy armor. The recoil is extremely massive, a body not systemically reinforced cannot use it safely. Even in your current state, you must be mindful of the load from continuous firing. He skillfully mechanically connected the heavy bolter to Rebecca's reinforced spinal interface and shoulder load-bearing points, and performed neural synchronization calibration. Then, he installed an external composite aiming device for her right eye. The aiming system integrates ballistic calculation, threat level assessment, and dynamic target tracking functions. Use ammunition cautiously. Currently, supplies for this type of bolter are limited and cannot support prolonged continuous combat. Rebecca eagerly activated the weapon system. The heavy bolter emitted a deep, powerful charging hum, stably suspended on her mechanical arm attachment points. She felt the heavy, reassuring weight, and the destructive power fluctuations emanating from the weapon's core. A brilliant, almost obsessive smile spread across her face, sweeping away her previous fatigue and discomfort. This is fantastic. This is so damn good. This is what I call hardcore. Thank you, boss. Next, it was Pilar's turn. Unlike Rebecca's pursuit of extreme firepower, Osiris' modifications for him focused more on functionality and battlefield support. Osiris first strengthened Pilar's nervous system, specifically enhancing his multi-threaded information processing capabilities and device compatibility, enabling him to better operate multiple technical equipment or weapon platforms simultaneously. The main modification was a new weapon system integrated into his existing back frame, a compact but powerful flamethrower. The fuel tank was cleverly embedded in the rear of his somewhat slender torso, and the ejection mechanism was connected to his right arm's auxiliary mechanical structure. Flamethrower weapon, using promethium fuel initially refined with local synthesis technology. Although its purity is not up to standard, it is sufficient to meet basic combat needs, Osiris explained while making the connections. It is suitable for clearing clusters of unarmored or lightly armored soft targets, performing area denial and interdiction, or destroying enemy equipment sensitive to high temperatures. At the same time, Osiris retained and further optimized his distinctive long arm features, enhancing their joint flexibility and the precision and strength of their end effectors. This not only facilitated his technical repairs and equipment operations, but also could achieve unexpected effects in close-quarters combat. Pilar was very satisfied with his new toy. He tried moving his shoulders, feeling the weight of the fuel tank on his back, and the neural connection feedback from the ejection mechanism. He then nimbly waved his long arms a few times, imagining the scene of hot, viscous flames spewing from the nozzle, and couldn't help but let out his characteristic, somewhat nadietic cackle. Haha, this is going to be fun. Let's see who dares to complain about my long arms now. Finally, Falco entered the workshop. As the team's driver, his modification direction was different from everyone else's. Osiris did not install any direct offensive weapon systems for him but focused on extreme optimization of his nervous system, reaction speed, and environmental perception capabilities. A precise neural interface array and sensory enhancers were carefully implanted into specific segments of his spine and relevant areas of his cerebral cortex. This system significantly enhanced his information processing speed, dynamic visual capture capability, spatial perception accuracy, and multitasking processing capability. Your core responsibility is to pilot vehicles, ensuring the team's strategic mobility in various complex and high-risk environments. Osiris explained his design logic during the final calibration and debugging. This vehicle operator assistance system will allow you to maintain clear consciousness, acute perception, and precise decision-making during extreme speed driving, complex terrain evasion, and even a certain degree of gravity overload. It can assist you in anticipating potential threats and planning optimal routes. In the future, if resources and conditions allow, a specialized vehicle more suited to your enhanced capabilities will be provided for you. Osiris core thinking already had a preliminary concept. Once dimensional teleportation technology was stable enough to establish reliable connections, he might be able to procure a relatively generic night mecha from the Warhammer universe. Although such a war vehicle was far less powerful than a true night mecha, its control characteristics and the demands on the driver perfectly matched Falco's current reinforcement direction. Falco felt the changes after the modification was completed. The entire world seemed to slow down in his perception. Every subtle feedback from a vehicle, every dynamic detail of the surrounding environment, flooded into his consciousness with unprecedented clarity, and was rapidly processed into useful information. He attempted to simulate an extremely complex chase route in his mind, and the calculation speed was astonishingly fast. He gently pushed up his sunglasses and nodded steadily. He understood that in a team, the ability to safely, quickly, and efficiently transport everyone to a mission location, or extract them from danger, was no less important than unleashing firepower on the front line. When Rebecca, Pilar, and Falco completed their modifications and reassembled outside the workshop, Maine's crew's tactical configuration had been greatly supplemented and enhanced. Rebecca's heavy bolter provided astonishing destructive power, surpassing any previous direct fire, capable of tearing through strong defenses in a frontal engagement. Pilar's flamethrower brought valuable area suppression and purification capabilities, effectively countering human wave tactics or specific environmental targets. And Falco's deep reinforcement was like equipping the team with sharper eyes and steadier legs, greatly enhancing overall mobility and survival probability. This team, gradually forged by Osiris' hand, was transforming in a direction that transcended the scope of street mercenaries. Chapter 81, Digital Warfare 1353. Words. Sasha and Kiwi were the last to enter the workshop. Their moods were completely different yet carried a similar gravity. Sasha's mood was the most complex and inexpressible. She had once teetered on the brink of death, her body like a shattered doll, most of her bones fractured, her internal organs severely damaged. It was Osiris, using technical means she couldn't comprehend, who forcibly pulled her back from the precipice of complete annihilation. That emergency modification had replaced almost all her original components, except for her brain and some core nervous systems, allowing her to be reborn in an almost inhuman form. Standing here now, facing a deeper level of upgrade, her heart was a mix of gratitude towards her creator, apprehension about the unknown, and a hint of confusion about her own form of existence. Was this body, almost entirely composed of metal and synthetic tissue, still considered Sasha? Kiwi, on the other hand, was driven more by a technician's curiosity and a barely perceptible awe. She had personally experienced Osiris' godlike terrifying power, capable of instantly paralyzing an entire corporate squad through the network. That experience of having her consciousness forcibly taken over, and her body used as a springboard, completely overturned her understanding of hacking technology. She yearned to understand, to master this digital warfare technology that transcended Night City's scope of comprehension, though deep down, she still maintained a degree of vigilance towards this power and its origins. Osiris' tall, dark red figure stood by the workbench, his crimson optical lenses scanning the two, without any superfluous emotional expression or small talk. Your existing systems are inefficient and do not match the team's future combat needs, his flat, synthesized voice echoed in the workshop, as if stating an objective fact. The modifications will focus on the head and nervous system, replacing the outdated network access ports and netrunner suites. The surgical process was precise, efficient and even, one might say, ruthless. The original implants, belonging to the cyberpunk world, were removed one by one, replaced by Adeptus Mechanicus standard electronic warfare prosthetics. These newly implanted structures were more complex, highly integrated, with sharp, functional lines, exuding a pure, inhuman sense of efficiency. The process of neural connection was accompanied by subtle energy fluctuations and data stream synchronization. Sasha and Kiwi could feel that something larger and colder was interfacing with their consciousnesses. Modifications complete, Osiris' voice pulled their consciousnesses back to reality. Your original hacking equipment has been removed. The new system is a node unit built for electronic warfare requirements. He began to explain the specific functions of this new system, his tone like someone reading a technical manual. First, individual combat capability. In a solo state, either of you can actively deploy a powerful electronic warfare field with a radius of approximately 1 kilometer. This field is not merely simple signal interference, it can release modulated, high-intensity electromagnetic pulses, and a torrent of data junk code. It is sufficient to instantly overload and burn out all insufficiently protected, civilian, and some standard military-grade electronic equipment within its range. This means that most unshielded prosthetics, communicators, drones, and vehicle control systems will be paralyzed the moment the field is deployed. Second, collaborative combat mode. When both of you are within effective connection distance and operating collaboratively, the system's power and range can be stacked and amplified. The coverage of the electronic warfare field can be expanded to a maximum diameter of 5 kilometers. At the same time, you can establish a relatively stable regional encrypted communication network, providing reliable command and intelligence links for our units in complex electromagnetic environments. Osiris concluded, in short, the core advantage of this system is that it targets all enemies reliant on precise electronic equipment and network connections. In this world where most combat personnel are highly cybernetically enhanced, its effectiveness will be maximized. Sasha slowly raised her hand. She tried to subtly manipulate her newly acquired power, and a few almost imperceptible, faint arcs of dangerous blue light instantly sparked at her fingertips. A faint ionized scent permeated the air. She could feel the invisible electromagnetic signals in the surrounding space, which now seemed to have contours and colors, forming a new, information-based layer of perception. She took a deep breath, suppressing the flicker of self-identity confusion in her heart, and focused on the sense of control brought by this new power. Kiwi's reaction was more direct and focused. Almost the moment the system activated, she became immersed in the vast ocean of data perception. She could clearly see wireless data packets flowing through the air, hear the electromagnetic whispers emitted by distant workshop equipment in standby, and even vaguely perceive the identification signals from implants on Main and others outside the wasteland town. What Osiris had given her was no longer the skill of hiding in data shadows to find system backdoors, but the authority to crush enemies head-on, controlling the entire information battlefield with absolute power. This leap in power level made her previously mastered hacking techniques seem like child's play. For the first time, she truly realized that her decision to join this team was perhaps the most correct and most disruptive decision of her professional career. When Sasha and Kiwi walked out of the workshop together, their external changes were not as obvious as those of the other team members, but their demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation. Sasha became more serene, as if an invisible data stream quietly flowed in the depths of her eyes, carrying a clarity and detachment born from experiencing life, death, and reshaping. Kiwi, on the other hand, shed some of her previous coldness and wariness, replaced by a focus and intensity for exploring unknown technological domains. Her gaze became sharper, as if it could penetrate material surfaces and directly perceive their inner electronic souls. The two of them were no longer hackers in the traditional sense. They were mobile electronic warfare fortresses, invisible information barriers, strategic-level units capable of reverting tech-dependent enemies to a primitive state in an instant. In future battles, they would not need to pull a trigger directly. Their very existence would be enough to carve out an absolute advantage in the dimension of information for the team, or, when Osiris needed it, transform into an all-encompassing electronic storm. In fact, measured by the technological standards of the cyberpunk world, the electronic warfare capabilities Sasha and Kiwi now possessed had reached a level akin to strategic deterrence. Osiris' internal simulations showed that if the two of them, working together, unleashed their full power without regard for consequences, their superimposed and amplified electronic warfare field could cover the core area of Night City. At that time, the nervous systems and prosthetics of most residents in the city, those citizens highly dependent on implants for basic physiological functions or social connections, would suffer devastating damage, equivalent to an indiscriminate electronic massacre targeting the entire city. The city's infrastructure, communication networks, and transportation systems would also fall into complete paralysis. This terrifying effect was not because the Adeptus Mechanicus electronic warfare technology itself was designed for such large-scale, non-selective attacks, but rather stemmed from the cyberpunk world's unpreparedness against it. This world's tech tree is extremely biased towards digitalization and network interconnection. Whether it's human augmentation or social operation, it deeply relies on precise, yet generally unprotected, implants and devices that lack the ability to withstand high-intensity, specific electronic impacts. In the Warhammer universe, to cope with various harsh battlefield environments, important military equipment, vehicles, and even Space Marines' power armor are equipped with corresponding levels of protection and shielding measures. However, Night City's general technological level, when facing the high-power electronic warfare of the Adeptus Mechanicus designed for brutal galactic wars to paralyze automated combat machines and disrupt enemy communications and sensors, its inherent fragility is exposed without a doubt. Perhaps some top-tier Militech prototype equipment or Arasaka's core security systems could resist for a moment with special structures or independent networks, but under a tsunami-like assault of electronic junk code specifically targeting their underlying protocols and energy characteristics, such resistance is destined to be short-lived. Chapter 82, Interdimensional Teleportation. 1271 words. After all modifications were completed, the entire Main's crew underwent 3 days of intensive adaptability training on the sandy open ground outside the dump settlement hideout. Everyone needed to familiarize themselves with their newly acquired equipment, new abilities, and new modes of cooperation with each other. Rebecca's heavy bolter roared deafeningly with each shot, its recoil enough to knock over an ordinary strongman, but she stood firm, relying on her enhanced bones and muscles. The muzzle flash illuminated her excited face. The remains of a scrapped car were instantly torn into twisted metal fragments by the impact of the bolter rounds. Pilar was testing his flamethrower nearby. As the trigger was pulled, a viscous, scorching stream of promethium fuel roared out, striking a pile of discarded tires, instantly igniting towering flames. The high temperature severely distorted the surrounding air, even scorching the sand into glass-like crystals. He smugly adjusted the spray angle, muttering, "Now this is art. Much more exciting than those shiny light tubes." Sasha and Kiwi, meanwhile, conducted digital warfare coordination tests. Working together, they deployed an invisible electronic barrier. Within its range, all unauthorized electronic devices including training drones and several old terminals instantly had their screens go black and systems crash. Sasha focused on maintaining the barrier's stability, while Kiwi attempted to construct a secure communication network within the barrier. Her fingers rapidly slid across a virtual interface, and data analysis streams flickered in her modified eyes. Falco tested his new reaction nerves and driving skills. He drove a brand new Goodwood off-road vehicle, performing various incredible sharp turns and drifts through a complex obstacle course, kicking up clouds of dust. Enhanced dynamic vision and neural reflexes allowed him to anticipate the path ahead, controlling the vehicle as if it were his own body. Dorio and Morris engaged in a more restrained combat drill. Dorio tested the limits of her body's defenses, blocking Morris's rapid, unactivated sonic blade slashes with her arms, which were covered in new composite armor, producing dull metallic thuds. Morris maintained her efficient and calm style. Her movements were elusive, and each strike precisely targeted Dorio's defensive weak points, but the force was controlled perfectly. Maine watched his team members familiarize themselves with their new power, feeling both relief and a hint of solemnity. He could feel that the team's combat effectiveness had undergone a qualitative leap, but at the same time, he understood that possessing such power meant the challenges they would face in the future would also be entirely different. During a break in training, Rebecca wiped the barrel of her bolter and said to Pilar, "Hey, String Bean, now I really feel like we could go flip Arasaka Tower upside down." Pilar, while checking the flamethrower's fuel lines, replied, "Come on, Shorty, the boss didn't tell us to tear down the tower. If we run into corporate mechs again, my baby will definitely melt it into slag." Falco stopped his car, took off his sunglasses to wipe them, and reminded them, "Don't get too cocky. Arasaka won't ignore our current state." Doria walked over, sweat beading on her bronze skin, but her breathing was steady. "Falco's right. We must be more cautious and control these new powers better, so we don't cause trouble for the boss." Sasha and Kiwi finished their electronic warfare test. Sasha let out a soft breath and said to Kiwi, "The coordination was pretty good. The barrier strength and duration both exceeded expectations." Kiwi nodded. Although she didn't speak, her eyes showed less of her usual aloofness and more an acknowledgement of teamwork. Maine gathered everyone and summarized the training. "As you've all experienced, we've been reborn. But this is just the beginning. We must familiarize ourselves with this new equipment and these new abilities as if they were our own arms. The upcoming mission won't be easy. The boss needs us to prove the value of these investments." After 3 days of adaptability training, the team rested and performed final equipment checks. Everyone was filled with confidence in their new state, and an unprecedented cohesion permeated the team. Just as they were preparing for their next course of action, Osiris summons were directly transmitted to the hideout's communication terminal via the workshop's servo skull. The order was concise and clear: all members immediately proceed to the main workshop for a mission briefing. Everyone immediately sprang into action, donning their full combat gear. Rebecca slung her bolter over her back, Pilar checked the flamethrower's pressure gauge, Sasha and Kiwi ensured data reception devices and encrypted communicators were functioning correctly, Falco and Dorio performed final weapon status checks, and Maine oversaw the whole process, checking everyone's readiness. Morris was already prepared, standing silently to the side, like a drawn blade. With solemn expressions, they once again stepped into the workshop. The interior had changed even more since they last left. The dimensional teleporter was in an unprecedented state of activity. The central energy focus area glowed blindingly, and within the constantly twisting, deforming, eerie blue light mass, a destructive power seemed to be contained. A low, rhythmic hum filled the entire space, making their teeth ache and their hearts involuntarily throb along with it. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and a strange, indescribable sensation, as if space itself was being stretched and torn. Osiris' tall, dark red figure stood with his back to them, in front of the main control console. Several of his mechanical tentacles were directly connected to the console's interfaces, seemingly directly interfering with the flow of energy. He did not turn around, his cold, steady synthesized voice cutting through the roar of the equipment, directly entering everyone's auditory processors. Adaptation period concluded. Experimental phase officially initiated. Your next mission objective is to pass through the stabilized rift and arrive at a coordinate point on the other side that has been preliminarily scanned and assessed as relatively safe. He paused slightly, and data streams cascaded across the control console. Your primary mission is survival. Death is a meaningless waste. This is your highest priority mission objective: survive for at least 3 days. After 3 days, I will reopen the dimensional rift and retrieve you. The secondary mission is to make contact with my subordinate I left there. I will send a servo skull with you through the dimensional rift. Once on the other side, you will obey its commands. His voice was devoid of emotion, like he was reading a standard operating procedure, but each instruction carried undeniable authority. Stand in the designated position. One of Osiris' mechanical tentacles lifted, pointing to a circular area precisely outlined by fiber optics on the teleporter's base. Maine took a deep breath, glanced at his team members behind him, and was the first to step in with firm strides. Dorio followed closely, and Morris silently moved to the team's flank. Rebecca and Pilar exchanged glances, then also followed, their faces showing a mix of tension and eagerness. Falco adjusted his breathing, and stood in a relatively central position within the team. Sasha and Kiwi entered last, standing at the back of the team, already whispering to each other, preparing to deal with electronic interference during the teleportation process. Osiris' crimson optical lenses fixed on the wildly fluctuating data streams and energy reading curves on the control console. His mechanical finger entered confirmation on the final set of instructions. Final energy injection sequence initiated. Stabilization field output maximized, the servoskull reported in a monotonous electronic voice. All auxiliary lighting in the workshop instantly extinguished, leaving only the blinding, violently pulsating, eerie blue light from the teleporter's core. Chapter 83, See you on the 1263 words. The moment they passed through the dimensional rift, Maine's crew members experienced the most bizarre and ineffable sensation of their lives. It was as if they had been thrown into a fully operational industrial-grade tumble dryer by an irresistible force, with the world spinning wildly and their sense of direction completely lost. Immediately after, an even more terrifying sensation struck them. Their bodies felt as if they were being completely torn apart and pulverized by an invisible force, every cell and every neural signal disassembled into basic particles, mixed and stirred. Their consciousness floated in pure chaos and nothingness, almost on the verge of complete dissipation. Just at this critical point, that force suddenly reversed, remolding and reshaping their shredded existences. Motherfucker! The process of regaining consciousness was accompanied by a chorus of suppressed groans and curses. Everyone, without exception, lost their balance and couldn't maintain a standing posture. Maine's knee hit the cold, hard ground with a dull thud, and he used his modified left arm to brace himself, preventing him from falling completely flat. Dorio also knelt on one knee, her bronze-colored face muscles taut, her reinforced body trembling slightly. Falco supported himself with both hands on the ground, his sunglasses askew, breathing heavily. Pilar, on the other hand, was completely sprawled on the ground, his slender mechanical arms spread out limply. Rebecca lay on her back, eyes unfocused, her chest heaving violently, feeling as if all her internal organs were out of place. Only Morris, whose body had undergone targeted deep optimization by Osiris, possessed a tolerance for spatial disturbances far exceeding her companions. She merely stumbled 2 steps, quickly regaining her balance as her figure swayed. Almost the instant she stabilized, her enhanced sensory system was fully activated, and her cold, composite optical lenses sharply scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. The armor plates on the outside of her forearms silently slid open, and the sonic blade, shimmering with a faint blue energy glow, did not fully extend, but was in a pre-activated state, ready to be deployed at any moment. Her entire being was like a fully drawn bow, exuding an aura of caution that warned others to keep their distance. Osiris' previous mission briefing had given them a very high estimate of the dangers of another world. Now, having just struggled back from that nearly fatal transmission experience, strong survival instincts and wariness of the unknown compelled them to immediately confirm their safety. Is everyone all right? Maine's voice was tinged with a suppressed hoarseness. He was the first to raise his head, cautiously looking around, while simultaneously shielding himself with his right arm, a bionic arm integrated with a powerful shield generator adopting a defensive stance. I'm fine. Rebecca struggled to get up, but her limbs were still a bit weak. Dorio reached out and pulled her up. Feels like I was taken apart and put back together, and maybe a few parts were put in the wrong place. Pilar mumbled, flexing his distinctive long arms, checking if his joints were functioning normally. Falco quickly put on his sunglasses, his gaze rapidly scanning environmental parameters through the lenses. Sasha and Kiwi stood back to back, their electronic warfare prosthetics silently activated, forming a small-range passive defensive barrier, sensing surrounding electromagnetic fluctuations and data streams. However, the attack or extremely dangerous environment they had anticipated did not materialize. The scene that greeted their eyes instead brought a touch of surprise to their tense nerves. They were inside a huge cave, seemingly carved out by artificial means. The cave ceiling was very high, lost in shadow, with only a few scattered, stable but distant light sources, like stars, barely outlining the dome's contours. The main light source came from tubular luminaires embedded in the walls, emitting a cool-toned, uniform, and non-glaring white light that illuminated the entire space like some sacred hall or austere factory. Underfoot was a circular platform, slightly raised about 30 centimeters from the ground, its surface not smooth, but densely inscribed with complex and unfamiliar geometric patterns and nested rings. These engravings were deep and precise, as if instantly carved with extremely high-energy tools, forming a structure of unknown function, resembling an altar or some kind of energy-focusing base. Around them stood various instruments and equipment they couldn't comprehend. The first impression given by these devices was that they were crude, primitive, and even somewhat clunky. Huge brass or dark steel gears, over a meter in diameter, meshed tightly with equally thick drive shafts, emitting heavy, rhythmic grinding sounds as they slowly turned. Thick cables, wrapped in heavy black insulation, like dormant metal pythons, coiled in bundles on sturdy metal brackets or stretched along ground grooves. At some nodes, exposed interfaces could be seen, flickering with faint electrical arcs. Inside some half-human tall glass tube or columnar containers, slowly flowing, glowing green or dark blue unknown liquids or gases were sealed, the intensity of their light pulsating with a certain rhythm, as if breathing. However, this crudeness and primitiveness were merely visual illusions, a matter of style. Upon closer inspection, the exquisite craftsmanship hidden beneath became apparent. Every tooth of those massive gears was perfectly machined, the meshing gaps too small to discern with the naked eye, and the metal surfaces gleamed with the cold luster only achievable after special heat treatment and polishing, clearly not ordinary brass or steel. The insulation on those thick cables, though seemingly heavy, was flexible and extremely strong, vaguely revealing that the conductors beneath were not ordinary copper cores, but rather a dark silver, woven fabric of an exotic metal wire, evidently with extremely high energy conductivity. The stable and low hum of energy faintly emanating from within the instruments, devoid of any noise or fluctuation, revealed a reliability and precision in their power core and control system far exceeding the common technological standards of Night City. The overall atmosphere of the environment somehow bore a striking resemblance to the workshop Osiris had in Wasteland Town, which they were familiar with. It was a mechanical aesthetic that completely discarded unnecessary aesthetics and ergonomic comfort, purely pursuing functionality and utilitarianism. The existence of every bolt and every conduit seemed to serve only the most efficient accomplishment of a specific purpose. However, the style of this place was older and heavier than Osiris' relatively modern and integrated workshop. Those exposed gears, levers, and steam-powered elements carried a solemn, almost obsessive sense of grandeur, tempered by years, as if silently proclaiming an ancient worship and adherence to mechanical power. "Is this what the boss called the other end?" Rebecca shook her head, her green cybernetic eye curiously surveying this place, which looked less like a dangerous zone, and more like an ancient technological ruin. "Pretty sturdy. Stay alert," Maine ordered in a deep voice. Despite the seemingly calm environment, he dared not be careless in the slightest. His left arm, the prosthetic integrated with a finely crafted plasma cannon, glowed faintly with energy circuits, in a low-power standby state. Just then, a regular, metallic grinding sound of footsteps came from a side passage of the cave. The sound was steady and powerful, echoing in the cavernous space. Everyone's gaze instantly turned to the source of the sound, their nerves, which had just slightly relaxed, tensed up again. Weapon systems were quietly adjusted to a ready-to-fire state. Dorio stepped half a pace forward, subtly shielding Rebecca and Pilar, and other members with weaker defenses, behind her. Morris's figure slightly crouched, and the hum of her sonic blade almost imperceptibly increased by one level. Chapter 84, Other Side 1101 Words. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a humanoid entity completely encased in metal. She stood as stable as a sculpture, her height similar to Maine's, about 2.5 meters, exuding a quiet sense of oppression. Her limbs were purely functional metal prosthetics, uncovered by synthetic skin. Their surfaces were not smooth, but bore subtle machining marks and faint scratches from prolonged use. The joint structures were particularly massive and sturdy, with complex hydraulic rods and multi-axis bearings vaguely visible, ensuring her movements possessed both strength and precision. Her torso was covered with thick, dark red composite armor plates, clearly riveted. These plates were layered and reinforced in critical areas. The robe she wore differed from Osiris' loose long robe, more akin to a standardized combat suit, equipped with reinforced shoulder pads and a skirt-like structure made of overlapping metal plates, allowing for mobility while providing additional protection. Her head was completely covered by an antique-styled, hard-lined metal helmet, with a set of optical lenses positioned on one side of the helmet, rotating with her gaze. Adorning the top of the helmet was a crest resembling half of a precision gear, its edges sharp, remaining still with her slightest head movement, adding a touch of timeless majesty and inhumanity to her overall appearance. The appearance of this metallic figure immediately brought a strong sense of oppression. Her design was starkly different from the streamlined, bioengineered body modification styles popular in Night City, filled with a retro, hardcore, even barbaric sense of machinery. However, the reason Maine's crew didn't immediately open fire, besides the other party showing no obvious hostility, was that next to this metallic figure, a familiar device also floated, a servoskull. The hollow eye sockets gleamed with a cold red light, identical to the servoskulls in Osiris' workshop. Just as the tense atmosphere was almost solidifying, the metallic figure stopped. The voice that followed was distinctly female, although go through some synthesis, carrying a metallic resonance. Careful listening could still discern the soft vocal bass hidden beneath. Her voice was steady and clear, transmitted directly through air vibrations, rather than relying on body modification communicators. "Are you the guests?" Sekhmet turned to them, her helmet's optical sensor sweeping over the fully alert Maine's crew, finally resting on Maine, who was subtly protected in the center of the group. "I am Sekhmet, the commander of Mugos Osiris Cult Guard. Mugos has informed me of your arrival, and I will be responsible for hosting you these next few days." Maine frowned deeply, stepping forward, his sturdy body blocking Sekhmet from his teammates. His tone was a mix of confusion and strong doubt, a string of questions tumbling out. "You said you knew we were coming. What exactly is going on here? What is this place? What exactly does Mugos Osiris want us to do?" His insistent questioning undoubtedly voiced the feelings of all squad members. Although Rebecca did not speak, her hands remained tightly gripped on the massive heavy bolter. Though its muzzle was not explicitly raised towards the other party, her fingers never left the trigger guard, her knuckles slightly white from the effort. Sekhmet showed no emotional fluctuation in response to Maine's barrage of questions. Her metal-forged head simply tilted slightly, her smooth faceplate sweeping over everyone. This action was difficult to interpret, seeming both like a meticulous observation of them and possibly just a programmed response. In this delicate moment of standoff, the servoskull that had accompanied Maine's crew through the dimensional rift slowly floated into the open space between the two parties. In its hollow eye sockets, a red light flickered at a constant frequency, and intricate components seemed to be operating within. Immediately, a voice they were incredibly familiar with, yet at this moment seemed particularly distant, clearly emanated from the servoskull's built-in speaker, echoing in the empty cavern. It was Osiris' unique, cold, emotionless voice. "I shall explain," the voice said, getting straight to the point without any pleasantries. "My original source is this world. The previous journey to your world was an accident. And the primary purpose of this teleportation experiment is to find and stabilize a reliable path to return to this world from my current location." The servoskull paused slightly, as if processing a data stream, then continued in that unquestionable objective tone. "As for why I did not disclose all information to you in advance, it was to avoid introducing unnecessary interfering variables and complex emotional factors before the mission's execution, thereby affecting the purity and accuracy of the data collected from this experiment." Osiris' voice was as direct as ever, carrying a cold indifference that treated everything as experimental parameters. "Your mission has not changed. Survive here for at least 72 standard hours, which is 3 days. Adapt to this environment, collect basic physiological and sensory data, and when the time comes, I will reopen the dimensional rift and bring you back." The servoskull paused, seemingly processing information, then turned towards Sekhmet and emitted a rapid and complex series of binary electronic tones. Sekhmet's servoskull immediately flew forward and engaged in a brief data exchange with its counterpart from the cyberpunk universe. Several small indicator lights on the side of the skull rapidly flickered a few times. Upon receiving the information, Sekhmet immediately performed a strange and solemn gesture towards the servoskull transmitting Osiris instructions, then bowed slightly. As per Muggo's command, information received, Sekhmet's voice remained steady, but the reverence within it was discernible. Having completed the command transmission and information handover, the servoskull from Wasteland Workshop ceased to speak, floating silently in midair, entering a standby state, as if its mission was accomplished. Sekhmet turned back to Main's crew. Although her metallic face could not express any emotion, her posture seemed to soften by an infinitesimal degree. Your questions have been answered. Now please follow me. Your condition requires rest and adaptation. A temporary dwelling has been prepared for you at the camp. With that, she didn't wait for Maine and the others to react further, but turned directly and walked with her regular, heavy steps towards the passage she had emerged from. Her servoskull followed closely behind her. Maine quickly exchanged glances with Dorio and Falco. Although the situation remained shrouded in mystery, Osiris' personal explanation and Sekhmet hosting demeanor temporarily dispelled the worst expectations of conflict. Keep up, maintain formation, stay alert, Maine ordered in a low voice. Regardless, they were now in a completely unfamiliar environment, and following Sekhmet, who seemed to be one of their own, was the most reasonable choice for now. Chapter 85, Camp. 1166 words. The squad members quickly adjusted their stance, falling into a standard tactical formation to keep pace with Sekhmet. Morris remained on high alert, silently ghosting along the flanks of the team, her sensory systems fully engaged, scanning every corner. Although Rebecca and Pilar had holstered their heavy bolters and flamethrowers on their backs or attachment points, their hands instinctively rested on their sidearms, ready for any sudden developments. Sasha and Kiwi continuously monitored the surrounding electromagnetic environment, their neural interfaces working at high speed, attempting to analyze the network structure and data protocols of this unfamiliar world. However, the feedback signals were filled with unidentifiable codes and strong background interference, like facing an impenetrable wall of chaotic noise, making it difficult for them to delve deeper for a while. They passed through a wide corridor, where spherical devices emitting a steady white light were embedded in the rock walls, illuminating the entire passage as brightly as day. The light was even and cold, without the slightest flicker. At the end of the corridor, the light gradually changed, transforming from the cold white of artificial illumination to a natural, slightly yellowish daylight. When they finally exited the corridor and arrived at the cave's mouth, the sight before them brought a strange sense of shock, even to those accustomed to Night City's bizarre, skyscraper-filled, and bloody streets, followed by a heavy feeling of oppression. The cave exit was located in a depression of a massive valley, and as far as the eye could see, a nascent camp spread out before them. The architectural style of the camp was consistent with the interior of the cave, characterized by extreme ruggedness and utilitarianism throughout. Towering watchtowers stood like steel giants on the camp's periphery, equipped with bizarrely shaped defensive weapons they had never seen before. These weapons had polygonal barrels and complex energy-focusing arrays, with thick energy conduits snaking along the towers, glowing with an ominous, lava-like dark red light in the thin air. Some massive vehicles, resembling mobile factories or fortresses, were parked at the edge of the open ground. Their armor was thick, and their exposed exhaust pipes occasionally emitted a low, continuous roar, as if sleeping behemoths were breathing. The entire camp was enveloped in an atmosphere of orderly yet bone-chilling coldness. However, what made them most uncomfortable were the residents moving about in the camp. Most of them wore red robes similar to Sekhmet's, varying in shade, and different parts of their bodies had been replaced with metal prosthetics. Some had only replaced arms or legs, but many more had undergone extensive modifications, with heavy metal plating for chests and various styles of metal masks or hoods on their heads, revealing only optical lenses that glowed with different colored lights. Their movements were precise and efficient, but lacked the natural fluidity of ordinary people. Their interactions were mostly brief, binary language with electrical static or low-pitched commands. The entire camp exuded an inhuman, cold sense of order. Why are there so many? Rebecca instinctively leaned closer to Dorio, whispering, a flicker of imperceptible fear in her green cybernetic eye. These red-robed metal people made her feel more terrifying than the aggressive gang members of Night City. It was an instinctive repulsion stemming from differences in life forms. Pilar also shrank his neck, responding in a low voice, I feel like we've fallen into a robot nest. Are they still human? Falco silently observed the camp's layout and the activities of its personnel, trying to deduce the organization's operational model. Sasha and Kiwi, on the other hand, showed great interest in the technology and equipment used by the red-robed figures, but at the same time, they became even more wary. This world's tech tree was clearly distinct from what they were familiar with. Sekhmet seemed accustomed to their reactions. She did not stop, leading them directly to a row of relatively independent tents, constructed from prefabricated panels, at the edge of the camp. Sekhmet stopped in front of a row of relatively simple metal prefabricated barracks, turning to face Main's crew. Her synthesized, melodious voice spoke again, but the content of her words carried an undeniable seriousness. This will be your dwelling for the next 3 days. She raised a metal arm, gesturing towards the barracks behind her, her movements precise, and without any superfluity. She paused slightly, her optical lenses on her faceplate seemingly scanning each squad member's face, ensuring the information was received. Then, she continued, her tone even more explicitly warning, I need to remind you again, this is a planet officially designated as a death world. The environment outside the camp is extremely harsh, far beyond your conventional understanding. Furthermore, uncharted, unknown dangers may lurk within that vast desert. Her voice was steady, yet carried significant weight, therefore, please ensure you remain within the clearly demarcated safe zones of the camp. Do not, out of curiosity, attempt to venture into the desert, nor casually touch or investigate any equipment or devices you do not understand. She emphasized finally, this is both to ensure your own safety and to maintain the inviolable order and stability of this place. Having said that, she gave a slight nod, then turned and departed with her servoskull, leaving Main's crew standing in front of the tents, exchanging bewildered glances. The massive metal cave, the bizarrely styled red-robed cyborgs, the desolate planet called a death world, Osiris' vague purpose for the experiment, a flood of information bombarded their brains, leaving them feeling a strong sense of dizziness and bewilderment after their cross-dimensional transfer. Bossman, what exactly is going on with us now? Rebecca couldn't help but look at Main, her face etched with confusion. Main watched Sekhmet's retreating figure, then surveyed the cold, unfamiliar, and inhuman-feeling camp, letting out a heavy sigh. He shook his head, his rugged face also full of solemnity. I don't know either, Rebecca, he answered honestly, but the boss said to stay for 3 days. In these 3 days, we have to survive, and don't cause trouble. He pushed open the tent door. Inside were simple but adequate facilities. Get in first, rest up, check your gear. Falco, make sure to record environmental data. Sasha, Kiwi, try to establish an internal communication network and see if you can find any vulnerabilities to connect to this world's network, but be extremely careful not to be discovered. The team members silently entered the tent, temporarily isolating themselves from the outside's doubts and unease. But they all knew that these 3 days would be anything but easy. On this strange planet, known as a death world, they not only had to face potential environmental threats, but also adapt to this world of metal, gears, and cold logic, which was entirely different from Night City. And Osiris' true intentions still hung over their hearts like a dense fog. Here are 3 updates to get started. I'll eat dinner, and there should be 15 more today. Chapter 86, Frustration 1334 words deep within the Wasteland workshop, the hum of the dimensional teleporter gradually subsided, eventually settling into a steady operational sound, leaving only the faint hiss of the cooling system. Osiris' crimson optical lens locked onto the main control interface, the data stream had stabilized. The life signals of all Main's crew members were clear and steady, confirming their successful arrival at the preset coordinates. The final visual signal transmitted by the servoskull was fixed on Sekhmet's familiar dark red armored figure. At this point, the first phase of the mission, live teleportation and coordinate verification, was successfully completed. The confirmation of success did not stir any unnecessary ripples in his core thought processes. For him, this was merely the successful collection of a necessary data point in the experimental process. His attention had quickly shifted to the next critical node, ensuring the dimensional teleporter could flawlessly execute the retrieval procedure after a 72-hour cooling and recalibration cycle. Several mechanical tentacles silently extended from the workshop's shadows, beginning a comprehensive inspection of the equipment, meticulously calibrating each energy circuit, and rigorously analyzing the structural stress endured by the core resonant unit during this teleportation. Every transdimensional leap was a severe test for precision components, and the retrieval phase could not afford any failure. Concurrently, he activated the preset command sequence within the servoskull that had accompanied Main's crew through the teleportation. These commands had been finalized before the experiment began, and their trigger condition was successful arrival at coordinates and establishment of initial contact with the receiving unit. The command content was interconnected. First, it granted Sekhmet, the Skitarii Corps commander, permission to utilize camp resources to provide Main's crew with basic living necessities, ensuring the survival of these experimental subjects during the observation period. Subsequently, the servoskull unlocked an independent data package in its local database, providing Main's crew with a highly streamlined and strictly desensitized overview document of the Warhammer universe background for their perusal. This was intended to give them a basic understanding of the extreme and dangerous nature of their environment, preventing uncontrolled behavior due to complete ignorance. Finally, the servoskull was strictly ordered to bring back the specific data carrier prepared by Sekhmet, based on Osiris' earlier instructions during the retrieval phase. At this moment, the direct, real-time connection between Osiris and the Warhammer universe camp was completely severed. He was like a scientist who had launched a probe into deep space. All he could do now was wait for the probe to safely return at the appointed time with the collected samples. He turned around, reallocating his primary computational resources to the in-depth analysis of the massive operational data from this teleportation, while simultaneously dedicating a portion of threads to continue monitoring various affairs in the local cyberpunk world. On the Warhammer universe side, within a makeshift barracks on the edge of the Death World camp, Main's crew was experiencing unprecedented boredom, oppression, and information isolation. After the first day passed in high alert and poor adaptation, they found that Sekhmet's warning was not false. Their range of activity was strictly limited to a 50-meter radius centered around their barracks. Although there were no obvious physical barriers, the silent patrolling red-robed Skitarii Corps, and the constantly rotating muzzles of the strangely shaped weapons on the watchtowers clearly delineated an invisible boundary. Any attempt to approach the boundary would immediately draw the attention of the Skitarii Corps. Though they did not use weapons, their cold, unyielding demeanor was enough to make anyone retreat. Attempts at verbal communication with these Skitarii Corps were largely futile. They either showed no reaction to the language used by Main's crew or responded only with monotonous binary code, the information of which needed to be translated by the servoskull, often resulting in brief commands like forbidden, return, or wait. Aside from Sekhmet herself, they could barely communicate effectively with any other unit in the camp, as if they were on an island made of steel and silence. Rebecca was the first to find it unbearable. Her energy had nowhere to be expended. She could only pace back and forth in the narrow space or punch the metal walls of the barracks, her reinforced bones and muscles hitting the steel plate with a dull thudding sound. Damn it, this is worse than jail. At least in jail, you can fight. She irritably ran her hands through her two-toned short hair, her green cybernetic eyes flashing with impatience. That iron can said it's a death world, but outside it's just sand and rocks. What's there that we can't go to? I think she just doesn't want us looking around. Pilar squatted in a corner, fiddling with his long arms, trying to perform some minor, irrelevant adjustments with his portable microtools, but quickly lost interest, can't even find a network signal. Kiwi, Sasha, how are you two doing? Can you crack their internal network? Even just to connect and read the news would be good. Sasha and Kiwi sat side by side on a simple metal bed, their temples faintly glowing, a sign of their electronic warfare cybernetics operating at full speed. After a long while, Kiwi was the first to open her eyes and shake her head, a hint of frustration in her usually calm voice. No. Their network protocol is completely unfamiliar. The underlying logic is different from everything we know. The signal is closed, physically isolated. We can sense powerful energy flows and data exchanges around us, but we can't intervene. It's like there's an invisible wall. Sasha added, her voice softer. Moreover, the electromagnetic background noise here is very peculiar. There's a kind of regular fluctuation, which doesn't seem natural. It's more like interference caused by some large equipment running continuously, and this interference itself forms a kind of shield. Falco, meanwhile, used this time to record environmental data as detailed as possible: air composition, temperature fluctuations, gravity parameters, and the trajectories of the two dim suns on the distant horizon. He compared this data with the limited information provided by the servoskull, attempting to piece together a fragmented picture of this world. Dorio remained silent most of the time. She stood against the wall like a rock, her enhanced senses also collecting information, but focusing more on the camp's operational model, the Skitarii Corps' patrol patterns, and the types and potential weapon configurations of the large vehicles. This was her instinct as the team's shield. Maine, as the captain, felt the most pressure. Not only did he have to soothe his team members' emotions, but he also had to consider the deeper meaning of Osiris' actions. He gathered everyone, sitting them in a circle in the center of the barracks. Everyone calmed down. Maine's voice was low and strong. The boss didn't send us here just to lock us up for 3 days. This itself is part of the test, testing our psychological endurance and discipline in a completely unfamiliar, restricted environment. Every move we make here is probably being recorded. He pointed to the servoskull hovering in the corner, on standby. The boss gave us some information. Take this opportunity to read it carefully. We need to understand what kind of world we're in so we can know what we might face in the future. The servoskull received the command, and red light flashed in its eye sockets, projecting a holographic image into the air. The content of the image, prepackaged by Osiris, was extremely brief. It first displayed a vague outline of the Imperium of Men spanning the stars, emphasizing the basic tenets of human supremacy and eternal war. It then briefly explained the core beliefs of the Adeptus Mechanicus, their worship of the machine god, and their eternal quest for lost technology and standard construction templates, concluding with a somber emphasis on the extreme dangers and endless conflicts that permeated this world itself. Though limited, this information was enough to unfold before them a vast, harsh, and alien cosmic landscape. Chapter 87, Info. 11 words. These pieces of information, like heavy hammers, struck hard against the cognitive barriers of every member of Maine's crew. A vast empire spanning the stars, a bizarre cult that deifies technology, and a universe described as an eternal battlefield. Every concept far exceeded all the experience they had accumulated in Night City, tearing open irreparable gaps in their established worldview. Is he part of this Adeptus Mechanicus thing? Pilar blinked, his voice filled with bewilderment. He tried to understand the concept but clearly failed. He treats those machines in code. What exactly does this mean? Falco subconsciously pushed up his sunglasses, his gaze behind the lenses filled with an unprecedented solemnity. He tried to find a reasonable explanation but found all logic seemed pale at this moment. From these descriptions, it's likely the power he wields might not be trivial within this system. Dorio crossed her arms, the muscles in her bronze arms tensing involuntarily. She tried to connect this information to her own situation but only felt a chill. A universe always at war, no wonder he sought us out, no wonder he gave us these. Her words trailed off, but the unease of being swept into a larger current had already spread. Kiwi did not participate in the discussion. She simply stared silently at the holographic image detailing the Adeptus Mechanicus monopoly on knowledge and technology. The collar of her crimson jacket seemed to be pulled up even higher. Those descriptions gradually overlapped with the image of the boss she knew, bringing not understanding but a deeper, unknown chill. All the rules and common sense she was familiar with seemed to lose their meaning here. Besides browsing the data, their diet also became part of the adaptation. Sekhmet regularly sent people to deliver a grayish-white, dense starch block. It had no taste and only provided the most basic energy and nutrients. The texture was dry and rough, requiring a small amount of purified water to swallow. Rebecca almost threw up the first time she tried it, complaining incessantly, but to maintain their physical strength, everyone had to force themselves to eat. While Maine's crew was passing their days as if years in the camp, Sekhmet was not idle. She had just completed a crucial task, receiving and executing the latest instructions conveyed by the servo-skull that had arrived with the warp visitor. These instructions were the latest directives formulated by Priest Osiris on the other end, after confirming the initial success of the teleportation experiment, and transmitted via the servo-skull. The most critical instruction commanded her to immediately send a special encrypted data package to the frigate waiting in orbit. This data package contained the exploration report meticulously compiled by Osiris in the alien world. Sekhmet faithfully carried out the order, ensuring that this report could be delivered accurately to their forge world via the astropath on the frigate, crossing the waves of the warp with a whisper of the soul. This report was a manifestation of Osiris' strategy. He knew that in the Adeptus Mechanicus bureaucratic system, a successful exploration must have discoveries, but overly astonishing discoveries would attract countless unnecessary attention and scrutiny, which went against his core interest in secretly researching dimensional teleportation technology. Therefore, in the report, he strongly downplayed the true gains on this death world. He described the cave ruins containing the dimensional teleporter as a large-scale, but severely damaged relic from the dark age of technology, with internal structures collapsed, the core database completely annihilated, and most recoverable technological artifacts rusted or deactivated. The report's conclusion leaned towards archaeological value greater than technological value, implying that the input-output ratio of this exploration was low, almost a failed expedition. However, returning completely empty-handed was also illogical, and would make him lose value in the eyes of the Forge world's high-ranking officials. Thus, Osiris cleverly packaged it. He described the rogue AI sample captured from the depths of the cyberpunk world's network as an ancient logic core found in a relatively intact shielded chamber in the deepest part of the ruins, in a state of stasis. In the report, he deliberately avoided sensitive terms like intelligence or consciousness, instead emphasizing its uniqueness and antiquity of structure. He speculated that this core might contain some pre-Imperium era data processing paradigms or fragments of mechanical logic, possessing extremely high archaeological research value, and cautiously hinted that reverse engineering it might bring unexpected breakthroughs for the Forge world in certain specific computational fields, addressing technological bottlenecks. Through this carefully worded statement, he successfully packaged a potential danger, which might violate the taboo of abominable intelligence, into an artifact from ancient times, worthy of in-depth study. Before writing this report, Osiris had carefully evaluated the potential consequences of various options. He had considered more sensational discoveries. For example, if he chose to report the dimensional teleporter itself, which could connect to other worlds, as the main discovery, it would undoubtedly cause a stir on Mars and even among the highest echelons of the entire Adeptus Mechanicus. However, this level of attention was a double-edged sword. It would indeed bring supreme glory and resource allocation, but what would follow would inevitably be direct intervention from Mars, countless prying eyes, and endless scrutiny and questioning. His workshop in the wasteland town, all traces of his activities in the alien world, would be exposed to the spotlight, which he could absolutely not accept. In contrast, this carefully packaged ancient logic core had just the right value. It was unique and enticing enough to pique the strong interest of Archmago's fabricator Caspar Vox, satisfying his urgent need to find a distinctive breakthrough for the Forge world. After all, any discovery related to ancient data processing and logical architecture, even if only tangential, would be enough to give Forge World Nexum a unique label within the highly competitive Adeptus Mechanicus academic circle, thus gaining a more advantageous position when vying for imperial orders and resources. At the same time, it was vague enough and carried a certain sensitivity, so it would not immediately trigger large-scale, direct, dominant intervention from Mars, which preserved ample operational space and room for maneuver for Osiris. He accurately predicted the Archmago's fabricator's mindset, that the desire to elevate the Forge world's status would likely override rigid adherence to certain doctrinal details. as long as the subsequent research process did not openly violate the core precepts of the Crimson Protocols, and did not cause uncontrollable adverse effects. Mars generally tended to tacitly approve, or even secretly encourage subordinate Forge worlds to undertake some marginal, high-risk but potentially high-reward research projects. According to Osiris' deduction, the merits brought by this discovery of the ancient logic core, combined with his past accumulated contributions, would constitute a sufficient and appropriate reason for him to smoothly pass the strict deliberation for promotion to Archon. From priest to Archon, this was by no means merely a change in title, it meant a qualitative leap in authority, the qualification to independently lead large-scale research projects and military operations, and access to more core resources. This included command over more powerful Skitarii core detachments, starships, and even access to higher-level knowledge. This was a crucial step in his plan. Chapter 88, Promotion 1088 words Promotion to Archmagos, in Osiris' blueprint, was merely a necessary pass to the next critical stage. His true next step was to acquire a forged ship completely under his personal command. This concept was not a whim but a strategically calculated choice. His gaze never lingered on those legendary behemoths the Forge Arkansas. Such a colossal vessel, integrating a mobile forge, a sacred temple, and an ultimate fortress, symbolized the power of the Adeptus Mechanicus top Archmagos. Its astonishing construction costs and subsequent bottomless pit of maintenance expenses would be an unbearable burden for a newly promoted Archmagos. Even if he poured all his resources into a severely scaled-down, simplified version, it would only instantly make him the focus of various factions, which completely contradicted his fundamental principle of wanting to keep a low profile and focus on core research. His goal was set on a more pragmatic and less conspicuous option, a cruiser-class forged ship. These ships were typically modified from the Imperial Navy's widely used lunar-class cruisers, or some older but structurally robust hull types. They possessed sufficiently spacious interiors to accommodate his required large integrated laboratory, small refining facilities, basic manufacturing workshops, and could carry a considerable number of Skitarii core soldiers and the necessary tech priest team. While their absolute firepower and armor protection could not compare to the fleet's main battleships, their excellent versatility, good self-sufficiency, and relatively affordable operating costs perfectly matched Osiris' current needs. He planned to establish his core research hub on such a mobile platform, safely housing the crucial dimensional teleporter within it, while also transferring Sekhmet, the loyal Skitarii core detachment, and all the valuable technical data and various samples he had accumulated over the years onto the ship. A cruiser-class forged ship, deeply customized and modified, with a specially reinforced power core, life support system, and core laboratory modules, and ample interfaces reserved for future weapon system upgrades, would become his ideal mobile base and interstellar research platform. With such a forged ship, he would truly possess strategic mobility. This meant he could carry most of his assets cultivated in the Warhammer universe with him, freely traversing the vast star sea. Whether continuing legal archaeological explorations within Imperial territory to cover his tracks, or secretly traveling to other unknown worlds connected by the dimensional teleporter, these would transform from concepts into sustainably executable routine operations. This crucial step would completely free him from reliance on fixed planetary bases, truly moving him onto a broader stage. All these meticulous plans now hinged on the report currently traversing the warp en route to the Forge world. Sekhmet had confirmed the data packet was received and forwarded by the frigate. However, warp communication was never reliable, information had to navigate chaotic fluctuations, and upon arrival, it still required intricate decoding and layers of approval. From the Archmagos overseer's approval to the promotion ceremony, and then to the forged ship application process, each step required time. Osiris estimated it would take at least several weeks, or even months, before he could receive a definitive response from Nexum. Currently, the only thing he could do was ensure the successful recovery of Maine's crew after 72 hours, bringing this phase of the mission to a close. On the afternoon of the second day Maine's crew was stranded on the Death World, Sekhmet herself arrived again. She didn't come empty-handed but brought several small, seemingly training-purpose targets. The priest's decree permits you to conduct minimum weapon system adaptability maintenance within a restricted area, but prohibits any form of combative drills or tests that cause significant environmental damage. Her voice remained steady, devoid of any emotion. This is for safety and confidentiality considerations. This was already the greatest privilege in the past 2 days. Rebecca immediately excitedly hoisted her heavy bolter and fired several short bursts at the targets. The deafening roar echoed through the camp, drawing glances from the Skitarii Corps in the distance, but they seemed to have received instructions and did not intervene. Rebecca watched with satisfaction as the targets were severely deformed and shattered by the impact of the bolter rounds. Pilar also tested his flamer. The short bursts of promethium flames scorched another target red hot, with some areas even showing signs of melting. Maine, Dorio and Morris conducted more restrained functional tests, primarily familiarizing themselves with the subtle feedback of their enhanced bodies under local gravity and environmental conditions. Sasha and Kiwi attempted to deploy small-scale electronic warfare at the lowest power, confirming its impact on the camp's equipment. The results showed that the seemingly crude equipment seemed to have an invisible layer of protection around it. Their interference effect was minimal. Sekhmet quietly observed all of this, her optical lenses beneath her helmet recording every piece of data. She would occasionally inquire about weapon performance parameters through a servoskull, her tone more like a technical discussion than an interrogation. Maine's crew answered cautiously, maintaining a fragile yet professional balance between the two parties. Throughout the process, there was no direct information or instruction from Osiris. Everything seemed to operate under the preset programs of Sekhmet and the servoskull. On the third day, the waiting became even more agonizing. Speculation about the unknown mission, apprehension about returning, and uncertainty about Osiris' ultimate purpose permeated the cramped barracks. They repeatedly studied the limited information provided by the servoskull, discussing various possibilities, but lacking key information. All their conjectures were merely castles in the air. They were completely cut off from everything familiar. Their only connection to home was the silent servoskull, awaiting the activation of the recovery procedure. Just as the third day neared its end and everyone's emotions were most agitated, Sekhmet appeared again. This time, her posture seemed to carry a hint of almost imperceptible solemnity. The 72-hour standard survival observation period is about to end, she announced. Prepare to execute the recovery procedure. According to the priest's decree, you will return with the designated data. She pulled out a storage unit emblazoned with the Adeptus Mechanicus cogskull emblem, and handed it to the servoskull nearby. Maine watched Sekhmet's actions, realizing that this might be one of the core gains of their trip. He nodded solemnly, "We understand." Sekhmet said no more, leading them back to the cave and gesturing for them to step onto the rune-covered circular platform once more. Maine's crew members exchanged glances. Then, carrying the confusion and suppression accumulated over these 3 days, along with the servoskull bearing the crucial information, they stepped onto it. Chapter 89, Return 1341 words. Maine's crew reappeared on the circular platform of the Wasteland workshop, which was engraved with teleportation runes. The transition of space was not a smooth one, but rather a nearly brutal displacement of reality. 1 second, their senses still retained the dry, metal and ozone-scented air of the death world, and the unique tactile sensation of the hard rock beneath their feet. The next second, the familiar workshop scene forcibly intruded into their vision, accompanied by a violent, tumultuous disarray within their bodies. The process of returning was identical to their departure, and even more unbearable due to their previous experience. That feeling of being completely decomposed by an invisible force, consciousness drifting in nothingness, and then being forcibly reassembled and reshaped, challenged the limits of physiological and mental endurance, no matter how many times they experienced it. This was far from simple dizziness or discomfort. It was a severe perturbation at the level of existence, causing a huge impact on the nervous system and precise implants. A series of suppressed groans, mixed with pain, immediately resounded on the platform. Bodies fell uncontrollably, and metallic prosthetics collided with the platform surface, creating chaotic and heavy sounds. Rebecca's heavy bolter nearly slipped from her grasp, but she instinctively held it tightly. However, the vibration from the gun body hitting her leg armor seemed insignificant amidst the current chaos. Pilar's proud long arms tangled together like suddenly disobedient tentacles, preventing him from using them to support himself. Falco's sunglasses hung askew on one ear. He tried to straighten them with his hand, but found his arm trembling uncontrollably. Sasha and Kiwi slid to the ground, back to back. Their electronic warfare prosthetic interfaces flickered with unstable noise due to strong neural signal interference, clearly unable to effectively process any complex information in the short term. Dorio, relying on her extraordinary core strength and reinforced tendons, did not completely collapse, but as she stabilized herself on one knee, the muscles on her bronze face were taut, and fine beads of sweat seeped from her temples, clearly fighting with all her might against the violent sense of imbalance within her body. Osiris' tall, dark red figure already stood silently before the main control console, as if he had never moved. His crimson optical lenses calmly scanned, one by one, the temporarily incapacitated mains crew members on the platform. In his sensor's field of vision, various vital sign parameters were clearly displayed like a waterfall in the data stream on the side of his vision. Heart rates generally exceeded the safe baseline by more than 50%, adrenaline levels surged, neural electrical signals showed characteristic chaotic waveforms, and feedback from muscle microcontrol units was generally failing. All these data pointed to the same conclusion: severe spatial transfer stress response. However, the data also clearly showed that these disturbances were fluctuating within a predictable range, and had not reached critical thresholds that could lead to organic failure or permanent netiological damage. He mused that this marked the preliminary success of the living transdimensional teleportation experiment in terms of physiological tolerance, meeting expectations, despite the significant and severe side effects. Within his logical core, a series of new data entries were rapidly generated and archived: time difference in consciousness recovery after individual teleportation, degree of basic limb coordination loss, duration of major sensory system disturbance. These valuable empirical data from individuals with different degrees of modification would be incorporated into his vast analytical database to further optimize the energy output curve and phase stability of the teleportation protocol, as well as future-specific buffering measures for different biological components and implants. Maine was the first to forcefully resist the physical discomfort with stubborn willpower, struggling to try and stand up. His modified, heavy left arm, integrated with an artificer plasma cannon, was the first to exert force. Mechanical knuckles scraped against the cold metal surface of the platform, emitting a grating creak, as he barely supported part of his weight. One of his legs was still trembling uncontrollably, but he gritted his teeth, trying to get the other leg to follow suit. Dorio followed closely, her reinforced tendons bursting with strength, allowing her to maintain a stable kneeling posture, though her breathing was slightly heavy, revealing that she was not entirely unaffected. Rebecca completely abandoned the idea of getting up immediately, lying directly on the ground in a spread eagle position, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for the familiar air of the workshop, mixed with oil and static. The focus of her green bionic eyes was scattered, as if still struggling to piece together fragmented visual signals in her mind. Pilar, Falco, Sasha, and Kiwi were in an intermediate state. They needed to reach out and support each other, or lean against the cold, rough wall at the edge of the platform, to barely maintain a posture that wasn't a complete collapse, with physiological pain and extreme mental exhaustion clearly written on each of their faces. Only Morris, thanks to Osiris' deep optimization and systematic reinforcement for spatial disturbance tolerance during her modification, showed the most stability. She didn't make any sound like the others, but simply moved silently into the shadows at the edge of the platform, as if blending into the background. Her reinforced compound optical lenses scanned the familiar workshop environment at an extremely high frequency, quickly confirming the safety status, while her internal systems also performed rapid self-checks in parallel. Although her system logs also clearly recorded signs of severe impact during the teleportation process, such as sensor readings soaring to warning levels and temporary packet loss in neural interfaces, her recovery speed and stability far exceeded all her companions. Maine's voice was unusually hoarse, with a clear sense of weakness. He raised his head, his gaze struggling to focus on Osiris, his eyes mixed with the daze of surviving a disaster, the shock of an unknown experience, and a hint of unanswered confusion. Over there, that world. Osiris' synthesized voice sounded steadily, interrupting his unformed question. There was no hint of comfort or explanation in his voice, only a purely conclusive statement: experiment samples recovered. Vital signs stable. Preliminary assessment indicates teleportation experiment achieved preset objectives. You require time to restore physiological functions. Return to base for rest, remain on standby, and await subsequent physical data collection and in-depth analysis. His words were concise and clear, like input commands, leaving no room for doubt. Maine opened his mouth, as if to ask something else, but the strong sense of exhaustion from deep within his body and Osiris' emotionless demeanor made him swallow the words he had almost spoken. He glanced at his equally unwell and stumbling teammates, and finally just nodded, difficultly signaling for everyone to follow him out. Dorio reached out and forcefully pulled Rebecca, who was still lying on the ground, to her feet. Falco timely supported Pilar, whose steps were unsteady and almost fell. Sasha and Kiwi continued to support each other. The group moved slowly and silently towards the workshop exit, their steps faltering. Their backs looked exceptionally weary and heavy. This was not only the physiological exhaustion brought by high-intensity teleportation, but also the violent impact on their established worldview from the 3-day experience in the alien world. The vast territories of the Imperium, the unique faith of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the harsh environment of the Death World, and their own sense of insignificance and powerlessness in that unfamiliar land, had all transformed into a heavy burden weighing on their hearts. Osiris' attention did not linger on their departure for too long. For him, Maine's crew's instrumental value in this mission had been realized. As valuable living samples, they verified the preliminary feasibility of two-way teleportation and successfully brought back key communication tokens and the data carrier prepared by Sekhmet. As for their current psychological state and the impact on their worldview, in his current evaluation system, these were non-core variables that required observation but did not necessitate immediate allocation of additional resources for intervention. Chapter 90, Report 1160 words. Rather than pacifying the complex emotional fluctuations of the organic members of Maine's crew, Osiris' attention was always clearly and unmistakably fixed on the core gain of this experiment, the data successfully recovered from the Warhammer universe. Mechanical tentacles silently extended like living things, precisely retrieving the encrypted storage unit delivered by Sekhmet from the servoskull that had just completed its transdimensional journey. The red light in the loyal messenger's eye sockets gradually dimmed, entering a low-power standby mode, and it hovered quietly nearby, like a metallic work of art awaiting its next summons. "Come on, buddy, let's see what good news Sekhmet has brought us." Osiris' synthesized voice echoed in the silent workshop, more a habitual externalization of his thoughts than an actual conversation. The moment the storage unit connected to the main console port, complex decryption protocols were activated, and data streams on the interface scrolled rapidly like unchained links. His logic core operated at full speed, precisely analyzing the information flow from another world, carrying Sekhmet's will. The report adopted a standard Adeptus Mechanicus data format, well organized and detailed, continuing her usual rigorous style. Reception process conforms to predetermined parameters, placement area did not trigger system disturbance. Very good. Osiris murmured to himself as he browsed the data, his crimson optical lens flickering steadily, seemingly cross-referencing each step with the expected outcome. The report indicated that the reception and placement procedures for Maine's crew after their arrival fully followed preset instructions, and the basic defense and life support systems of the camp operated smoothly, without unexpected fluctuations caused by these otherworldly visitors. As the report delved deeper, Sekhmet used precise data and objective descriptions to outline the robust defensive perimeter of the Death World camp. Regarding the defensive forces, she provided more detailed data and deployment specifics, centered on Osiris' absolutely loyal elite 3,000 Mechanicus protectors. 3,000 protectors, deployed according to the predetermined matrix. Osiris' mechanical fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the control panel, making a rhythmic clicking sound, as if performing some kind of deduction. These lads cost a lot of effort. It seems Sekhmet has trained them well. He commented to the air, or rather, to the servoskull he habitually called Buddy, even though it offered no response. The report confirmed that this legion had completed its strategic deployment around the ruins, constructing a multi-layered, three-dimensional defense system. These Skitarii Corps soldiers were far from ordinary Skitarii Corps. They were elites forged by Osiris, who poured immense resources into them, combining the knowledge of tech priests with the top-tier craftsmanship of the Warhammer universe. Their modifications surpassed standard templates, physiological functions were pushed to the limit of what mortals could endure, and neural response speeds were specially tuned to ensure absolute execution in extreme battlefield environments. Their loyalty stemmed not only from doctrinal indoctrination, but was also deeply embedded in specific protocols within their nervous systems, directly linked to Osiris' will, ensuring unconditional obedience. Loyalty protocols operating stably, neural coupling efficiency maintained above threshold. Osiris nodded slightly, satisfied with this result. He recalled the countless simulation cycles he went through when designing these enhancement protocols. Now, it seemed all the investment was worthwhile. In terms of equipment, they were outfitted with weapons and armor crafted by combining Osiris' personal technical insights with Warhammer's top-tier manufacturing standards. The core output and structural strength of their power armor far exceeded standard models, with built-in auxiliary systems tightly coupled to the soldiers' enhanced nerves. The lethality, range, and reliability of their primary weapons were optimized to the extreme, sufficient to handle all known heavy threats. According to Sekhmet's assessment, under standard engagement conditions, a single protector soldier of this caliber could match, and in certain specific tactical scenarios even surpass, an ordinary warrior of the Astartes chapter. Individual combat effectiveness comparable to Astartes, although it's a basic model, at least the ceramite and adamantium weren't wasted. A barely perceptible ripple, akin to a sense of accomplishment, passed through Osiris' synthesized voice. This force was both a symbol of his power and the foundation for his various plans in the perilous Warhammer universe. Sekhmet emphasized in the report that this 3,000-strong Skitarii core legion was Osiris' bedrock in the Warhammer universe, the absolute foundation for executing his will, and his most core and indispensable military asset. She specifically noted that the patrolling units and sentries seen by Maine's crew within the camp's limited activity range were merely the tip of this vast power. This was a result of her deliberate restriction of visitors' activities to non-core areas, for reasons of security, confidentiality, and ease of management. The true defensive strongholds and main forces were deployed in more distant key terrain and deep defensive positions at the entrance to the ruins, forming an iron bulwark whose full scope outsiders could not perceive. A cautious arrangement, Osiris commented. Let the guests see what they need to see. One must always keep some trump cards. He closed Sekhmet's report interface, and the workshop once again fell into the quiet hum of equipment, but the computations in his mind grew ever more intense. Having digested all the information transmitted by Sekhmet, Osiris Core Intelligence began a comprehensive and in-depth assessment of the situation and integration of future plans. His tall body turned to the main console, his gaze sweeping over the stable operating parameters of the dimensional teleporter. Buddy, it seems our key is beginning to take shape. He spoke as if sharing progress with the servo skull. In terms of dimensional teleportation technology, the successful round trip of Maine's crew marked the initial overcoming of the most critical technical obstacles. Empirical data showed that, although the teleportation process still caused significant physiological and neural stress to organic bodies, and precise implants evident from Maine's crew members' reactions upon arrival, the stability of the channel and the controllability of its activation and deactivation had been fundamentally verified. Energy consumption is still too high. And the side effects on living organisms also need optimization. He pulled up the energy flow curve of the teleportation process, analyzing it to himself. The next research priorities in his mind became clear and specific. The primary task was to optimize the massive energy consumption structure and improve utilization efficiency. The core goal was to mitigate or even eliminate the functional disruptions and side effects caused by the teleportation process to living organisms and precise equipment. Simultaneously, efforts must be made to enhance the stability of the channel during its activation period and gradually extend its sustainable duration. All these technical improvements pointed to a clear long-term goal to lay a solid technical foundation for potential large-scale material or organized military force transdimensional deployment in the future. At this moment, the continuous low hum of the dimensional teleporter in the workshop had become a constant background noise, but Osiris' perception system never relaxed. the slightest fluctuations and discrepancies in operating parameters were precisely recorded, categorized, and incorporated into analytical models for deep analysis. Chapter 91, Report 1261. Words. Turning his attention to the Warhammer universe, Sekhmet's report indicated that his foundation remained stable. With Sekhmet in charge back home, it truly saves me a lot of worry, he assessed. The 3,000 protectors, who were extremely modified, well-equipped, and absolutely obedient, formed a solid barrier for the Death World outpost and its surrounding areas, ensuring unwavering control and security of the region. Initial functional modifications to the ruins housing the original dimensional teleporter had transformed it from a mere archaeological site into a forward operating base and laboratory with basic operational capabilities, providing the necessary physical support for deeper research or actions. At the same time, a crucial step related to his future development, the plan to be promoted to Sage, had also been initiated strictly according to the preset procedures. For him, the core value of this promotion lay in the increased authority it represented, serving as a necessary qualification to access higher-level resources and autonomy of action, rather than mere prestige. The Mughos identity is just a beginning, a necessary credential, Osiris' thoughts were clearly directed towards after the promotion. Regarding his plans after the promotion, his ideas were coherent and practical. The promotion itself was not the goal. Its true significance lay in the qualification it brought: the ability to apply for and own a forged ship entirely under his personal command. His objective was pragmatic and clear, not the colossal forged ships, which were bottomless pits of resource consumption, and would inevitably attract excessive attention, but a cruiser-class forged ship specifically modified from a mature Imperial Navy vessel type such as a lunar-class cruiser or similar models. Such ships struck a good balance between size, function, and cost, possessing enough internal space to accommodate his core laboratory, a small refining facility, basic manufacturing workshops, a Paladin core garrison, and the necessary tech priest team. At the same time, they offered reliable self-sufficiency, versatile adaptability, and relatively manageable daily operation and maintenance costs. A ship of our own, a true mobile stronghold, his synthesized voice carried the prudence of planning. In his strategic vision, this customized forged ship would play an irreplaceable core role. It would become his true mobile base and research hub. By then, he would be able to integrate Sekhmet, that elite cult guard unit, all critical research equipment, accumulated technical databases, and unique samples from different worlds onto this unified platform. This would grant him unprecedented strategic mobility. Just imagine, Osiris' mechanical tentacles unconsciously tapped the edge of the control panel, as if outlining the blueprint of a future ship, whether it's operating within Imperial territory under the guise of compliant exploration, or using our unique channel. He was referring to the dimensional teleporter, to travel to that neon-lit cyberpunk world, or other unknown domains that might be connected in the future. It will all become as convenient as routine operations. This ship, in essence, would become his strategic fulcrum for connecting different universes and freely traversing the star sea, a truly personal mobile interstellar base capable of supporting his continuous exploration and long-term plans. All thoughts converged, and Osiris' gaze refocused on the constantly updating data stream before him. The path had to be walked step by step, and the current priority was to thoroughly digest all the gains from this experiment, laying a solid foundation for the next leap. At the same time, Osiris did not overlook the unique value and strategic positioning of the current cyberpunk world. He clearly recognized that although the overall technological level of this world was lower than that of the Warhammer universe, it exhibited characteristics worthy of in-depth study in several specific areas, such as highly developed neural interface technology, experience in miniaturization and large-scale application of bionic prosthetics, unique local network architectures, and the anomalous rogue AI entity he had captured. More critically, this dimension was physically independent of the Warhammer universe, neither subject to the unpredictable influences of the warp nor the direct oversight and restrictions of the Adeptus Mechanicus' intricate dogmas. This provided him with an extremely valuable, relatively clean, and private experimental ground, highly suitable for research projects that might be considered taboo, overly radical, or require high secrecy due to political factors in the Warhammer universe. For example, undisturbed deep analysis and functional testing of the rogue AI, validating new materials or energy weapon design prototypes, not yet officially recognized by imperial technical standards or conducting small-scale, inconspicuous secondary verifications of cross-dimensional technology using local resources. Based on the above assessment, Osiris clearly realized that the key to achieving complementary advantages and efficient resource integration between the two worlds lay in establishing a stable, efficient, and fully controlled cross-dimensional material and information exchange channel. The current reliance on a teleportation method with high energy consumption, mandatory cooling cycles, and significant physiological burdens on living units was clearly insufficient for long-term, large-scale resource allocation and strategic cooperation. Therefore, concentrating resources to further enhance the overall performance of dimensional teleportation technology, including its operational stability, energy utilization efficiency, transmission security, and compatibility with various types of transported items, became the core prerequisite and the highest priority technical challenge for advancing all subsequent plans. His gaze shifted to another set of data displayed on the main console: feedback from the workshop's internal monitoring system and sensors implanted in Main's crew members. The data showed that most squad members entered a deep rest state after returning to the outpost, and their physiological indicators were gradually returning to normal. Their bodies would fully adapt to the effects of this cross-dimensional journey within the next few days. Osiris silently updated his task list. Within the next 72 hours, complete comprehensive physiological data collection for Main's crew members, focusing on analyzing the potential long-term effects of dimensional teleportation on their modified prosthetics and nervous systems, assess their subsequent mission execution capabilities based on their recovery, and simultaneously continue to collect high-performance prosthetic and technological artifact samples from the cyberpunk world. Through them and channels like Gloria, further enriching the local research database. Regarding any potential questions or psychological fluctuations within Main's crew, Osiris deemed active intervention unnecessary. As long as they could recover their combat effectiveness and clearly understood that the power enhancements and potential benefits gained by following him far outweighed the risks, their loyalty and obedience would naturally remain at a usable level. Efficiency and tangible power growth were the most effective ties binding this team. Osiris' mechanical fingers input a series of commands on the control panel, bringing up the dimensional teleporter's detailed operation log and energy flow analysis charts. His full attention was once again immersed in analyzing and simulating the vast experimental data. Every teleportation experiment, regardless of the outcome, was a valuable source of data. He needed to extract patterns from it, optimize the energy injection curve parameters, improve the material formula and structural design of the resonant cavity, and calculate feasible solutions for achieving more stable teleportation under existing resource conditions. Inside the workshop, only the low hum of equipment, the subtle hiss of energy flowing through conduits, and the almost imperceptible electronic whispers of Osiris' tirelessly processing core mind remained. The external world's disturbances, Main's crew's confusion, and even the grand backdrops of the two vast universes were all transformed into cold parameters and probability calculations within his logical core. His goal was clear and firm: perfect teleportation technology, acquire a forged ship, integrate the resources of the two worlds, and move towards broader research fields. Each step required precise calculation, absolute patience, and a continuous pursuit of efficiency. And all of this had just begun. Chapter 92, Data Evaluation 1145 words. The success of the live teleportation experiment provided Osiris with crucial empirical data for his interdimensional research plan. Main's crew's successful round trip marked the official transition of the dimensional teleporter from theoretical verification to the preliminary practical testing phase. However, Osiris was not swayed by the appearance of success. His logic core remained calm, clearly recognizing that this was merely one node on a long research path. Ahead lay a multitude of problems that needed urgent solving and technical details that still required optimization. Returning to the Warhammer universe, personally investigating the ancient ruins where the teleporter was found, and formally handling his promotion to Sage and related matters, were all important parts of Osiris' pre-established plan. But he knew that this matter could not be rushed. One successful experiment was far from enough to support such an important interdimensional operation, which might involve a long absence. He needed more thorough technical reserves and more comprehensive arrangements. The immediate priority was to fully digest the massive amount of data accumulated from this live teleportation. Osiris dedicated most of his computational resources to the in-depth analysis of the data streams. He repeatedly scrutinized every curve of energy injection, every fluctuation of spatial resonance during the teleportation process, and the subtle changes in Main's crew members' physiological indicators. On the main console, complex three-dimensional waveform graphs and cascading data lists continuously scrolled, reflected in his crimson optical lenses. His low, synthesized voice echoed in the workshop, as if conversing with the servo-skull hovering nearby, or perhaps an unconscious externalization of his thought process. "Buddy, look here." A mechanical finger pointed to an abrupt peak on the energy curve. A slight abnormal overflow occurred during the third stage of injection. This portion of energy was wasted pointlessly. He paused slightly, as if waiting for a response, then continued on his own. "The flow guidance structure must be redesigned. The current solution is too crude, and cannot withstand interdimensional level energy torrents." His gaze shifted to another set of data on spatial resonance stability. The resonance frequency showed periodic decay during maintenance, and the amplitude of fluctuation exceeded model predictions. He continued to murmur to himself, his lenses flickering slightly. Is it the insufficient precision of our anchoring algorithm, or does the local space itself contain some unknown turbulence? If this problem isn't solved, long-term stability of the channel is out of the question. Finally, he called up the physiological reports of Main's crew members. Neural electrical signals showed large-scale disorder during the reorganization phase. Though reversible, recovery took too long. This indicates that the existing life support field has limited effectiveness. He stated his conclusion, as if to the servo-skull. It seems a simple energy shield isn't enough. We need to develop a technology that can synchronously stabilize biological neural networks. Perhaps, we can reverse engineer it from the principles of psionic suppressors. He had to sort through the complex information, identify potential unstable factors and energy loss points. He needed to transform this valuable practical experience into a solid foundation for the next technological iteration. After in-depth analysis, Osiris discovered that although the teleportation was macroscopically successful, the energy utilization efficiency was far from the theoretical optimum. A large amount of energy was consumed in maintaining channel stability and resisting unknown spatial resistance. Energy loss is mainly concentrated at the critical point of phase transition. The synthesized voice sounded again, as if conversing with the silent skull. Over 40% of the energy was used to counteract some form of dimensional repulsion that we cannot yet quantify. The efficiency is simply too low. Furthermore, while the physiological and neurological burden imposed by the teleportation process on organic life forms and precision equipment did not cause permanent damage, its intensity was sufficient to lead to a significant short-term decrease in combat effectiveness. Look at these peak values of neural signal overload. He pulled up Main's physiological chart. If they were to engage in combat immediately after teleportation, their reaction speed would decrease by more than 30%. This is a critical flaw for future troop deployments that might require immediate combat. At the same time, a speculation previously shelved due to insufficient information resurfaced in his computational sequence. The ancient ruins where the teleporter was found, their structure and materials, might not be ordinary architectural debris, but rather played some auxiliary or stabilizing role in interdimensional teleportation. "Buddy, we might have overlooked a key point back then," he said to the servo-skull, as if re-examining the initial exploration records. Those asymmetrical arches and energy-conducting metal veins inside the ruins, they might not just be structural support, but a giant resonant cavity, or rather an energy guidance matrix. Perhaps certain structures of the ruins could converge or guide specific energy fields, thereby lowering the energy threshold and stability requirements for independently activating the teleporter. But this remained merely a logical deduction based on limited observations. Without on-site scanning and energy field mapping, everything is just a hypothesis. The truth could only be confirmed after his return to the Warhammer universe and a thorough investigation of the ruins. Therefore, before initiating the return journey, Osiris believed it was essential to conduct at least one round of deep optimization on the dimensional teleporter. He planned to approach it from several directions. First, redesign the energy flow guidance structure, attempting to use more efficient energy-conducting materials to reduce dispersion during transmission. We need a medium with higher affinity for dimensional energy. Perhaps we can incorporate the amorphous metal ceramics unique to that world. Second, fine-tune the resonance frequency algorithm, searching for resonance points that better match the local spatial structure, to enhance the inherent stability of the channel. The algorithm needs to introduce dynamic adaptive variables. Fixed frequency parameters can no longer be used. Third, install auxiliary stabilizing field generators for living organisms in the teleportation cabin, aimed at alleviating the tearing and disorder caused by teleportation to nerves and flesh. The stabilizing field must synchronize with biological neti electrical rhythms, rather than crudely isolating all external forces. This requires a more refined biological signal model. All these improvements would require time for simulation calculations, material preparation, and physical testing. On another note, ensuring that the cyberpunk world remained stable during his absence was also a crucial preparatory task. The Wasteland Workshop was his important research base and retreat. It could not be compromised. Maine's crew was his key conduit for interacting with local forces and acquiring resources. Their effective operation had to be maintained. They need clearer mission directives and a level of strength sufficient for self-preservation. He assessed. During our absence, they must be able to independently handle corporate probes and street threats. He needed to make deployments in advance to maintain the current equilibrium. He had to ensure that this temporary base remained intact and under his control upon his return. Chapter 93, Feedback 1340 words. Just as Osiris focused on data analysis and future planning, Maine's crew, after several days of rest, had largely recovered from the intense discomfort caused by 2 consecutive transdimensional transfers. The physical fatigue and neurological disarray had gradually subsided, but the imprints left by that experience, especially the feeling of their consciousness being torn apart and forcibly reassembled during the transfer, still left them with lingering fears. The increase in power was tangible. As Rebecca's fingertips brushed over the cold barrel of her bolter, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Pilar, while adjusting his flamethrower, his eyes gleamed with pure joy at its destructive power. Sasha and Kiwi, during their electronic warfare tests, also struggled to conceal their shock at their new capabilities. This equipment elevated everyone's combat power by several levels, a qualitative leap they could hardly have imagined after years of fighting on the streets of Night City. However, the experience of venturing into another world, and the soul-shattering transfer experience, acted like a bucket of cold water, sobering everyone from their intoxication with power. They clearly realized that in the grand scheme of this mechanical overlord, they were not only beneficiaries of bestowed power but also experimental subjects being observed and tested, and execution tools that could be thrown into unknown dangers at any moment. This realization, like an invisible membrane, silently enveloped the team. When Maine was silent, he would unconsciously clench his modified metal fist, feeling the energy within it capable of destroying an armored vehicle, yet his brow furrowed even tighter. The burden on his shoulders had grown heavier. He not only had to lead the team to survive, but also find a fragile balance between power and cost. Doria remained steady, but her eyes held a new scrutiny. She would more carefully feel the surging power within her, wondering if unseen ropes lay hidden behind this gift. Rebecca would occasionally fall into brief silences after her excitement, her green cybernetic eye staring unfocused at the desolate badlands outside the workshop, lost in thought. Even the most boisterous Pilar would sometimes stop fiddling with his new weapons, his slender mechanical fingers unconsciously tapping his knee, revealing a hint of imperceptible anxiety. A complex emotion silently spread through the team. The dependence on and joy and immense power were real, but the heavy apprehension about the unfathomable future also genuinely weighed on everyone's hearts. During an internal team meeting, Maine raised the practical issues they faced. Maine crossed his arms, voice low but firm. "Gotta hand it to the boss, whatever juice they pumped into us hits hard. But that transfer. If we gotta do that 2 more times back to back, I dunno if all of us make it through clean." He frowned, shaking his head. Ain't just motion sickness, either. It's like gettin' torn apart and stitched back together by a drunk ripperdoc, not sure you come out the same way you went in. Dorio nodded, jaw tight, that usual composure showing cracks. We should flag it, Maine. Not bitchin', just straight up op feedback. Feels deeper than muscle strain, my mods barely kept me stable. If we keep jumpin' like that, someone's body's gonna give. Rebecca, usually all fire and chaos, actually looked serious for once. Ugh, no lie, that jump wrecked me. Slept half a damn day after, felt worse than a 10-hour firefight. If I had to shoot right after, gun be shaken like crazy. After discussion, Maine decided to formally raise this issue with Osiris at their next meeting. The opportunity soon arrived. Osiris needed to collect their long-term physiological data, after the transfer, to more comprehensively evaluate the impact of the transfer on augmented bodies. Maine's crew was summoned to the workshop once again. Unlike before, this time as they stepped into this space filled with cold machinery and low hums, their steps held less anticipation and more an indescribable heaviness. The air seemed to still carry the lingering sensation of their consciousness being torn apart and forcibly reassembled after the last transfer. After completing a series of precise scans and data recordings, Maine stepped forward. He took a deep breath, as if organizing his thoughts, then, in as objective and respectful a tone as possible, he presented the team's concerns about the physiological load of transdimensional transfers to Osiris. Boss, we are very grateful for the power you've given us, and we are willing to carry out missions for you. His voice was exceptionally clear in the spacious workshop, but the physical and mental stress from the last 2 consecutive transfers was immense. We are concerned this will affect the efficiency of subsequent mission execution, and might even lead to non-combat casualties. As his words fell, a brief silence descended upon the workshop, broken only by the steady hum of the equipment. Dorio stood behind Maine, silently showing her support. Rebecca, uncharacteristically, didn't look around, but kept her lips pressed together, clearly still unnerved by that transfer experience. Pilar restlessly moved his long fingers, while Falco pushed up his sunglasses, trying to read something from Osiris' expressionless metal faceplate. Osiris' crimson optical lenses turned to Maine, listening quietly to his report. He did not respond immediately, his cold gaze seemed to penetrate flesh, directly scrutinizing the operational status of every component within their bodies. Moments later, he called up the detailed physiological data just collected, performing a rapid comparison and analysis with the records from before and after the transfer. Data streams scrolled rapidly across his field of vision, lines of parameters, waveforms, and energy readings were processed at high speed. The analysis results confirmed Maine's words were true. Their nervous systems indeed showed signs of repair after intense stimulation, with a slight decrease in the signal transmission efficiency of neural synapses, and subtle stress residues detected in the energy circuits of some implants. All of this silently corroborated that the feeling of being disassembled and reassembled was not entirely subjective speculation. Data analysis confirms, Osiris' synthesized voice broke the silence, the integration of your biological matrix with existing implants has not yet reached the ideal threshold, insufficient to frequently withstand the structural stress of transdimensional transfers in the short term. This information is valuable. He acknowledged the existence of the problem, attributing it to the insufficient fusion between their bodies and implants. For Osiris, this was an important experimental data point, helping him define the tolerance standards for future transdimensional transfers of biological units. As a reward for providing critical information, you may make one request, Osiris continued. His core logic determined that appropriate rewards helped maintain team motivation and loyalty. Within a reasonable scope, I will consider it. Maine was prepared for this, he and the squad members had already discussed it. He glanced at Dorio, then said to Osiris, "Boss, we hope you can customize a weapon for Dorio. Her strength is immense, but she lacks a primary combat weapon that can fully utilize her abilities." Dorio was the team's close-quarters pillar. Her enhanced body was itself a powerful weapon, but against higher-level threats, relying solely on fists and feet did seem limited. A weapon matching her monstrous strength and combat style would greatly enhance her suppression power and survivability on the front lines. Osiris' gaze swept over Dorio, quickly accessing data from his database regarding her combat patterns, peak strength, and body structure. Understood, he agreed concisely, based on her combat data. I will design a suitable melee weapon for her. It is estimated to take 72 hours to complete the design and manufacturing. This response brought a sigh of relief to Main's crew, and also a sense of satisfaction. Osiris was not entirely unreasonable. Their needs and feedback were being taken seriously and met with practical responses. Thank you, boss, Main said on behalf of the team. Return to base, remain on standby. You will be notified when the weapon is complete, Osiris commanded, his attention already shifting to the technical parameters and material selection required for designing Dorio's weapon. Chapter 94, Trade 1178 words. After handling Main's crew's affairs, Osiris immediately turned his attention to the next task. He needed to acquire a batch of specific materials and components, some of which were easier to obtain, or could be acquired at a lower cost in the cyberpunk world. He decided to trade with Militech again. He summoned Morris and instructed her, contact Militech as representative and convey my requirements. Osiris transmitted a list of supplies to Morris. The list includes a Centaur-type tactical exoskeleton platform, as well as the following special alloys and electronic materials. The list detailed various rare metals and composite materials with high energy conductivity, high strength, and special resonant properties. These materials were crucial for improving the dimensional teleporter's energy conduits and resonant cavities. The Centaur exoskeleton platform would be disassembled and modified to serve as the basic framework and power core for Dorio's new weapon system. In exchange, Osiris continued, simultaneously transmitting another data packet to Morris, provide them with this alloy formula. This is a high-strength, lightweight structural alloy formula with good energy resistance, and its overall performance is superior to the equivalent materials they currently widely use. Its value is sufficient to offset the supplies I require. The formula Osiris provided, though a relatively basic technology within his knowledge system, represented a leap forward for materials science in the cyberpunk world. If this alloy could be mass-produced, it would significantly enhance Militech's advantage in personal armor, vehicle armor, and even aerospace components. This was a transaction Militech would find difficult to refuse. Morris quietly received all instructions and data. Her system quickly analyzed the handover process and potential risks. Understood, Master. I will ensure the transaction is completed. She did not ask any questions and immediately turned to leave, executing Osiris' command. After Morris left, silence returned to the workshop, broken only by the low hum of operating equipment. Osiris stood before the main console, his tall figure casting a sharply defined shadow in the cool light. He was simultaneously processing multiple tasks, beginning concept design and structural simulation for Dorio's new weapon, monitoring the dimensional teleporter's self-diagnosis process, and planning how to most effectively utilize the acquired materials for various purposes once the Militech transaction was complete. Regarding the new equipment designed for Dorio, Osiris' concept had become further concretized. He planned to deeply modify the Centaur-type tactical exoskeleton platform obtained from the trade. The goal was to transform this independent tactical equipment into a simplified power armor that would fit Dorio's physique and maximize her enhanced physical abilities. This power armor would retain and strengthen the Centaur platform's original metal frame, power transmission system, and hydraulic enhancement components. This would provide stronger basic support and power amplification. The external protective armor would be redesigned based on Dorio's combat style. While ensuring joint flexibility, emphasis would be placed on strengthening the defense of key areas such as the chest, shoulders, and back. On this basis, Osiris would equip this power armor with two specialized power gauntlets as its primary offensive means. These two gauntlets would not be simple external weapons, but rather deeply integrated with the power armor's energy core and transmission system. High-frequency vibration generators would be integrated within the gauntlets, capable of transmitting intense vibrational energy into the target's interior upon impact, causing structural damage. At the same time, the the gauntlets would also possess an instantaneous energy release function, capable of erupting a forward shockwave during an attack, further enhancing the destructive effect of the strike. The overall design goal was to forge Doryo into an assault unit possessing both powerful defensive capabilities and terrifying close-quarters destructive power. This simplified power armor, upgraded from an exoskeleton, combined with specialized power gauntlets, would elevate Doryo's combat effectiveness to a new level. Concurrently, Osiris had a clear plan for the subsequent steps. Over the next few weeks, his work focus would be on the following specific tasks. The primary task was to complete the transaction with Militech, acquiring the Centaur exoskeleton platform, and the listed special alloys and electronic materials. In parallel, he would begin designing and manufacturing custom close combat weapons for Doryo. From concept simulation to physical testing and delivery, this was expected to take dozens of hours. At the same time, the first phase of optimization and modification of the dimensional teleporter would also begin. The core was to utilize the data obtained from Main's crew's live experiments, focusing on improving energy transmission efficiency, and to attempt to install an auxiliary stabilization field for living organisms to reduce the physiological load caused by the teleportation process. During this period, the work of collecting local high-performance cybernetic samples through the channels of Main's crew and Gloria Martinez would continue. This would continuously expand his technical database in the cyberpunk world. Looking ahead several months, the plan was even more in-depth. After achieving the short-term goals, the optimization work of the dimensional teleporter would progress to the completion phase. This would then require multiple rounds of rigorous stability testing. Testing would include unmanned material teleportation and potentially live teleportation again using Main's crew. The goal was to ensure its reliability and safety were elevated to acceptable new standards. He would closely monitor any information feedback from the Warhammer universe, especially messages conveyed through the servoskull regarding the deliberation of his qualification for promotion to Archmagos and the progress of the Forge ship application. This was related to his subsequent strategic maneuverability. At the same time, the defense system of the dump settlement hideout needed to be further consolidated. The combat capability of Main's crew must also be maintained at a level sufficient to deal with conventional threats. This would ensure that this important stronghold in the cyberpunk world could remain stable during his potential absence. From a longer-term perspective, once Osiris finally returned to the Warhammer universe himself, a series of key actions would unfold sequentially. The foremost priority was to thoroughly investigate the ancient ruin where the dimensional teleporter was discovered. It was necessary to verify whether its structure and materials had an auxiliary effect on interdimensional teleportation. This was an important part of perfecting teleportation technology. He would officially complete all procedures for promotion to Archmagos, and use this new identity as leverage to fully strive for a personal cruiser-class Forge ship. This vessel would become his future mobile base and research hub, using this as a platform to integrate the resources and technological advantages of both the Warhammer and cyberpunk worlds, thereby commencing deeper and broader interdimensional research and applications. All these matters were interconnected and progressively advancing. Every transaction, every modification, every experiment was a practical step towards the ultimate goal. Osiris was not emotionally impatient for success, but rather continuously pushed the process forward based on logic and efficiency. He clearly realized that only by solidifying the foundation and perfecting the technology could he ensure that when he truly embarked on the journey back to the Warhammer universe, everything would proceed smoothly according to his calculations and plans, regardless of whether he faced known challenges or unknown variables. Chapter 95, Goodies 1303 Words Morris, following the explicit list of supplies provided by Osiris, once again contacted Militech's probe team through the preset encrypted channel. The message was concise and direct. The transaction location was set at the edge of the Badlands, coordinates XXX. The time was 2000 hours standard time. 48 hours later, the transaction content was all the supplies on the list in exchange for a high-performance structural alloy formula. This information caused quite a stir among Militech's high-ranking officials. The supplies on the list, especially the Centaur tactical exoskeleton platform, and several specific rare alloy specifications, were extremely difficult to acquire, even requiring the use of strategic reserves and special approval processes. However, when the Technical Evaluation Department analyzed the alloy formula fragments Osiris had provided in advance, all hesitation vanished instantly. Preliminary simulation data showed that this alloy significantly surpassed Militech's current best comparable materials in key indicators such as strength-to-weight ratio, energy resistance, and fatigue limit. Its potential applications, ranging from individual armor to aircraft structures, were immeasurable. Undoubtedly, this was an offer they couldn't refuse. To this end, Militech's security department devised a strict handover plan, dispatching an elite tactical team for escort, led personally by Major Ward, who had previously interacted with Morris, while Dr. Mara Sorensen provided remote technical support from the rear. The entire operation was marked as top secret. However, Militech's internal structure was not monolithic. Arasaka's deep cover spies, like viruses lurking deep within the system, keenly detected the signals of this unusual material transfer. Relevant information was quickly encrypted and transmitted to Arasaka Tower's counterintelligence department. Abernathy, the executive director of the counterintelligence department, immediately smelled an opportunity upon receiving the intelligence. She didn't know exactly what Militech was trading, but for them to go to such great lengths, and with such a mysterious force as the counterparty, its value must be astonishing. Her logic was simple and direct. Instead of bothering with negotiations, it was better to seize it directly. This would not only strike a blow against Militech, but also allow Arasaka to acquire potentially high-value assets, killing two birds with one stone. She quickly drafted an ambush plan, mobilizing an elite action team from the counterintelligence department, equipped with the latest reconnaissance and suppression gear, with the goal of simultaneously controlling both parties of the transaction and seizing all supplies and technical data. On the night of the transaction, at the designated coordinates on the edge of the Badlands. This was the wreckage of a deserted mining facility, its weathered metal framework radiating coldness under the clear moonlight, with only the ceaseless wailing of the wind all around. Militech's armored transport vehicle arrived on time, and Major Ward directed his team to quickly establish a temporary perimeter. Morris also appeared punctually at the entrance of the ruins, still in a dark gray combat suit, her steps steady, without any superfluous movements. Following Osiris' instructions, Rebecca also came along this time, ostensibly to assist, but in reality, Osiris believed she needed more combat environments to adapt to her new equipment. Rebecca seemed a bit excited, with the heavy grenade launcher on her back, almost as tall as she was, and her green cybernetic eyes constantly scanned the surroundings in the dim light, as if anticipating something to happen. After Major Ward briefly confirmed with Morris, the two sides began the handover. Militech soldiers unloaded sealed supply crates one by one from the transport vehicle, while Morris handed over a data chip containing the complete alloy formula. The entire process was silent and efficient. Just as Major Ward's subordinates began verifying the authenticity of the data chip, and Morris was preparing to receive the supply crates, a sudden change occurred. Several dazzling bright white beams of light suddenly shot from afar, precisely enveloping the entire transaction area. This was the combined effect of flashbangs and tactical searchlights. At the same time, high-frequency interference waves instantly covered the entire area, attempting to paralyze all external communications and electronic devices. Enemy attack. Take cover. Major Ward reacted extremely quickly, shouting out immediately while raising his weapon. Militech soldiers, well-trained, quickly took cover and formed a defensive formation. Arasaka's ambush team appeared simultaneously from three directions. They wore unified black combat suits, covered with lightweight armor, wielded Arasaka's latest mass-immune smart submachine guns, and were equipped with throwables that had electromagnetic interference capabilities. Their movements were coordinated, and their firepower was seamlessly integrated, forming a crossfire network in an instant, bullets raining down on Militech's defensive perimeter and Morris, who was still standing in the center of the field. Major Ward's heart jolted. He recognized these as the elite forces of Arasaka's counterintelligence department. He simultaneously directed his team to fight back fiercely and tried to contact for rear support, but only piercing static remained in the communication channel. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. However, Morris, at the center of the firepower vortex, showed no trace of panic in the face of the sudden barrage of bullets and strong light. Her body instantly entered a state of heightened focus, a reaction ingrained in her instincts after countless life-and-death struggles and deep modifications. In her vision, the trajectories of the high-speed bullets seemed to become clearly discernible, the enemy's positions, movement rhythms, and even their possible next actions were rapidly captured and predicted under her highly concentrated mental perception. A nearly absurd thought flashed through her mind: these people simply didn't understand what kind of existence they were provoking. This realization brought not fear, but a coldness akin to pity, almost causing her modified lips, which rarely showed subtle expressions, to curl into an almost imperceptible sneer. She did not seek cover but directly activated the Sandevistan system. Time perception was instantly stretched to its limit. Everything around her, the whistling bullets, the flashing muzzle flashes, the slow movements of Militech soldiers seeking cover, all transformed into slow-motion images. Morris's figure left an almost undetectable afterimage on the spot, moving at a speed far beyond the limits of human vision. She did not use the more energy-intensive sonic blade, but relied purely on speed and precision. Her movements were like a ghost, weaving through the dense curtain of bullets. Each brief pause was accompanied by a precise burst. She used the auxiliary submachine gun mounted on the side of her arm, and though its power was inferior to her main weapon, under her control, every bullet found its mark. An Arasaka soldier was about to peek out from behind cover when a bullet hole appeared in his forehead, and he fell silently. Another soldier tried to throw an electromagnetic grenade, but as soon as his wrist was raised, it was instantly pierced by a bullet, and the grenade rolled to the ground. Morris's movement trajectory was erratic, sometimes dashing close to the ground, sometimes leaping onto broken metal beams, launching attacks from incredible angles. Her shooting was almost incessant, gunshots forming a rapid and deadly string of notes, precisely harvesting lives. Arasaka's formation crumbled in an instant. They couldn't lock onto their target, only frantically spraying bullets at the afterimages Morris left behind, but the bullets all missed, instead accidentally injuring several comrades who were too close. Rebecca, in the first moments of the attack, excitedly raised her grenade launcher, but before she could find a suitable firing angle, Morris had already swept into the enemy ranks like a whirlwind. She could only watch in stunned silence as Morris single-handedly performed this killing show, unable to help but complain in a low voice, "Damn it. Leave some for me." She tried to aim several times, but Morris's speed was too fast, and she was too close to the enemies, so she feared friendly fire. In the end, she had to grudgingly put down her gun, and instead stood guard, watching Morris complete this one-sided annihilation. Chapter 96, Retaliation. 1190 words. Major Ward and his team stood frozen, barely able to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. In their vision, Morris's figure appeared only as a momentary blur, like a brief distortion caused by signal interference. Yet, in that instant, Arasaka's previously well-organized and fiercely offensive crossfire net was brutally torn apart from within, as if by an invisible giant hand, completely disintegrating. They couldn't track Morris's millimeter-precise movements, only watch as the outcome unfolded before their eyes. Arasaka soldiers fell one after another, most unable to even let out a muffled groan. Some suddenly had a bullet hole appear in their forehead, others had their necks cleanly severed, and still others had their gun-wielding arms completely detached. Death descended precisely upon each Arasaka soldier, with an efficiency beyond the limits of human reaction. This was no longer a battle, it was a unilateral, ruthless purge. Two distinctly different gunshots intertwined in the air. On one side, the panicked, chaotic spray from the Massimian submachine guns in the Arasaka soldiers' hands, on the other, Morris's auxiliary submachine gun stable, short bursts, each sounding like the rhythm of death, inevitably accompanied by the end of a life. Major Ward, being a veteran tempered by battle, his initial shock lasted less than 2 seconds. He suppressed the chill in his heart and hoarsely shouted to his subordinates, "Don't just stand there. Suppressing fire. Clear the flanks. Coordinate with her rhythm." He immediately realized that the only thing they could do now was not to get in the way of that terrifying entity, while also dealing with the stragglers who had miraculously escaped the first wave of the purge. Militech soldiers snapped back to reality, leaning out from behind cover and unleashing bullets on the Arasaka soldiers who were attempting to retreat, or had luckily hidden in Morris's blind spots. Their firepower became a mere accompaniment to Morris's dance of death, barely filling the negligible gaps in the slaughter. The battle began abruptly and ended even more swiftly. In less than 2 minutes, when the last Arasaka soldier, attempting to climb over a low wall, was shot through the back of the neck by Morris from 30 meters away, all gunfire ceased abruptly. The abandoned mining area was once again enveloped in dead silence, with only the mournful wail of the wind passing through metal frames remaining. The dense smell of gunpowder mixed with the fresh scent of blood, forming a nauseating odor. The bodies of over a dozen elite Arasaka soldiers lay scattered among the ruins in various twisted postures, silently narrating the brief and brutal slaughter. Morris stood still in the center of the clearing, slowly retracting her auxiliary submachine gun to its mounting point at her arm's side. Her dark gray combat suit was still pristine, with not even noticeable stains on her shoe soles, as if she had merely passed through a filthy area with composure, yet remained unstained. She calmly turned to Major Ward, her modified optical lenses sweeping over him and his team, as if confirming that the threat had been neutralized, and also silently inquiring if the transaction was to continue. Her posture at this moment formed a stark contrast with the surrounding carnage, as if the highly efficient slaughter she had just performed was merely a routine warm-up for her. The transaction continues, her voice came, steady and without a hint of fluctuation. Major Ward took a deep breath, trying to calm the tremors in his heart, and signaled his subordinates to continue with the verification and material handover. His gaze towards Morris was a mix of complex emotions, both deep reverence for the battle he had just witnessed and an undeniable, burning ambition. Once the handover was confirmed, he took a step forward and said to Morris in a sincere tone, "Lieutenant, your skills are as excellent as they were when you were in the unit." He deliberately used Morris's rank from her time in Militech, his voice carrying just the right amount of nostalgia. "Honestly, seeing you like this now reminds me of my days in the Mobile Task Force. Jackson and the others would be happy for you if they knew your current situation." He paused, carefully observing Morris's reaction, and continued, "Militech has always considered you one of us. If you're willing, we can arrange an informal gathering, just like at the officers' club back then. After all, some friendships aren't easily broken." Morris stood still, her modified eyes glowing faintly in the dimness. After listening to Ward, her face remained calm and expressionless, as if the names and past events he had just mentioned were merely a breeze passing by her ears. "I remember Jackson." Her voice was as steady as the Badlands' eternal night, and every day in the Mobile Task Force. She paused slightly, looking directly at Ward, "But these memories will not influence my judgment, nor will they shake my loyalty. I cannot influence my master's decisions. The transaction is complete. I will convey your wishes, but do not hold any expectations." Her tone was like stating an established fact, unquestionable, leaving no room for negotiation. With that, she simply gestured, signaling Rebecca to follow. The two, carrying heavy supply crates, quickly disappeared into the boundless darkness of the Badlands, leaving the Militech team standing there, watching them depart. Major Ward stood rooted to the spot, watching as the two figures were completely swallowed by the night. He understood that his attempt to probe her about camaraderie had been like a stone dropped into a deep pool, failing to even create a ripple. He remained silent for a moment, then ordered the area to be cleared and for them to withdraw as quickly as possible. He knew in his heart that Arasaka had suffered a great loss this time, and would not give up easily. And for Militech, they also needed to reevaluate how they dealt with this mysterious force. Back at the Wasteland workshop, Morris neatly placed the acquired supply crates in the designated area, then reported the entire transaction process in detail to Osiris. When she mentioned Arasaka's sudden ambush, Osiris' mechanical finger, which was inspecting the inventory list, paused slightly. This unplanned conflict not only wasted his time, but also disrupted established efficiency. He detested such unnecessary interference caused by others' foolishness. Arasaka, Osiris' voice carried a hint of coldness. They need to pay the price for their foolish actions. He quickly completed his assessment. Simple defense or warning was no longer enough. A more deterrent response had to be taken. This was not out of anger, but based on considerations of efficiency. Similar interferences must be completely prevented from happening again. Morris, target Arasaka. Osiris' instruction was concise and clear. There's no need to hide your identity. Let them clearly know that this is a response to this ambush. He wanted Arasaka, and all potential coveters, to understand that any act of provocation would incur an unforgiving counterattack. Understood, Master. Morris nodded slightly, her combat system already beginning its pre-mission self-check. She had no questions about the upcoming operation, only absolute obedience. Chapter 97, V1168 words. The next 48 hours were an unshakable nightmare for Arasaka's counterintelligence department. Morris's figure moved between the dark alleys and high-rises of Night City, like a ghost come to claim lives. She first infiltrated an Arasaka safe house in Charter Hill, using the incredible speed granted by her Sandevistan, breaking through layers of defenses before the alarm system could even react. The sonic blade cut deadly arcs in the darkness. Guards fell one after another before they could even raise their guns. After the entire hideout fell silent, she methodically destroyed all data storage devices and finally carved a clear gear emblem with her sonic blade onto the metal wall of the main control room. Subsequently, her target shifted to an Arasaka secret liaison station near the city center. The same scene played out again, precise and efficient elimination, all personnel killed before they realized the danger, and critical data completely destroyed. These two precise strikes plunged Arasaka's counterintelligence department into unprecedented panic. Director Jenkins faced immense pressure from the company's high-level executives. He finally understood that he had provoked an enemy far beyond conventional understanding. Continued confrontation would only lead to the complete destruction of the entire department. After an emergency high-level meeting, Jenkins made a pragmatic decision to sacrifice a pawn to save the king. He needed to appease the other party's anger while preserving Arasaka's prestige as much as possible. He dispatched Deputy Director Valerie, a negotiation expert known for her flexible tactics, to try and establish contact with the other party. Valerie knew very well that conventional channels were no longer effective. She leveraged her network of connections cultivated over many years on the streets, and through an intermediary, finally contacted Maine. When Maine heard the name of Arasaka's counterintelligence department's deputy director in the encrypted communication, his first reaction was to terminate the call. But Valerie's message was clear. This was not a new provocation but a signal of peace. Maine cautiously brought this situation back to the dump settlement hideout. After team discussion, they unanimously agreed that it was necessary to report it upwards. Maine conveyed Arasaka's request for contact to Osiris through the workshop's external communication device. After listening to the report, Osiris' crimson optical lenses flickered slightly. He detested unnecessary waste of time, but he disliked continuous trouble even more. After a brief deliberation, he agreed to the contact. "All right," Osiris' voice came through the communicator, "let Morris handle it." After receiving permission, Maine replied to the intermediary through the original channel. Soon, a one-time encrypted communication channel was established. Morris accessed the channel at the appointed time, silently awaiting the other party's statement. Once the communication connected, Valerie's voice came through the encrypted channel, maintaining a cautious and professional tone. "Ms. Morris, on behalf of Arasaka Corporation, and particularly Mr. Jenkins, Director of the Counterintelligence Department, I extend our sincere apologies to you and your master for the recent conflict." She paused deliberately, seemingly weighing her words. "After an internal investigation, we have confirmed that this attack was an action unilaterally approved by Director Abernathy, who severely violated the company's decision-making procedures. This action was entirely her personal reckless decision, and by no means represents Arasaka Corporation's stance." Valerie's tone became more earnest. "To express our sincerity, Arasaka is willing to provide reasonable compensation for the losses incurred during this incident. We hope to establish a smoother communication channel with you and your master to ensure that similar misunderstandings do not occur in the future." The subtext of these words was clear. Arasaka chose to compromise, willing to hand over Abernathy as a scapegoat in exchange for a ceasefire. Morris listened quietly, then fully reported the communication content and Arasaka's proposal to Osiris. Osiris was not surprised by this. The nature of a corporation is to seek profit and avoid harm. He had no interest in Arasaka's internal power struggles, and Abernathy's personal fate was irrelevant to him. He only needed to ensure that similar interference would not happen again. After listening to Morris's report, Osiris' optical lenses calmly scanned the data interface. He was not surprised by this. The corporation's compromise was entirely expected. Accept their terms. Osiris' voice was as steady as ever, but demand that they immediately pay the corresponding compensation. I will give you the list shortly. He paused briefly, then added, as for Abernathy, since they chose to offer him as an explanation, then let him be the concrete embodiment of this lesson. Ensure he understands the cost of continued provocation. His tone remained businesslike and calm throughout, as if he were arranging a perfectly ordinary task. For him, Abernathy's personal fate was far less important than ensuring the compensation was paid. This response was more like completing a necessary procedure, aimed at preventing future trouble rather than venting emotions. Morris acknowledged the order. She relayed Osiris' ceasefire conditions to Valerie, but made no mention of Abernathy's subsequent treatment. After the communication ended, Valerie breathed a sigh of relief, believing the crisis had been averted. However, Morris's mission was not yet over. Following Osiris' instructions, she located Abernathy himself. At this time, the former executive, though somewhat relieved after learning that 2 strongholds had been destroyed and Valerie had intervened, remained vigilant, hiding in a rarely used safe house in North Oak. Morris precisely located this safe house by tracking Abernathy's encrypted communication lines. In the darkest hour before dawn, she appeared like a phantom in Abernathy's bedroom. When Abernathy was startled awake by the cold touch and low-frequency hum at the back of his neck, he saw Morris's eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. The tip of the sonic blade hovered at his throat, its invisible vibrations making all the hairs on his body stand on end. Arasaka's greed must come at a price. Morris's voice was chillingly cold. This is a response to the ambush and a lesson for you. Before he finished speaking, the sonic blade flashed. Abernathy didn't even feel the pain, only seeing his right hand severed at the wrist, before blood gushed out. Under his horrified gaze, Morris pinned the severed hand to the headboard, then silently departed, leaving Abernathy slumped on the bed, drenched in cold sweat and blood. Although he survived, Abernathy's standing within Arasaka plummeted after losing his right hand. He was removed from important positions in the counterintelligence department and placed in a minor, irrelevant sinecure. This outcome was both a punishment for him personally and a warning to other potential provocateurs within Arasaka. The conflict initiated by Arasaka ultimately ended with their heavy losses, the sacrifice of a scapegoat, and acceptance of a harsh warning. Through this incident, Militech gained a clearer understanding of the terrifying power Osiris wielded. They were both relieved that they had chosen negotiation over confrontation, and their desire to acquire these technologies became more urgent and cautious. The balance of power among Night City's various factions was undergoing subtle and profound changes due to this transaction and reckoning. Chapter 98, Val 1136 Words Jenkins, the director of Arasaka's counterintelligence department, stood in his office on an upper floor of Arasaka Tower, looking out over Night City through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The city spread out below him, neon lights flashing, traffic flowing like a giant, never-ending machine. He had just finished a secure communication meeting with the headquarters, the content of which was naturally about the recent conflict with that mysterious force and its aftermath. The moment the communication screen went dark, the office returned to a dead silence. Jenkins didn't move immediately. He needed these few seconds to fully digest the confrontation he had just experienced. Although both the North America branch and the Japan headquarters had explicitly expressed dissatisfaction with the trouble caused by the counterintelligence department's so-called unauthorized actions, the icy tone of the questioning from the other end of the line softened significantly once Jenkins presented the specific terms of the ceasefire agreement Valerie had negotiated. The corporation only values results and profits. This was an iron rule Jenkins had kept in mind throughout his ascent within Arasaka. Since the crisis had been quelled at the lowest possible cost, no core secrets leaked, no board members affected, and no widespread armed conflict triggered, then pursuing accountability for a specific department seemed less urgent and cost-effective. Headquarters was more concerned with the possibility of acquiring potential technology, and how to avoid provoking that mysterious entity hidden deep in the Badlands again. Jenkins slowly walked to his large, cold metal desk and sat down in his spacious office chair. Although the chair was comfortable to sit in, it wasn't so easy to sit securely. He exhaled softly, feeling his nerves, which had been taut for days, finally begin to relax. His knuckles unconsciously tapped on the smooth desktop, making a rhythmic soft sound. For him, the outcome of this incident was perfect. Publicly, he successfully turned a potential disaster that could have plunged Arasaka into a deeper and more costly conflict into a crisis management effort that, while a loss of face, was a substantive stop-loss. Privately, he seized the opportunity presented by Abernathy's reckless actions, effectively kicking this longtime rival out of the power core of the counterintelligence department. Although he couldn't make her physically disappear completely, it wasn't difficult to make a former corporate executive commit suicide, or die in an accident in Night City that would leave unnecessary hidden dangers and fodder for gossip. A former supervisor, reassigned to an irrelevant position with a record of failure, was like a snake with its fangs pulled out. She could no longer pose any substantial threat to him. This outcome might be even better now. Her very existence served as a living warning to other potential challengers. Thinking of this, a cold and brief arc of a smile, difficult to suppress, appeared at the corner of Jenkins' usually expressionless mouth. He reached for the intercom and dialed Valerie's number. It was time to give this meritorious subordinate a small reward and, at the same time, assign the next phase of tasks. He pressed the internal communication button, connecting to Deputy Director Valerie's office. "Valerie, you did well this time." Jenkins' voice returned to its usual steady tone. "You've worked hard. I'm giving you 2 days off to relax." Valerie's calm reply came from the other end of the intercom, "Thank you, Director. It was my duty." Jenkins paused, his tone becoming slightly more serious. "Vacation is vacation, but don't cut off the line with Maine's crew. Stay in touch and see if there's an opportunity, like with Militech, to establish some transaction channels. Since the hard approach isn't working, we'll try the soft one. Please put more effort into this." "Understood, Director. I will follow up." Valerie's answer was without hesitation, as if she had already anticipated this arrangement. Hanging up the call, Valerie looked at the disappearing call interface on the screen, her face devoid of expression. She was long accustomed to being assigned work even during her vacation. In Arasaka, especially in the counterintelligence department, true rest was a luxury. She stood up and walked to the full-length mirror, beginning to swiftly take off the well-tailored Arasaka uniform she was wearing, which symbolized both her status and her constraints. She changed into a more street-style outfit, a dark motorcycle jacket, a simple cotton t-shirt underneath, slim-fit jeans, and a pair of sturdy ankle boots. She let her long, pinned-up hair fall down, messing it up a bit to make herself look less like a corporate drone. Looking at her distinctly different self in the mirror, Valerie took a deep breath, trying to expel the tense atmosphere of the office from her body. Half an hour later, Valerie's car pulled up outside a bar called Wild Wolf Bar in Haywood District. The bar's exterior was unassuming, with somewhat mottled red brick walls, but the wooden sign's border was outlined by a constantly flashing pink neon tube, making the old wolf head emblem particularly striking in the night. This was a place frequented by many local residents and street mercenaries in Haywood District, filled with a blend of old and new street vibes. Pushing open the rather heavy wooden door, a familiar scent, a mixture of tequila, tortillas, engine oil, and the smell of overheated circuit boards wafted over her. The interior of the bar had complex lighting, with hanging colorful Mexican lanterns and blue neon tubes wrapped around the ceiling beams providing illumination, casting interwoven light and shadows on the walls. Besides large Mexican sombreros and brightly colored serapes, the walls also displayed several subtly glowing holographic gifs, advertising the latest synthetic tequila. The old-fashioned jukebox in the corner had been modified, with pulsating LED light strips added to its casing. It was playing lively Mexican folk songs, which, though a bit noisy, along with the roar of the AVs from outside, filled the entire space with a unique vibrancy. It was afternoon, and the bar wasn't too crowded. A few former Valentino's members, wearing loose shirts but with data ports visible on their necks, were playing poker, with smart weapons and iced bottled beer on the table beside them. A relaxed, even somewhat lazy, atmosphere permeated the air, as if this was a deliberately preserved old corner within the cyber metropolis. Valerie's gaze quickly landed on a sturdy figure sitting in a booth further inside. Jackie Wells also saw her and immediately broke into a bright smile, waving vigorously at her. "Over here." Jackie's voice was loud, with the characteristic warmth of Haywood District. Valerie walked over and sat down in the booth opposite Jackie. 2 empty beer bottles were already in front of Jackie. He was holding a third, and upon seeing Valerie, he immediately pushed another unopened bottle of beer across the table to her. Chapter 99. I know the rules. 12:50 for words. You're just in time. My mom is watching me closely today, so I can only drink a couple more bottles if you're here. Jackie chuckled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He was tall and robust, with bronze skin, his hair tied in a Japanese samurai bun, and wearing a flamboyant Hawaiian shirt. His whole demeanor exuded a rugged yet sincere aura. Valerie took the beer, skillfully opened it with a bottle opener, and took a big gulp. The icy liquid slid down her throat, dispelling some of the dullness brought on by the corporation. She looked at Jackie's relieved expression and couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Wells is still as strict as ever. Tell me about it. Jackie sighed dramatically. She watches me like a hawk every day, just afraid I'll go back to my old gang ways and stir up trouble. Now that I'm a legitimate mercenary, she's still not at ease, even rationing my beer. Heavens, how old do I look? She's doing it for your own good, Valerie stated the fact calmly. You caused her a lot of worry when you were with the Valentinos. I know. Jackie waved his hand, his expression becoming a bit more serious. That's why I've turned over a new leaf now. I'm taking jobs honestly, saving money, dreaming of making a name for myself someday, becoming a respected figure in Night City, and giving her a good life. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for the future. Speaking of making a name. Valerie put down her beer bottle and leaned slightly forward. Have you heard any news about Maine's crew recently? Jackie raised an eyebrow, a just as I thought expression on his face. What? The corporation is still obsessed with those guys. Wasn't what you did last time big enough? This time it's different, Valerie explained. It's not about causing trouble. Jenkins wants to establish contact, to see if there's a possibility for cooperation, just like Militech. After all, a head-on confrontation would be too costly. She recalled the details circulating in her department about the 2 destroyed strongholds and Abernathy's fate, and her tone involuntarily deepened. Jackie nodded thoughtfully, lowering his voice. The word on the street is that Maine and his crew are incredibly powerful now. They supposedly got their hands on some amazing gear and backing from who knows where, even daring to go head-to-head with the corporation and making the corporation lose face. Now, among street mercenaries, they're practically. He quietly gave a thumbs up. However, he changed the subject, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. They're truly big shots now, and their whereabouts are mysterious. I heard they don't usually stay in the city anymore. It seems they have a base in the Badlands. Even when they come to the city, they go to places like Afterlife, where all the big bosses gather to discuss business. A street kid like me, who hasn't made it big yet, can't even get close enough to network. The last time I helped you connect with them, I had to ask the Padre for help, and I owe him a big favor. Valerie listened silently, her fingers unconsciously tracing the label on the beer bottle. Jackie's words confirmed her suspicions. Maine's crew, after their conflict with the corporation, had not disappeared. Instead, their status had risen, and they had become even more cautious and difficult to approach. The Padre. Valerie mused, it seems I'll have to visit him again. Do you need me to go with you? Jackie said enthusiastically. The padre seems serious, but he actually takes good care of us young people in Haywood District. No need, Valerie shook her head. This is a corporate-level contact. It's more appropriate for me to discuss it myself. Thank you, Jackie. Don't be so polite with me. Jackie patted his chest heartily, but Valerie, seriously, when dealing with people who truly dance on the edge of a knife, you need to be extra careful. The corporate way of doing things might not work on the street. At that moment, a gentle but concerned voice interjected, Jackie, are you lecturing someone again? They both looked up to see Mrs. Wells approaching, carrying a plate of freshly fried tortilla chips. She was a kind-faced Mexican woman with sharp eyes, wearing an apron around her waist, clearly busy in the back kitchen. She placed the tortilla chips on the table, affectionately stroked Jackie's hair, and then looked at Valerie. Valerie, it's been a while. Is work going smoothly? Wells asked, her gaze carrying the scrutiny of an elder. It's going well, Mrs. Just routine matters. Valerie replied politely. When facing Mrs. Wells, the sharpness of the corporate elite in her had significantly subsided. Wells sighed and sat beside Valerie. Child, when working for a corporation, you need to be extra vigilant. Those big shots, they look glamorous, but they're more calculating than anyone. You work your heart out for them, but they might not consider you one of their own. The day they think you're useless or a problem, they'll throw you out without hesitation. She hesitated, shook her head. In short, you need to protect yourself, and don't trust the corporation's talk of loyalty too much. Valerie listened to this familiar yet earnest advice, her heart feeling somewhat complex. How could she not know the corporation's ruthlessness? From the moment she decided to step into Arasaka Tower, she knew it was a thorny path. But the allure of power, the desire to climb higher, and the urge to prove her worth led her to choose this path, and she was unwilling to easily turn back. I understand, Mrs. I'll be careful. Valerie nodded, her tone sincere, but the determination in her eyes remained unchanged. Wells looked at her, then at her son, and said nothing more, just patted Valerie's shoulder. You two chat. I'll go back to being busy. Jackie, drink less. Got it, Mom. Jackie quickly responded, and after watching his mother leave, he let out a sigh of relief and made a face at Valerie. The two continued to drink and chat, their conversation shifting from work to past memories, reminiscing about the mischief they got into together in Haywood District. The bar was filled with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Jackie went to get 2 more bottles of beer, sharing with Valerie the few small missions he had recently taken on, bragging about how cleverly he had solved problems. Valerie also temporarily set aside her corporate worries, enjoying this rare leisure time. However, her thoughts occasionally drifted far away. Maine's crew, the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss, Militeka's dealings, these fragmented pieces of information swirled in her mind. She knew she would soon have to dive back into work, to execute Jenkins' instructions, and try to establish a more solid connection with Maine's crew. This wouldn't be easy, but it was also an opportunity. If she could successfully open this channel for the corporation, her position in the counterintelligence department would become even more secure. She finished her last sip of beer and said to Jackie, I'm leaving now to find the padre and get things done early. Jackie shrugged, chugged the rest of the beer in his bottle, and stood up. All right, let's go. But it's agreed, this time you can't go to the padre empty-handed, you need to bring some sincerity. I know the rules. Valerie stood up, straightened her jacket, her eyes once again sharp and focused. Chapter 100, Valerie's Kindness, 3-in-1, 3,856 words deep within the dump HQ, the air was a mix of dust, metal, and cheap disinfectant. The only light came from a few hanging work lamps, casting a dim, yellowish glow over the cluttered space. Maine, Dorio, Rebecca, and Pilar were gathered around a rusty metal workbench, on which lay a scattering of second-hand cyberware they had just received from Gloria. Some still bore traces of uncleaned biolubricant, while others had interfaces flickering with a standby glow. Falco leaned against a nearby pillar, polishing his sunglasses. Kiwi and Sasha were hidden in the shadows further away, encrypted data streams flowing across the glowing screens in front of them, occasionally emitting a faint beeping sound. Maine picked up a complex mechanical arm, his large-knuckled, armored fingers carefully checking the hydraulic transmission rod at the elbow for signs of wear. Just then, at the edge of his implant's vision, an encrypted and authenticated communication request silently flashed. It was the Padre's identifier. He made a gesture, and the low chatter by the workbench immediately ceased. Dorio took the mechanical arm from his hand, and Rebecca and Pilar also looked up, their gazes following him. Maine walked behind a pile of discarded industrial parts, where the signal was relatively stable, and it was more secluded. He took a deep breath of the oil-scented air and connected the call. Padre, his voice was exceptionally low in the empty corner. Maine, the Padre's voice came through, as steady as ever, with a sense of calm born from experience, as if it could always penetrate the signal static and reach the listener's eardrums directly. "There's a commission, specifically for your team." Maine didn't respond immediately, only a faint electrical hiss could be heard in the receiver. After the direct conflicts with Militech and Biotechnica, especially Arasaka's bloody ambush and Morris's subsequent cold retaliation, any commission that sought them out by name was enough to make them wary. He waited in silence, like a rock steeped in caution. The Padre seemed unsurprised by his silence and continued, "The client is Valerie from Arasaka." Maine's brow furrowed instantly, carving several deep lines into his forehead. "The deputy head of the counterintelligence department." A hint of imperceptible tension entered his voice. Not long ago, it was this woman who represented Arasaka to seek peace, barely quelling the storm caused by that foolish ambush with Abernathy's future and the corporation's compensation. What does she want? Did she hit a wall with the boss, and now she's coming to us? He could almost imagine Valerie's calculating face behind her corporate mask. Her intentions are not hard to guess. The Padre's voice still showed no emotional fluctuation, merely stating objectively, "After the last incident, Arasaka, or at least the faction led by Director Jenkins, has temporarily abandoned the hardline approach. Valerie, as the implementer, needs to maintain a channel of communication, or more accurately, establish a connection. Direct contact with the entity behind you carries too high a risk, and approaching a renowned mercenary team closely related to that entity is a more roundabout strategy that aligns with corporate logic." Maine pondered. The Padre's analysis was largely consistent with his and Dorio's earlier judgments. Valerie's move was more about showing goodwill than calculation, at least on the surface. The corporation was trying to contact the power they couldn't directly touch through another means. "What's the mission content?" Maine asked, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Regardless of the other party's intentions, it ultimately depended on what needed to be done. She offered two options, the Padre briefly stated. One is a standard escort mission, escorting a corporate asset from Haywood District to an Arasaka facility in Charter Hill. The route is sensitive, passing through the borders of several gang territories, but according to the intelligence she provided, the threat level assessment is not high. The other is data retrieval, recovering specific data packets from a server of an Arasaka peripheral subsidiary that has been infiltrated by a competitor, requiring a certain degree of infiltration and electronic warfare capability. He paused briefly, adding crucial information. The advance payment for both missions is quite substantial, far exceeding commissions of similar difficulty on the market. She emphasized that this is to express sincerity. Sincerity. Maine repeated the word, his tone carrying undisguised mockery. In Night City, corporate sincerity was often directly tied to eddy dollars, and behind it, there was always a higher price tag. But he also knew that the team needed to operate, to buy supplies, maintain equipment, and more importantly, they needed to prove to the entity deep within the workshop that, besides carrying out those unimaginable transdimensional missions, they still had the ability to independently handle affairs and create value in Night City. Completely refusing contact with corporations was neither realistic nor could it be misinterpreted as weakness or incompetence. "What do you think, Padre?" Maine habitually sought the opinion of the old fixer. The Padre was rooted in Haywood, and his intelligence network and life wisdom had countless times helped mercenaries like them find a foothold on the edge of deadly whirlpools. The risk is controllable, the Padre gave his judgment concisely. Valerie currently needs to ease relations, not create new conflicts. These two missions themselves do not involve Arasaka's core secrets. They are more like resources within her authority that can be mobilized to show goodwill. Accepting the commission can be seen as a tentative response, and it can also replenish your funds. The Padre's voice lowered, carrying a note of warning, but remember, Maine, when dealing with corporate people, especially when they are actively extending an olive branch, be extra careful about the costs beyond the terms. I understand, Maine replied in a deep voice, engraving the warning in his heart. Thanks, Padre. Commission cut as usual. May your operation go smoothly, the Padre said, and the communication link silently disconnected. Maine stood in place for a few seconds before walking out from behind the pile of parts. The gazes by the workbench immediately focused on him. He didn't speak immediately, but first shared the mission brief from the Padre to the team's encrypted channel, then walked to the workbench and leaned his hands on the cold metal surface. It's the Padre, he began, his voice echoing in the silent hideout. The client is Valerie from Arasaka. And that Valerie again? Rebecca was the first to exclaim, her green cybernetic eyes widening instantly, flashing with incredulous light. Are they never going to stop? Weren't they scared enough last time? Morris was. She didn't finish, but the scent of blood seemed to subtly permeate the air again. This time it's not aimed at the boss, it's specifically for us to do a job. Dorio had already quickly scanned the mission brief. She raised her bronze-colored face, her eyes calm. The mission content seems very normal, even a bit too simple, compared to the price they're offering. She pointed to the prominent string of numbers on the brief. Easy money, light work. Pilar rubbed his slender mechanical fingers, a complex expression of greed and suspicion on his face. That sounds like the classic prelude to a trap. Are corpo rats really that kind? I bet that server is hiding some biting virus, or the asset we're escorting is just a ticking time bomb. I'm afraid it's not kindness, it's an investment. Falco pushed up his sunglasses, his gaze sharp behind the lenses. They see value in us, or rather, the value we represent. Now they're baiting us, cultivating relationships. A few eddies for a contact that might be useful in the future. Kiwi, who had been silently observing the data retrieval mission details, finally spoke, her voice muffled by her mask. The server security protocol is standard commercial grade, infiltration difficulty isn't high. The firewall architecture is outdated. The mission itself does seem like an excuse. Sasha nodded slightly beside her, her voice softer but conveying the same meaning. They're more likely trying to observe us through the mission process, to assess our current state and... Her words were not explicit, but everyone present understood what changes referred to the modifications from deep within the workshop, far beyond this era's comprehension. Maine looked around at his team members. Different emotions were written on each face, but all conveyed caution. He took a deep breath and slowly said, everyone knows this isn't an ordinary commission. Accepting it means we tacitly agree to Arasaka's attempt to establish contact, which might lead to more entanglements later, like getting your hands wet with flour impossible to shake off. But refusing it might also be interpreted as continued hostility, or that we're afraid to engage with them, which would equally lead to trouble. His gaze swept over the gleaming second-hand cyberware on the workbench as he continued, moreover, we do need eddies, we need to keep this place running, to buy everything we need. We also need to prove to the boss that we can handle these peripheral matters, not just experimental subjects being teleported around. He spoke the last few words very softly, but everyone heard them. Dorio looked at Maine, her gaze steady and firm. You decide, Maine. We'll all follow you. She was the team's cornerstone. Her support often represented the team's ultimate direction. Rebecca pouted. Though still somewhat reluctant, she patted the heavy grenade launcher on her back, almost as tall as she was. Fine. As long as they don't play tricks, just pay up. Good thing, if they dare to pull any stunts, my new baby hasn't been broken in Night City yet. Her eager tone lightened the somewhat somber atmosphere. Pilar sighed dramatically, his shoulders slumping. All right, let's hope we don't get into trouble again this time. That price is indeed tempting, it could buy a lot of good paint and new parts. Falco nodded, indicating no objection. Kiwi and Sasha in the shadows also made subtle gestures of agreement almost simultaneously. Then it's settled, Maine straightened up, making his decision. We'll take the data retrieval mission. The escort mission involves too many parties, has a fixed route, and is prone to complications. Data retrieval is relatively covert, has a clear objective, and allows for a quick resolution. He immediately relayed the decision to accept the commission to the Padre via an encrypted channel, and arranged preliminary handover details. The sounds of previous activity resumed in the hideout, but an invisible string seemed to have been added to the air, subtly taut. They had taken on not just a mission, but a signal, a line actively thrown out by Arasaka, which they had personally caught. The other end of this line was connected to the corporation's calculations and probing, while this end was tied to their perilous future in Night City. A few days later, Night City, Watson, an unassuming cybercafe booth. Maine and Dorio sat on one side, opposite Valerie, who had come alone. Today she wore a sharp, dark business casual outfit, without obvious Arasaka markings, but the material and details still revealed the corporate elite's meticulous taste. With a perfectly professional smile, she pushed a data chip across the table to Maine. This contains the internal structure map of the target server, the security patrol schedule, and the precise identification codes for the data packets. Valerie's voice was steady. There's no time limit for the mission, but we hope it can be completed within this week. The advance payment has already been made to the account provided by the Padre. Maine didn't touch the chip, he just looked at Valerie. Ms. Valerie, let's be direct. What does Arasaka want from us? I don't believe you're just trying to retrieve some insignificant data. Valerie seemed unsurprised by Maine's directness. She leaned slightly forward, her hands clasped on the table, a posture that softened some of the corporate coldness, and added a touch of candor. Mr. Maine, after the unpleasant incident last time, Director Jenkins and I both deeply realized that confrontation is not beneficial for either side. Militech seems to have found a more efficient communication channel. She paused deliberately, observing Maine and Dorio's reactions, but neither showed any expression. She continued, Arasaka has no intention, nor the ability, to challenge that Mr.'s bottom line again. My role today is more that of a client seeking to establish a positive business relationship. Your team's capabilities are well known in Night City, especially after experiencing some changes. Her words were cautious, not directly revealing the enhancements Maine's crew had received. Maintaining cooperation with excellent independent mercenary teams is part of the counterintelligence department's daily work. These two missions are an expression of this willingness to cooperate, nothing more. Dorio spoke, her voice steady. Cooperation requires a foundation. We are just mercs who work for money. We don't participate in corporate games, nor do we make commitments on behalf of anyone. Of course, Valerie immediately agreed, her smile unchanged. A purely mercenary relationship, clean and straightforward. You complete the mission, Arasaka pays the reward. If the cooperation is pleasant, there may be more suitable commissions for you in the future. Her words left room for maneuver, not overly eager to demand more. Maine picked up the data chip on the table and twirled it between his fingers. We'll complete the mission. As for the future, we'll see. He didn't make a definitive statement. Corporate money could be earned, but boundaries had to be clear. That's enough, Valerie nodded. She knew that achieving such a result on the first contact was already a success. She stood up. I wish you a smooth mission. If you have any questions about the mission details, you can contact me via this encrypted channel. She left a comm code and then decisively left the booth without any superfluous pleasantries. Watching Valerie disappear at the door, Dorio looked at Maine. She's much shrewder than she appears. How could someone sitting in that position in Arasaka's counterintelligence department be simple? Maine put away the data chip. She knows that directly mentioning the boss would hit a wall, so she took a detour, starting with us. Using the mission as a pretext to slowly build a relationship. Are we really going to play this game with her? Dorio asked. We set the rules of the game. Maine stood up, his eyes sharp. She pays, we work. As for the relationship and channel she wants, that depends on the boss' intentions, not something we can decide. When we need eddies and the mission risk is controllable, accepting her commission is fine. But if she or Arasaka makes any move that crosses the line. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Leaving the cybercafe, Maine and Dorio blended into the noisy crowds of Watson. Valerie's bait had been swallowed, but in the shadows of Night City, who was truly in control, the fisherman, or the fish, was never a certainty. How long this newly established, fragile line would last, and what role it would play, depended on the ensuing game between both parties, and the ultimate will of the existence hidden deep within the Wasteland workshop. Morris's detailed report regarding Maine's crew's contact with Arasaka was uploaded to the workshop's central information processing system according to protocol after the incident. Following Osiris' preset information filtering protocols, the report was automatically categorized as non-urgent/non-technical external dynamics, received by a duty servoskull, and stored in the read-pending database, without triggering a high-priority alert. At that time, Osiris was completely immersed in his research. He first optimized the energy diversion structure of the dimensional teleporter, then immediately dedicated himself to the final assembly and calibration of the exoskeleton power armor and power gauntlets. During such critical research phases, any external information that did not pose a direct threat or involve core technological exchange would be systematically deferred. After setting the last calibration parameter, Osiris slowly disengaged from his highly focused work state. While flexing his slightly stiff mechanical fingers, he habitually whispered to the hovering servoskull, "Buddy, let's see what miscellaneous tasks have piled up during this time." His gaze calmly swept over the list of pending items, finally resting on the information about Arasaka. This, he said softly, with a hint of realization in his tone, as if he had finally remembered an insignificant minor matter. It seems some corporations have finally learned manners while we were focused on research. As the report was opened, the information about Arasaka's attempt to make contact officially entered his view. He manipulated a mechanical tentacle to pull up the report, his crimson optical lenses rapidly scanning the text. In the silent workshop, only the low hum of energy conduits and his calm, almost self-muttering voice echoed. "Buddy, look at this," he whispered, as if habitually, to the servoskull hovering nearby. Even though the metal skull would only silently execute preset commands, Arasaka finally got a bit smarter, knowing to extend feelers instead of swinging clubs. He continued browsing the report, his thoughts flowing through the data, and words emerging with them, more like he was organizing his own thoughts, overtures as expected. "It's nothing more than them getting hurt last time, and now they've caught the scent of technological scraps leaking from Militech. Seeking profit and avoiding harm, typical corporate logic." His gaze lingered briefly on the section of the report analyzing Arasaka's potential motives, and a slight mechanical whirring sound came from his neck. "These behemoths, buddy, are essentially no different from automated mining machines. Input resources, output profits. As long as they don't jam my gears or contaminate my energy, their internal struggles and greed are just background noise." He closed the report interface and archived it in a directory labeled Potential Transaction Nodes. No immediate response needed. If they behave, perhaps in the future, like with Militech, we can toss out a few useless technological scraps in exchange for some rare minerals or peace and quiet we need. His tone did not show any significant fluctuation, but the words that followed carried a hint of cold resolve. "If any party misjudges the situation again, thinking they can test my bottom line, buddy, then our speed in clearing waste will have to be faster and more thorough than when we dealt with Biotechnica, and that unfortunate Arasaka executive. Noise must be eliminated." This monologue ended there. Osiris' attention had completely shifted from the report, as if he had merely brushed a speck of dust from a precision instrument. For him, the corporation's movements had been categorized, evaluated, and clear response principles formulated, and the matter was considered dealt with. His core thoughts had unhesitatingly turned to the next item on the agenda, an encrypted report from the Warhammer universe sent by Sekhmet, which was the real problem requiring his computational power to analyze. Osiris' mechanical fingers tapped lightly on the control panel, expanding the encrypted file into a projection. "Buddy, it seems the news we've been waiting for has finally arrived," he whispered to the silent servoskull, the focal length of his optical lenses subtly adjusting, locking onto the key information in the projection. The report clearly confirmed two things. Forge World Nexum had completed the review of his previously submitted exploration report, and more notably, his Archmago's promotion ceremony had entered the substantive preparation phase. At least 3 weeks faster than expected, he continued to himself, his mechanical tentacles unconsciously tapping the edge of the control panel, making a rhythmic clicking sound. Even with Vox personally pushing it, the Adeptus Mechanicus bureaucratic gears rarely turned so smoothly. This sudden progress surprised him slightly. According to the Adeptus Mechanicus' usual conduct, processes involving promotions typically required weeks, or even months of tedious paperwork and layered approvals to complete. "Buddy, what do you think?" He turned to the servoskull, as if seeking the opinion of his silent companion. "Is our supervising Archmagos suddenly in urgent need of strengthening faction power? Or did that rogue AI sample from this world unexpectedly demonstrate value we hadn't anticipated under Mars evaluation standards?" Several possibilities flashed through his efficient logical core. However, he quickly reined in these divergent thoughts. Needless speculation, in the absence of data support, this is just a waste of time. He decisively closed the projection. Since the promotion channel has opened, this aligns with our core interests. As for the specific reasons, his voice carried a sense of conclusive certainty. We will naturally ascertain the truth once we return to the Forge world. At this moment, what he needed to do was make thorough preparations for this important return journey. The current situation was clear. He needed to return to the Warhammer universe as soon as possible to complete the promotion process. "The Archmagos' identity isn't just a title, buddy," he continued to himself while pulling up other related data interfaces. "It means authorization to independently lead large projects, the qualification to mobilize more Skitarii Corps, the right to request a personal forged ship, and access to strictly sealed knowledge. This is an indispensable part of our plan." However, before initiating the transdimensional teleportation and returning in person, he had to ensure that this temporary hideout and research base in the cyberpunk world could operate stably during his absence. "We can't leave and then have our base taken out right after." He pulled up recent status reports for the dump HQ and mains crew, and combining them with the current power dynamics in Night City, began a rapid and meticulous risk assessment. Militech, he reviewed relevant data records and transaction logs. Through previous transactions and deterrence, is currently in a relatively stable cooperative state. As long as we don't actively cut off the supply of those technological fragments, they should not risk provocation in the short term. Biotechnica. His voice carried a lingering chill. Although seemingly silent, the resentment left by Elliot Kwan's death will not easily dissipate. Vigilance is required. As for Arasaka, he pulled up the latest Counterintelligence Department activity records and Morris's cleanup report. Having just paid a price, they should now be busy with internal reorganization and tentative contacts. The risk of large-scale action is relatively low. His analysis turned to Main's crew. The team has completed initial enhancements and modifications, and their combat effectiveness far exceeds the average street level. They rely on our strength and also hold us in awe. But their ability to independently deal with corporate-level conspiracies is still limited. Finally, his attention returned to the real-time data stream of the dimensional teleporter. Although it has been optimized multiple times and stability has improved, teleporting a unit with such a high energy signature as myself. He quickly calculated the energy requirements and spatial structure tolerance limits, still requires precise preparation. The round trip, plus necessary dwell time, is expected to take several weeks to several months. Osiris' mechanical body rotated slightly in front of the control panel, his crimson optical lenses sweeping over the orderly equipment and flashing indicator lights in the workshop. "It seems, buddy, that meticulous arrangements need to be made before we depart." Chapter 101, Equipment 1242. Words. After comprehensive consideration, Osiris made the following arrangements. Firstly, regarding information about his departure, he decided to strictly control it. The fewer people who knew, the lower the risk of leaks and uncontrollable variables. He only needed to inform his proxy of the most basic information. He summoned Morris. A mechanical tentacle handed her a data slate, listing his core directives during his absence. I am about to conduct a critical, closed-door experiment. Osiris' voice was steady as usual, betraying no abnormalities. The experiment cycle could last several weeks, or even longer. During this period, the workshop will be completely sealed, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from entering or disturbing it. Your primary task is to guard the workshop entrance, enforcing the highest level of alert. Any attempt to force entry will be met with immediate elimination, no warning necessary. Understood, Master, Morris responded without hesitation, her system having recorded this absolute priority directive. Secondly, Maine's crew is free to operate during this time. They can undertake missions and gather resources independently, but they must not actively provoke large corporations in my name, unless they are attacked first. Should they encounter a major crisis they cannot handle alone, you may, at your discretion, provide limited support, provided the workshop's safety is ensured. The specific extent is for you to judge based on the situation on site. Recorded. I will monitor their movements, Morris nodded. Finally, maintain surveillance on all factions in Night City, especially corporate movements. All abnormal activities are to be recorded and archived according to standard procedures. In an emergency, you may attempt to contact me via the reserved secondary communication link, but unless it's an extreme situation, do not expect to interrupt my experiment. Yes, Master. Your will shall be executed, Morris bowed deeply, indicating full understanding and acceptance of the task. Osiris was satisfied with Morris's reaction. Her loyalty had been tested, and her ability and judgment were sufficient to handle most conventional threats. Her garrison workshop was enough to form an effective deterrent. Keeping Maine's crew active would maintain their presence and intelligence sources on the streets, and also prevent them from developing unnecessary ideas due to idleness or becoming overly reliant on the workshop's protection. Having dealt with these matters, Osiris' attention returned to the newly completed equipment. He notified Maine, asking Dorio to come to the workshop to receive her custom weapon. Soon after, Dorio arrived at the workshop, accompanied by Maine. Osiris pointed to a support frame on one side of the workshop. A deeply modified set of combat equipment stood there. Its basis was the Centaur-type tactical exoskeleton platform traded from Militech, but it was now unrecognizable. The original frame, which only provided lower limb assistance, had been fully reinforced and expanded, forming a metal framework covering all major parts of the body. The frame structure was robust, with heavy-duty designs at the joints, clearly intended to withstand immense power output. A compact, high-output energy core was integrated into the back, powering the entire system. The exterior of the exoskeleton was fitted with thick composite armor plates, primarily covering the torso, shoulders, and critical limb areas. The armor plates displayed a dull metallic sheen, with a rough surface treatment, showing a clear utilitarian style, but their material and angle were precisely calculated to provide optimal protection. Most striking were the weapons mounted on the arms. Those were too precisely structured, astonishingly sized power gauntlets. The gauntlets themselves were cast from high-strength alloy, with abnormally thick finger joints, and complex transmission mechanisms and energy conduits integrated within. Subtle energy patterns were faintly visible on the gauntlet's surface, like dormant blood vessels, hinting at the dangerous power contained within. This equipment is based on the Centaur exoskeleton, with comprehensive reinforcement and functional integration, Osiris began to explain, his tone like describing a precision instrument. It is now closer to a simplified power armor, providing the user with significant strength amplification and basic protection. His mechanical finger pointed to the pair of power gauntlets. The main attack units are these power gauntlets. They are not simple physical impact weapons. The integrated high-frequency vibration generators can transmit destructive energy to the target's internal structure at the moment of impact. At the same time, they possess instantaneous energy release capabilities, generating a forward shockwave at the point of attack, further enhancing the destructive effect. He paused briefly, adding the most crucial technical detail. Furthermore, I have attached a localized disintegration field to the attack surface of the gauntlets. When the gauntlets hit a target with sufficient kinetic energy, the field will be activated, producing a molecular-level disintegration effect on the impacted area. Osiris did not elaborate on the specific origin or principles of this technology, but it was undoubtedly a creation from the Warhammer universe, beyond the understanding of this world. "Put it on and perform basic adaptability tests," Osiris commanded. "I need to collect performance data in a combat environment." Dorio looked at the powerful equipment, a fervent gleam in her eyes. With Main's assistance, she began to don the heavy power armor. When the system activated and the energy core emitted a low hum, she could clearly feel an unprecedented sense of power surge from the core in her back, filling her limbs. Under Osiris' guidance, Dorio performed simple movement adaptation and strength tests in the designated testing area within the workshop. She swung her fists, creating whistling winds, and when they struck the thick metal target for testing, it was no longer a dull thud, but accompanied by a slight energy hum. The target material instantly shattered, and some areas even showed an abnormal disintegration, a terrifying effect as if eroded by an invisible force. Even the reinforced Dorio needed a moment to adapt to this sudden, almost destructive power. Main watched from the side, his face showing both satisfaction at his teammate acquiring a powerful weapon, and a hint of undisguised solemnity. The technology their boss casually produced repeatedly refreshed their understanding of the upper limit of power. Osiris calmly recorded various data: energy output stability, gauntlet impact force, disintegration field activation threshold, recoil on the user, system continuous operating time. All this data would be used for subsequent equipment optimization, and might also provide reference for the design of other types of melee weapons. After the test was completed, Osiris expressed his approval of the data results. "Basically, it meets the design expectations. In future actual missions, pay attention to collecting more usage feedback. Now, you can return to your stronghold. The workshop will undergo important upgrades soon, so do not approach unless summoned." Main and Dorio left the workshop with the new equipment and clear instructions. They knew that their boss' important upgrades often meant another big move was coming, and what they needed to do was remain on standby and use this time to consolidate their new strength. The workshop returned to silence once more. Osiris walked to the main control console of the dimensional teleporter, and began to input a series of complex coordinate parameters and energy calibration commands. He needed to perform precise preheating and calculations for this long-range teleportation back to the Warhammer universe. His crimson optical lens locked onto the fluctuating energy readings, all external interferences and trivial matters temporarily excluded. The next step was to return to the Forge world, formally obtain the position of Sage, and based on this, initiate the new phase of his plan. Chapter 102, Returning. 1175 words. Osiris had already taken care of all matters on the cyberpunk world side. The Wasteland workshop was left under Morris' care, and Main's crew gained autonomy, responsible for maintaining the team's presence in the city and collecting necessary resources to avoid dependence on the workshop. According to the latest assessment, all factions are relatively well behaved at present, and no major conflicts are expected in the short term. After confirming that the temporary base could operate normally, Osiris began to focus his efforts on preparing for the dimensional teleporter. This return to the Warhammer universe had two clear goals: to complete the Sage promotion process and, by extension, to secure command of the Forge ship, laying a solid foundation for future development. Osiris stood before the main control console of the dimensional teleporter, his dark red mechanical body appearing like a sculpture under the glow of the eerie blue light. Intricate data flowed through his optical lenses, clearly displaying the constantly changing energy parameters before him. This teleportation was completely different from the previous transport of Main's crew. He not only had to traverse dimensions himself, but also had to bring the entire dimensional teleporter with him. This was far from a simple item transfer. The dimensional teleporter itself was a precise energy system. It needed to maintain its stability during the traversal process, while also ensuring a precise connection to the destination coordinates. The energy and control precision required for the entire process far exceeded anything before. Several nimble mechanical tentacles slowly extended from beneath his robe sleeves, precisely connecting to multiple interfaces on the control console. He directly intervened in the energy distribution system, carefully adjusting each resonance parameter. Commands were entered alternately in binary and a low, traditional language, precisely controlling the curve and stability of the energy output. As energy continuously converged, the lights at the top of the workshop noticeably dimmed, while the light in the core area of the dimensional teleporter became increasingly dazzling. Within that twisted, eerie blue light, the spatial structure could faintly be seen undergoing violent changes. Initiate collaborative teleportation protocol. Set the dimensional teleporter unit as the primary coordinate, and bind it deeply with the operator's life signal. Osiris' steady synthetic voice was exceptionally clear amidst the roar of the equipment, serving as both an instruction to the nearby servoskull and a confirmation to his own core consciousness. When the final confirmation command was entered, a strong energy fluctuation instantly swept through the entire workshop. Tiny electric sparks erupted in the air, and the pungent smell of ozone permeated the atmosphere. Immediately after, an irresistible force acted simultaneously on Osiris and the dimensional teleporter device. His vision was completely swallowed by the distorted light stream, all his senses ceased to function at that moment. Unlike the extreme experience described by Maine's crew members, where consciousness and body were completely shattered and then forcibly reassembled, Osiris' traversal experience this time was distinctly different. The moment the dimensional rift swallowed him, he clearly perceived a powerful force acting on his mechanical body, an internal energy field. It was not a pulverizing impact, but a tearing sensation, attempting to stretch and twist his very existence. If this force were to act on ordinary organisms or conventional metal structures, it would be enough to cause irreversible damage. However, just as this spatial pressure continued to act, the dimensional teleporter he carried with him reacted. The core unit within the device emitted a unique resonance, and a faint energy field rapidly expanded, enveloping him. This energy field did not rigidly resist the external tearing, but rather guided and dispersed the forces in an ingenious way, like a ship's bow cleverly parting water. The initially intense tearing sensation quickly diminished, transforming into a continuous but tolerable systemic pressure. In his sensor monitoring, the surrounding spatial coordinates were still violently shifting, and the turbulence of high-dimensional energy constantly washed over the protective field, but the actual load on his body and the dimensional teleporter structure was far below the critical value estimated by the system. The entire traversal process lasted approximately 3 seconds. When the surrounding distorted light and shadows gradually subsided and the structure of reality solidified again, he stood firmly in the familiar ancient ruin cave of the Warhammer universe. Beneath his feet was a teleportation platform inscribed with ancient patterns, and the air was mixed with the scent of holy oil and ancient rock. This was the familiar smell of this world. The sound of teleportation completion echoed in the cave, and Osiris' synthetic voice broke the surrounding silence. Coordinates confirmed, Death World, main teleportation zone of the ruins. He first assessed his own condition. His mechanical limbs moved freely, the system ran smoothly, and energy readings remained within the normal range. Next, he turned his attention to the dimensional teleporter that had been transported with him. After activating the self-check program, green indicator lights, signifying normal operation, lit up sequentially on the control panel, confirming that the device had not been damaged during the teleportation process. After confirming the basic status was correct, he began to retrieve the detailed records of the recent teleportation process. The data clearly showed that in the initial phase of traversal, the spatial pressure had at one point approached dangerous levels, but it was quickly stabilized by the energy field generated by the dimensional teleporter itself. The effect of this protection mechanism was quite significant, making the entire teleportation process smoother than his initial estimates. It seems that when the dimensional teleporter actively traverses, it automatically protects the units bound to it. He noted this discovery in his experimental log, marking it as a key project requiring further research. This discovery made him even more certain that the value of this ruin, and the dimensional teleporter within it, was far more than just a simple portal. It likely possessed more capabilities that he had yet to uncover. This realization gave him new thoughts on his subsequent research plans. In addition to completing the promotion matters, he needed to schedule time for a more in-depth investigation of this ruin. More secrets about interdimensional travel might be hidden within this ancient facility. As Osiris completed his system self-check, a rhythmic metallic footsteps sound came from the direction of the passage. He looked up to see Sekhmet's familiar figure appear at the entrance. She was clad in dark red armor, her tall figure particularly striking under the cave's lights, with a servoskull silently hovering behind her. About 10 meters from the teleportation platform, Sekhmet stopped, her right fist steadily striking her chest plate, performing a standard Adeptus Mechanicus salute. "Welcome back, priest," Sekhmet's soft voice carried respect. Osiris nodded slightly in response, his gaze sweeping over Sekhmet to survey the entire interior environment of the cave. "Report the base's current status and any major changes during my absence." His voice was steady, carrying his usual pragmatic attitude. Sekhmet maintained a standard posture and began her report. Osiris listened quietly, while simultaneously verifying the information through his own sensors. Chapter 103, Situation 12-19 words. The internal renovation project of the ruins has now completed its second phase. She guided Osiris' gaze across the entire cavern, introducing each development. We have added and installed 2 standard plasma reactors in the energy zone on the southeast side. They are now fully integrated and operational, with stable output, and a 400% increase in total power, sufficient to support all existing equipment and defense systems at full load. She continued to report on the upgrades to other systems. The life support system has achieved full coverage, and air circulation and temperature/humidity control have reached the standards of a Forge World-level outpost. The material reserve warehouse has also been expanded. According to the list you approved, it now stores enough ammunition, energy cells, and various spare parts to sustain 3,000 cult guard for 6 standard months of high-intensity combat. In terms of defense, her tone became more solemn. The external defensive matrix of the ruins has been fully activated, including for automated turret arrays covering all main passages. A void shield has also been deployed, capable of withstanding medium-intensity orbital bombardment. Internal critical nodes, such as the reactor area, main control room, and teleportation zone, have all been equipped with independent shields and isolation doors, further enhancing regional security. Osiris listened to the report while cross-referencing the information through his own sensors and real-time connection with the servoskulls in the workshop. He saw thick energy conduits laid along the rock walls, emitting a low, steady hum. Modified cult guard soldiers patrolled everywhere, their crimson robes appearing even more solemn in the cold light. Various instruments and equipment familiar to him, imbued with the Adeptus Mechanicus style, were neatly arranged within the significantly expanded space. The entire ruin had indeed transformed from a mere archaeological discovery into a fully functional, heavily fortified forward base and experimental center. The work efficiency meets expectations. After Sekhmet completed her report, Osiris gave his affirmation. He then instructed, upgrading the energy supply and defense system is a necessary foundation. The focus of subsequent work needs to further optimize the data network architecture and improve overall information processing capabilities. Understood, priest. Sekhmet responded, the relevant upgrade plan has been initially drafted and awaits your review. After addressing the basic situation of the base, Sekhmet shifted the topic to the upcoming actions. Archmagos, regarding the return to Forge World Nexum, when do you plan to depart? How much Skitarii core force do you require to accompany you? Osiris Cogitator Core rapidly calculated various parameters. Promotion to Archmagos was a predetermined goal, yet the political environment of the Forge world, while not as treacherous as Mars, was certainly no easy path. He needed to display sufficient strength during the journey to match his coming soon of status, but excessive display of force could also trigger unnecessary vigilance. Prepare a shuttle. As for the escort force, you will personally lead 800 cult guard to accompany me. Osiris finally issued the order. This scale was just right, sufficient to form a noticeable honor Skitarii corps, demonstrating his rightful authority as a prospective Archmagos, yet not so large as to appear aggressive. Sekhmet, in her capacity as Cult Guard commander, personally escorting him, would further highlight the importance of this trip. Your command is absolute. Sekhmet immediately accepted the order. The shuttle and escort team will be ready within 4 standard hours. Osiris' response was concise and powerful. Sekhmet bowed again, then turned and departed with steady steps, beginning to deploy for the journey. Her servoskull floated silently behind her, its red lights flickering in its eye sockets, tracing flowing paths in the dim corridor. Utilizing this preparation time, Osiris accessed the ruins' main control system, recalling the promotion process report Sekhmet had previously sent. His cogitator core ran at high speed, reviewing each detail, analyzing the possible motives behind Archmagos fabricator Casper Vox's actions, and assessing the potential reactions of various factions within the Forge world. Concurrently, he had already begun planning the specific steps upon arrival at Nexum. First and foremost, a formal audience with Archmagos Vox and the submission of his report, then participation in the promotion ceremony, and finally, a crucial step, using this opportunity to formally submit an application for the allocation of a cruiser-class Forge ship. Each step required precise calculation. Any minor error could cause unnecessary delays, or even affect the achievement of the ultimate goal. 4 hours later, all preparations were complete. Osiris and Sekhmet boarded the shuttle parked on the temporary landing pad outside the ruins. 800 elite Cult Guard soldiers had already lined up neatly, then successively boarded several other transport craft of the same model. The shuttle's engines emitted a low, powerful roar, spewing blue ion streams as it slowly ascended, breaking through the Death World's thin atmosphere, heading towards the frigate awaiting in orbit. Looking out the viewport, the barren surface of the Death World gradually shrank, presenting a cruel and monotonous beauty. The frigate in orbit gradually revealed its massive form. This was an Adeptus Mechanicus-style frigate, with the colossal Adeptus Mechanicus cogskull insignia branded on its bow. The shuttle smoothly docked into the frigate's hangar. The hatch slid open silently, and Osiris' tall, dark red figure appeared in the connecting passage. The metal deck resonated steadily under his footsteps, and his power pack emitted a low-frequency operational hum. On the ship's deck, tech priests in red robes and various ranks of crew members were lined up on both sides. Within the strict hierarchy of the Adeptus Mechanicus, a priest on the verge of promotion to Archmagos, and actually controlling independent military force, held a status far beyond that of ordinary members. The crowd maintained absolute silence, optical lenses and biological eyes alike cast downwards, expressing obedience to a higher-ranking individual in a manner approved by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Osiris did not linger, nor did he even glance at the queue. He merely nodded very slightly, his movement as precise as a mechanical command, then, flanked by Sekhmet and a squad of capable Scutarii corps, proceeded directly to his exclusive cabin. Simultaneously, his logic core seamlessly accessed the ship's data network, silently retrieving navigation parameters, warp jump progress, and the latest power shifts and resource allocation intelligence within Forge World Nexum. The entire ship's systems seemed to naturally open their permissions to him, data streams awaiting inspection like loyal servants. Set course, target Forge World Nexum, return at maximum speed. He issued the command to the bridge via the internal communication channel. Course confirmed, priest. Estimated time of arrival, 7 standard days. The captain's response came through the communicator. The engines of the Steadfast Will began to increase power output, the massive hull slowly adjusted its direction, then carved a trace in the void, entering the designated warp lane, heading towards Forge World Nexum. This return was not merely a reporting and promotion, but a critical turning point in his grand plan. Acquiring Archmagos status and a Forge ship would truly provide him with the capital to act and develop independently in the Warhammer universe, thereby more effectively integrating resources from both worlds and advancing his exploration of dimensional teleportation technology and other cutting-edge fields. The voyage had begun. The next step was to confront the power structure and opportunities of the Forge world. Chapter 104, Forge World 1180 words. Warp travel was never absolutely safe. Even on the most stable recognized routes, the fabric of reality was relatively thin, filled with energy turbulence and psychic whispers that defied conventional physical laws. The Geller field of the frigate Osiris was on continuously bore the pressure during the journey, and the stable hum of the field generator was the only background sound within the ship. Beyond the hull, distorted and shifting unreality unfolded, with colors and forms defying logic. Occasionally, large, blurry shadows grazed the edge of the energy field, triggering brief alerts from the detection array. Osiris primarily remained in his private cabin during the voyage. His data interface was directly connected to the ship's main system, continuously monitoring navigation parameters and engine status. At the same time, he allocated a portion of his processing threads to repeatedly parse recent data packets and intelligence updates received from Forge World Nexum. Sekhmet stood guard outside the cabin door. Her sensor arrays were in full-spectrum listening mode. Although Adeptus Mechanicus vessels, due to their specific technological taboos and protective measures, rarely encountered direct warp entity incursions, she maintained the highest standard of vigilance. 7 standard days of travel concluded with the continuous roar of the warp drive. With a violent spatial tremor, the frigate successfully exited the warp and re-anchored itself in the material universe. The light of the Nexum star shone through the observation window, illuminating the bridge and revealing the massive Forge world in orbit ahead. From an orbital perspective, the planet Nexum itself was not entirely covered by endless metal. Vast, rust-colored and grayish-yellow barren land remained the primary landscape, interspersed with smaller industrial outposts and mining facilities, like stains on a rough canvas. Most of the surface of Nexum still presented an undeveloped, primitive state, with the rust-colored barren land being the main tone, with only scattered mining fields and small facilities dotted among them. However, at the center of this silent landscape, a magnificent circular forging complex dominated. This colossal ring, over 2,000 kilometers in diameter, was clearly visible even from orbit. It was composed of countless interconnected workshops, storage tanks, and refining towers, all exhibiting the dull metallic sheen characteristic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Dense road networks and cargo tracks extended around the outer perimeter of the ring, and the massive energy arrays and geothermal wellheads that powered it were vaguely discernible. At the geometric center of the ring's structure stood the most prominent main furnace tower. This exceptionally thick metal giant tower was astonishingly tall, its apex even piercing the planet's low-altitude pollution clouds. However, the operational status of this vast industrial area conveyed a sense of inadequacy. Orbital sensors showed that its internal energy signal output was unstable and significantly below its design peak. The number of aircraft and transport barges flying over the factory area was sparse, as if only maintaining a minimum level of dispatch. Large planned expansion areas on the outer ring had already ceased construction, leaving only unfinished metal frameworks casting lonely shadows on the wasteland. Only the main furnace tower at the center continued to spew plumes of smoke, proving that this industrial heart had not stopped beating. But this sole sign of activity only further highlighted the dullness and desolation of the entire area. This circular factory and its central tower together formed the still beating, yet weary, heart of the Nexum Forge world. At the same time, a massive orbital shipyard also floated in orbit around the planet. Like the struggling circular factory on the ground, it collectively spoke to the constraints and challenges facing this Forge world. This magnificent skeletal star ring was a testament to the ambitious visions of the Great Crusade era, and also a tragic symbol of its abrupt end. The star ring's base was immense, constructed from tens of thousands of colossal metal trusses and reinforced modules, its scale sufficient to accommodate several capital ships simultaneously. But at this moment, upon this magnificent base, only about less than a third of the area was covered by dock decks and complete internal facilities, flickering with sparse lights and welding sparks. The remaining parts were bare metal frameworks exposed to the vacuum, like the remains of a giant beast, silently floating in orbit. Some large construction equipment, such as giant gantry cranes and orbital welding platforms, were fixed motionless on the unfinished structures like abandoned toys, their surfaces covered with cosmic dust and traces of micrometeorite impacts. The entire star ring was like an epic poem suddenly interrupted at its climax, full of unfulfilled regret and an air of decay. The frigate slowly approached the completed section of the star ring, following the navigation signals. A massive spaceport extension pier, like an arm of steel, guided the frigate into its designated berth. The docking process was smooth and precise, accompanied by a slight hiss of air pressure equalization, as the ship and the spaceport completed a hard connection. The hatch opened and Osiris' tall, dark red figure appeared at the entrance of the connecting passage. Behind him stood Sekhmet, solemn as an iron tower, and a squad of rigorously selected, well-equipped cult guard soldiers. Their appearance immediately brought a hush to the busy, but orderly environment of the spaceport. The internal spatial dimensions of the spaceport far exceeded conventional standards. Its vaulted ceiling was precisely calculated to ensure that even the largest war titans could pass through smoothly without having to stoop. The air was saturated with a variety of characteristic odors, the acrid smell of high-temperature welded metal, the heavy, greasy scent of special lubricants, and the pungent ozone produced by high-voltage electric arcs. These smells blended together to form the pervasive, identifiable environmental characteristics found within Adeptus Mechanicus facilities. Thick energy conduits and high-capacity data cables were neatly secured within reinforced grooves preset in the walls, like static metallic conduits, extending to the limits of vision. Heavy conveyor belt systems operated continuously, carrying components of various specifications and even partially assembled weapon platforms, emitting a rhythmic, low hum. Numerous servitors were the primary active entities here. They performed tasks such as material handling, area cleaning, and basic maintenance according to preset programs. Their movements were stiff and precise, lacking the fluidity of living organisms, and the monotonous electronic sounds accompanying their actions further reinforced the dehumanized atmosphere of the environment. Several tech priests in red robes were already waiting by the berth. Their bionic modifications varied, but their identification indicated they belonged to the middle to lower echelons of the Forge World's administrative hierarchy, with duties including receiving important arrivals. The communication process was extremely concise. Both parties used short binary code fragments and filtered synthetic speech to complete the necessary ceremonial greetings and identity verification. Given Osiris' status as a quasimugos and his independent command authority, this reception was more a matter of following protocol. After completing the required docking document verification and transit authorization registration, Osiris and his escort boarded the designated ground shuttle. The shuttle smoothly detached from the spaceport's docking arm, adjusted its attitude, and began its descent towards the industrial-scarred surface of the planet below. Chapter 105, Fabricator General 1109 words. The shuttle pierced through the thick and complex pollution clouds above the planet, and the specific details of the surface gradually became clear in the observation window. The massive ring-shaped fabrication complex now occupied most of the view, its scale even more evident. Dense industrial building clusters spread within and around the ring, forming the only urban landscape on this planet. Countless factory outlines were faintly visible in the pervasive smoke, and in most areas, muffled thuds and a continuous low-frequency hum could still be heard. The dark red glow emanating from the furnace districts was still visible even in the daylight. However, disproportionate to its enormous size, many areas clearly lack sufficient signs of activity. A significant portion of the secondary processing areas had smokestacks that were not emitting exhaust, and the massive storage facility doors were tightly shut, with identifiers indicating disuse or dormancy hanging on their surfaces. On the freight rail network connecting the various areas, traffic was sparse, and some sections of the tracks even showed exposed, unmaintained rust. The shuttle finally landed in the main forge area, at the geometric center of the ring. This was the true core of the entire Nexum, a hub where immense energy and material flows converged. The main forge standing at the center was itself a behemoth, its base extending deep underground, while its upper structure continuously radiated astonishing heat and a deep roar. This sound was not mere noise, but a continuous vibration with physical penetrative power, clearly perceptible through structural conduction even within the well-insulated shuttle cabin, conveying an almost primal force contained within it. Surrounding the forge were layers of energy relay stations, control temples, and material distribution centers built around it, together forming a complex and orderly colossal compound. In the passage leading to Archmagos fabricator Caspar Vox's private sanctum, the systemic difficulties faced by the Forge world became more concretely apparent to Osiris. This passage, which should have only echoed with regular mechanical footsteps and data whispers, now revealed an uncharacteristic complexity. Several tech priests in red robes gathered in a recess along one side of the corridor, their data ports interconnected, engaged in high-intensity encrypted data exchange. From the unstable flicker frequency of their optical lenses and the occasional, inadequately modulated binary chirps, it could be deduced that the discussion involved the priority allocation of critical resources, and its intensity exceeded the scope of conventional technical discussions. Public data screens embedded in the passage walls were scrolling to display the real-time status of major production lines. Osiris sensors quickly captured and analyzed these information streams. Over 30% of the production units were marked as low-efficiency operation, or awaiting materials/standby, and the daily output indicators for several critical weapon platform assembly lines showed continuous, unhealthy downward curves, with values already below the theoretical threshold required to maintain basic production capacity. Osiris Core thought process calmly recorded and evaluated these phenomena. This systemic decay in efficiency and resource shortage was undoubtedly severely restricting the operational capabilities of the entire Forge world. Against this backdrop, any factor that could potentially improve efficiency or bring new opportunities would be magnified in value, and its approval process might therefore be reconsidered. He clearly knew that the Archmago's qualification review and certification should, in theory, be handled by the Qualification Review Tribunal under the Forge World Archmagos Committee, with a process involving as many as 127 independent assessment stages, aimed at ensuring the candidate's technical capabilities and loyalty to the Omnissia's doctrines. However, within the Adeptus Mechanicus' strict hierarchical system, regulations often yielded to actual power structures, especially when the entire world faced developmental difficulties. Archmago's fabricator Caspar Vox, as Nexum's highest administrative officer, the Skitarii Corps commander, and the world's legal representative in the Mars Council, his will was sufficient to exert a decisive influence on any internal process. His attitude could accelerate, delay, or even substantially alter the outcome of any deliberation. Therefore, the fact that his promotion application passed the preliminary review so quickly, without any visible resistance, was itself a strong signal. This was certainly not the result of the committee's bureaucracy operating in due course. It was almost certain that Archmagos Vox had directly intervened, using his highest authority to simplify or forcibly advance the process. Osiris needed to know the fundamental reason that prompted this Archmagos to act in such a manner. Was the crisis facing the Forge world so urgent that it required promoting any personnel who might bring a turning point, regardless of convention? Or did his report on the ancient logic core touch upon a deeper plan of Archmagos Vox? Or did it involve more complex political considerations? Understanding his true intentions was the basis for all of Osiris' subsequent interactions and negotiations. He adjusted the operational priority of his internal logic unit, preparing for the upcoming meeting. The sanctum's large door slid open silently. The scene inside contrasted with the industrial clamor outside. It was more like a combination of a library, a museum, and a command center. The air was filled with the scent of aged grease, ancient parchment, and faint electrical arcs. The four walls were made up of towering bookshelves reaching the ceiling, crammed with ancient paper tomes, data slates, and replicas of STC fragments encased in stasis fields. In some glass display cases, there were weapon prototypes from different eras, samples of Xenos technology, and the remains of some battle-hardened mechanical units, displayed like trophies. In the center of the room, behind a massive desk forged from a single piece of adamantium, its edges inlaid with complex computational arrays, sat Archmagos fabricator Caspar Vox. Archmagos Vox's physique was far more traditional and bulky than Osiris. His lower body was completely integrated with a multi-tracked mobile platform, providing stable support and impressive maneuverability. His torso was covered in heavy, dark gold armor with clear signs of successive upgrades, etched with dense Omnissia holy words and gear patterns. Four primary multi-jointed mechanical tendrils extended from his back. Two were rapidly perusing suspended holographic documents. One was adjusting a miniature plasma reactor model on the desk, and another was in standby, its fingertip faintly flickering with energy arcs. His head had also undergone extensive modification, retaining part of the human skull structure, but mostly replaced by a silver metal cranium. On his face, one original human eye was deep and sharp, as if it could see through people's hearts, while the other was replaced by a multispectral bionic eye with constantly shifting focus. His lower jaw had been modified into an integrated vocal unit and tiny tool interfaces, speaking with a unique metallic resonance. Chapter 106, Vox. 1128 words. Osiris, it's good to see you return safely, Vox's voice resonated. The formal tone in his voice, a blend of an elder's hoarseness and static, was slightly diminished, revealing a more apparent casualness, like speaking to a familiar subordinate, even carrying a hint of undetectable friendliness. The wisdom of the Omnissia always guides us, though the path ahead seems fraught with thorns. Archmagos Vox. Following your guidance, I have completed the preliminary exploration, Osiris responded with standard Adeptus Mechanicus etiquette, his crimson optical lenses calmly observing the Archmagos, awaiting further instructions. After a brief opening, Vox did not engage in excessive pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. His one remaining natural human eye narrowed slightly, as if recalling something, while he waved a mechanical tentacle, projecting a massive star chart and data reports into the air above his desk. Osiris, you've returned at just the right time. The situation is even less optimistic than when we last communicated. Vox's voice carried a heavy, reminiscent tone. You saw the unfinished construction in orbit, and you traversed the increasingly stifling factories below. Recalling the Great Crusade era, those were truly nostalgic years. The Imperium's borders constantly expanded, the War Master's fleets were invincible, and the forges of our Nexum worked day and night, forging indestructible armor for the Emperor's warriors. At that time, the entire sector could hear the roar of our hammers and feel the glory of the Omnissia. His tone gradually shifted from recollection to the gravity of the present, his mechanical eye locking onto a flickering node on the star chart, but now the wounds inflicted by Horus' betrayal are far deeper than we initially imagined. The Imperium is recovering, but the order has changed. Our most stable pillars are shaking. Vox's mechanical tentacle swept across the star chart, bringing up another clear data stream. A thick band of light, labeled 7th Legion Imperial Fists, dominated the historical data, its flow so strong it almost obscured all other minor order sources. Look here, Vox's voice carried a deliberately factual, troubled tone, as if stating an unavoidable law of physics. From the moment the first foundation was laid, the coding to serve the 7th Legion has flowed in the very bloodstream of our Nexum. The sons of Primarch Dorn, they are our firmest cornerstone, the fundamental reason why our forges were designed as they are. Their needs are our production directives. The tip of his tentacle lightly tapped the portion of the light band on the chart that had noticeably narrowed and branched in recent decades, emitting a metallic tapping sound. However, as you've seen, Robert Gilliman, before his unfortunate demise, he vigorously promoted the Second Founding Initiative, which aimed to disband all legions into independent smaller chapters. He paused, his one remaining natural human eye revealing a complex emotion, like regret mixed with the helplessness of facing an established fact. At the time, Primarch Dorn was adamantly against it. He believed that while the Imperium's scars were still healing, clenching the fist tightly was the correct approach. Fate is a cruel mistress. After Primarch Gilliman fell, Primarch Dorn, ironically, became the most steadfast executor of this policy. He believed it was to complete his brother's unfinished work, a necessary price to pay in the fight against chaos. Now, the splitting of the Imperial fists is unstoppable. The worry in Vox's tone became more concrete, even carrying a hint of calculated complaint. What does this mean? It means that the massive orders that once came directly to us, feeding our core production lines, will now be cut into dozens, even hundreds of pieces, scattered across the entire galaxy. These newly formed chapters, these little ones, each have their own temperament. Some may have already been flirting with forge worlds near their homeworlds, while others will seek the blessing of older, more famous forge worlds. And here, alas, our order volume has genuinely shrunk by nearly 40%. To be frank with you, the Star Ring expansion project has been completely shelved, and in the factories below, a third of the secondary forges have gone cold. If this continues, we may even struggle to update the equipment for our existing Skitarii core. On the chart, the once robust data stream had now split into dozens of smaller tributaries, many of which already pointed to the insignias of other Forge worlds. Order volume is projected to plummet by over 30%, and that's just the most optimistic estimate. Vox's mechanical tentacle fell limply onto the desk with a clang. Do you know what this means? It means some of the Forge fires will need to be extinguished. It means production line stagnation. It means tech priests and workers with nothing to do. It means our Nexum's standing and resource allocation within the Adeptus Mechanicus will further decline. Vox raised his sole remaining human eye, his gaze a mixture of anticipation and shrewdness, locking firmly onto Osiris. So Osiris, when I received your report and carefully reviewed the data regarding that ancient logic core, I realized this might be a glimmer of hope for our Nexum in this predicament, a potential opportunity to break the deadlock. His tone became more animated, carrying a pragmatic, even somewhat shrewd meaning. That core, I entrusted it to an absolutely reliable internal unit for in-depth analysis. The results are very interesting. Yes, it indeed displayed a certain degree of autonomous logical judgment capability, and its data processing model showed significant differences from our common cogitative systems. Its style is quite ancient, one might even say somewhat alien. He paused deliberately to emphasize his next words. His mechanical tentacle, used to aid expression, made a decisive cutting motion in the air. We must, and absolutely can, strictly define from a technical standpoint its intelligence level is far from touching the unforgivable red line of abominable intelligence. It's more like a complex, highly efficient automated logic unit, an unintelligent tool. You understand what I mean. It lacks true intent, and its behavioral patterns are still confined within a preset parameter framework. It's just that this framework is a little more flexible than the standard template. Another mechanical tentacle deftly made a twisting motion, as if weighing invisible chips. The key lies in the subsequent packaging and guidance. We can emphasize its archaeological value and historical uniqueness. Highlight its exceptional efficiency in processing specific types of complex data, such as environmental sensing, production line optimization, or ballistic trajectory prediction. At the same time, carefully handle those overly non-standard parts of its logical pathways, interpreting them as a characteristic of some lost technological school. Ultimately, we can position it as a new type of high-performance specialized cogitator core, a unique product that can bring technological distinction to our Forge world. Chapter 107, Body 1156 words. Vox's metallic body leaned slightly forward, adopting a typical business negotiation posture. You will provide the complete data package for this technology and initial application guidance. And I, along with Nexum's entire administrative and production system, will be responsible for subsequent manufacturing, market promotion, and, more importantly, addressing any doctrine-based concerns and scrutiny that may arise from Mars. As for profit distribution, he pondered for a moment, as if having gone through a difficult calculation. The Forge world needs to bear all production costs, production line modification expenses, and market development risks. This investment is huge. Therefore, the bulk of the profits naturally belongs to the Forge world. However, given that you are the discoverer and provider of the technology, we are willing to give you a 10% net profit as compensation. This proportion, given the current tight financial situation of the Forge world, already demonstrates my greatest sincerity. After all, the entire vast system needs resources to maintain operation, doesn't it? Osiris listened quietly, his optical lenses showing no fluctuation. Vox's offer was lower than expected, but this was within his calculations. He did not directly respond to the number, but instead called up a concise report and projected it onto the table. Archmago's, Osiris' synthesized voice was calm and steady. The value of this technology lies in its ability to help Nexum establish a unique competitive advantage in the new landscape after the second army buildup. What we have lost are stable, large-scale orders. To attract those scattered battle groups with independent choices, we need differentiated capabilities. More efficient logistics, more precise fire control, and more flexible production lines will undoubtedly greatly enhance Nexum's competitiveness. And to achieve all this, this logical core is the key. 1/10 of the profit is equivalent to underestimating its strategic significance in turning the tide, and it cannot cover the extraordinary cost I paid to acquire it. Vox's mechanical tentacles stopped, his human eye narrowed slightly, clearly reevaluating. 12%, his synthesized voice carried a hint of concession, modifying production lines, training personnel, dealing with scrutiny, these are all sunk costs. The risk still has to be borne by the Forge world. Osiris' synthesized voice rang out steadily, 17%. And I need a lunar-class cruiser, the unfinished hull-numbered NXS-07 in the orbital ring. It must be customized according to my requirements, and the modification costs will be borne by the Forge world. Vox's mechanical tentacles suddenly froze in midair, emitting a series of urgent hydraulic sounds. 17%. And a lunar-class cruiser. His loudspeaker erupted with harsh electronic static. Osiris, you're asking for my lifeblood. The keel of that NXS-07 uses the highest purity adamantium, just these materials alone are priceless. Not to mention modifying it according to your requirements, that cost would be enough to rebuild 3 secondary forges. Since you mentioned secondary forges, Osiris' optical lenses flickered slightly, immediately seizing the opportunity, then, assigning one of the idle secondary forges to my name, as a supporting research and trial production facility, would greatly enhance the efficiency of technology transfer, which is more valuable than simply modifying a single ship. Absolutely not. Vox's reaction was unusually swift and firm, the previous shrewdness and hesitation instantly replaced by an undeniable sense of authority. His massive track base moved forward by half a step, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. Osiris, listen carefully, profit sharing can be discussed, ship modifications can be negotiated, but a secondary forge, even the smallest and most idle one, represents one of the Omnissia's sacred industrial nodes here. Its management rights are absolutely not a bargaining chip. You have just been promoted to Archmagos and have not yet established the corresponding merits and management system, and your promoted specialty is not Forge Archmagos. Directly presiding over a forge does not conform to doctrine, and it also violates the fundamental regulations of the Forge world. In this regard, there is no room for compromise. His human eye stared intently at Osiris, his tone low and serious. I understand your desire for resources, young man. But on some matters, we must hold our ground. The structure of the Forge world must not be easily destroyed, this is my principle. These words were spoken with finality, indicating that this was indeed his bottom line. Osiris was silent for a moment, his logical core quickly assessing the situation. Vox's refusal was absolute, continuing to dwell on it would only disrupt the negotiation atmosphere. He immediately adjusted his strategy. I understand your principles, Archmagos. His synthesized voice returned to its previous steady tone. Then, let's return to the cruiser proposal. He continued to argue, it is precisely because of the Forge world's current financial situation that the request for NXS-07 seems reasonable. It has been idle in the dock for 37 standard years, incurring maintenance costs every day. Converting it into my dedicated Forge ship will not only immediately eliminate this expense, but also open up new research areas for Nexum, far from the core regions, which complies with safety regulations. Moreover, a Forge ship equipped with advanced research facilities will be better able to unearth technological legacies similar to the logical core, and its results will ultimately feed back into the Forge world. Vox's tracked platform rotated uneasily at an angle, seemingly still displeased about the earlier demand for the Forge, and his tone was stiff. Even so, the basic modification costs would be modifications will proceed in phases. Osiris interrupted, his tone unequivocal. The Forge world only needs to be responsible for basic modifications to make it navigable. Subsequent advanced modifications will be handled by me personally. Considering the future returns this investment can bring, this request is not excessive. After another round of intense bargaining, mainly concerning the cruiser modification details and profit payment cycles, Vox finally relented, 15%. This is the final offer. And you must bear the costs of the deep modification of the cruiser yourself. 15% net profit sharing, with completion costs and basic modifications handled by the Forge world, Osiris confirmed, knowing this had touched the other party's bottom line. The specific details will be written into the agreement. All right, that's settled. Archmagos Vox seemed to have exhausted his energy, one mechanical tentacle supporting his metallic forehead, the other waving to signal an end. "You brat, you're more troublesome than a heretic's algorithm. Take it, that ship is yours, saves me space." His tone was complaining, but a glint of relief and shrewdness flashed in his human eye. Clearly, successfully holding the line on the forge made the other concessions acceptable to him. Agreement reached. "May this cooperation be as close as precision gears, driving Nexum to regain its glory," Osiris calmly confirmed. He had also achieved his main objectives. As for the secondary forge, that was merely a probe, and there would be plenty of time in the future. Chapter 108, Promotion. 1350 words as the terms of the agreement were entered into the Forge World's core database. Osiris Archmago's promotion process was initiated. This was not a public celebration, but a secret ceremony conducted within the Adeptus Mechanicus, strictly adhering to ancient rites. The ceremony took place in the Data Sanctum, deep within the main forge area. This was a colossal circular hall, its walls composed of cooled lava and embedded data conduits, with countless tiny indicator lights twinkling like a nebula in the darkness. The air was thick with a mixed scent of ozone, incense, and hot metal. At the center of the hall was a recessed ritual area, its floor intricately inscribed with binary prayers and gear patterns. Only Fabricator General Vox, the three most senior resident Archmagos, and Osiris, as the protagonist, participated in the ceremony. All were clad in their most formal red robes, their mechanical tentacles and optical lenses gleaming with a cold light in the dim illumination. Archmagos Vox occupied the main position, his track platform connected to the ground's data interface, serving as the ceremony's officiant and witness. There were no impassioned speeches, no crowds of onlookers. The entire ceremony proceeded in almost absolute silence, broken only by the faint hum of servoskulls hovering, the low pulsation from the distant forges, and the subtle hiss of data flowing through cables. The core components of the promotion were knowledge scrutiny and authority transfer. The three Archmagos connected directly to Osiris' logic core via data cables, engaging in high-speed binary code Q&A, examining his understanding of Adeptus Mechanicus dogma, his grasp of technological ethics, and especially conducting a final inquiry into the technical details and potential risks of the ancient logic core he had discovered. Osiris' logic core operated efficiently, responding to all questions with precise, rigorous data streams, his answers conforming to the doctrinal framework while cleverly concealing the essence of the rogue AI beneath the explanation of a unique ancient architecture. The scrutiny lasted a full standard hour. When the last Archmagos disconnected and sent a single green light code to Vox, signifying approval, the crucial moment arrived. Archmagos Vox slowly raised his primary mechanical tentacle, at the end of which he held a metal staff approximately 1.5 meters long. This explorer's staff was crafted entirely from dark metal, its shaft etched with intricate circuit patterns and motifs of exploring unknown star systems, topped by a slowly rotating, complex gear assembly, with a crystal emitting a soft blue light embedded at its center. In the name of the Omnissia, and by the authority granted by the Council of Mars, Vox's synthesized voice echoed through the sanctum with unprecedented solemnity. Given that Priest Osiris has made outstanding achievements in the path of exploration, recovered lost technological relics, and injected new vitality and possibilities into Nexum's future, his knowledge, his will, and his devotion to the way of the machine have passed the sacred scrutiny. He held the staff level, extending it towards Osiris. Today, we bestow upon him the rank and responsibilities of Exploration Sage. May you wield this staff, lead the path of inquiry, analyze the principles of all things, and open up unknown territories for the glory of the machine god. Osiris extended his modified right hand and firmly grasped the staff. Upon contact, he could feel a faint energy flow through the staff into his system, a symbol of activated authority. Simultaneously, a massive data stream including higher-level database access keys, legal qualifications to independently lead research projects, authority to deploy a certain scale of Scutarii core and resources, and basic codes for requesting and commanding starships flooded into his logic core like a burst dam. Duty calls, I shall not shirk. The path of knowledge is endless. Osiris responded with the standard reply formula, his synthesized voice clearly audible in the silent sanctum. The ceremony concluded. There were no cheers, no congratulations, The three Archmagos silently nodded to him, and then turned to leave in sequence, their red robes sweeping over the cold floor behind them. Archmagos Vox cast a final glance at Osiris, a complex emotion, perhaps anticipation, perhaps warning flashing in his human eye, then he too drove his tracked platform and disappeared beyond the side door of the sanctum. Osiris stood alone in the center of the sanctum, holding the explorer's staff, a symbol of his identity and power. The cold metallic touch transmitted through his sensors, and the gear assembly at the staff's tip emitted an almost imperceptible whirring sound. He knew that this staff was not merely a symbol, it was a key, an interface, formally initiating his career as a mid-level manager within the Adeptus Mechanicus. But this was just the beginning. The lunar-class cruiser he was about to acquire would be his future mobile base and laboratory, the key to breaking free from fixed constraints, traversing the star sea, and connecting two worlds. And his relationship with Nexum, and with Fabricator General Vox, had entered a new phase based on shared interests. Leaving the data sanctum, Osiris stood on the high-level observation deck of the main forge area, his gaze sweeping over the vast yet visibly weary circular factory below, then settling on the magnificent but incomplete star ring suspended in orbit. His optical lenses quickly locked onto and magnified a specific area, the construction dock where the lunar-class cruiser designated NXS-07 was located. There, suspended silently, was the skeleton of his future flagship, that lunar-class cruiser. From a distance, NXS-07 looked more like the skeletal remains of a giant beast stripped of most of its flesh than a warship. Its 5-kilometer-long hull outline was already formed, the keel forged from high-purity adamantium shimmering with a cold, expensive light under the stellar rays, showcasing the ambition and resource investment of the Empire's peak during the late Great Crusade. However, upon this sturdy framework, construction had abruptly halted. Most of the hull remained open, its massive internal structures exposed to the vacuum like an anatomical diagram. The colossal foundations reserved for macro-cannon batteries and lance arrays were empty, like black holes for eye sockets. The ship's flanks, which should have been covered by layers of heavy armor plating, now only had intersecting structural frameworks, like ribs without muscle. Kilometers of energy conduits and data bundles, like severed nerves, lay exposed at their ends, floating around the hull. Outside the hull, some abandoned colossal construction equipment could still be seen, such as the motionless cantilevers of gantry cranes, and the mechanical arms of welding platforms frozen in their last positions. Some temporary airlocks for construction were open, revealing dark and unfinished spaces inside. Micrometeorites and cosmic dust, accumulated over decades of idleness, had draped this skeleton in a dull veil. There was no fluctuation from force field generators, no faint glow from engine nozzles, no identification signals formed by lights on various parts of the hull. It lay silently, lifelessly anchored in the dock, like a forgotten dream, a sunk cost that had consumed massive investment but yielded no return. It was both a testament to past glory and a silent declaration of current predicament, its colossal body continuously draining the forge world's already strained maintenance resources. Osiris' logic core operated at high speed, analyzing the ship's current status. The Empire's future was shrouded in gloom, and the forge world's predicament was evident. But his own path, with the confirmation of his Archmagos status and the acquisition of this highly potential hull, had become increasingly clear. This unfinished cruiser represented both a challenge and an unparalleled opportunity. Its incompleteness offered him the greatest design freedom. Next, he needed to closely monitor the basic renovation progress of NXS-07, transforming it from a skeleton into at least a mobile body, and at the same time, prepare for his return to the cyberpunk world and subsequent, more in-depth, cross-dimensional research that might require this ship as a platform. The cold touch of the explorer's staff came from his hand. Although the road ahead was full of challenges, it was also filled with unprecedented possibilities thanks to this warship awaiting a new lease on life. Chapter 109, Upgrade. 1301 words after concluding the Archmagos promotion ceremony, Osiris opted to remain on the Forge world. Besides personally assessing the NXS-07 cruiser's condition and planning its modifications, he also needed to complete a crucial procedure, updating his personal equipment according to tradition, to match his new status as an exploration Archmagos. In the Grand Hall of the Forge World's central armory, Osiris completed the application process for standard issue equipment. The core equipment he acquired included two iconic items. First was the Dragon Scale Pattern Power Armor. This combat suit, designed specifically for tech priests, had a basic structure composed of adamantium and ceramite in a special composite ratio, hand-forged by veteran foundry artisans. The armor's most prominent feature was its complete integration with the wearer's energy system, an embedded energy conduction matrix directly connected to the wearer's power core, eliminating the need for external power units. Theoretically, as long as the wearer's energy did not deplete, this armor could operate continuously. Osiris had long studied the exceptional performance of this armor, but due to insufficient authorization, he had been unable to acquire it in the past. Now he finally got his wish. Second was the Omnissia's axe, symbolizing the Archmagos' authority. This was a majestic long-handled power weapon, its axe blade etched with precise mechanical litanies, and its internal power field generator continuously emitted a low hum in standby mode. Like an Archmago's staff, it was a tangible representation of status and duty. The Forge World only provided the standard issue version. Subsequent personalized modifications and functional enhancements would become Osiris' independent research projects. Additionally, he also received more mechanical tendrils of various functions and a batch of new servoskulls as prescribed. These were standard configurations for an Archmagos, considered regular supplementary equipment. For Osiris, the truly critical equipment upgrades came from the long-sealed personal collections he activated upon returning to his private laboratory. These were precious artifacts he had secretly accumulated over years of exploration and archaeological work, some of which possessed technology so dangerous and heretical that it could overload Fabricator General Vox's logic core. The first item he retrieved was a miniaturized void shield generator. This relic from the dark age of technology was designed for single-person use. Its technical principles were the same as the Imperial Navy's active void shields, but its miniaturization far exceeded contemporary standards. Osiris had previously kept it carefully hidden, but now, with Archmago's authority and the isolated environment provided by his soon-to-be-acquired independent research vessel, he could finally safely research and equip it. Next was a series of carefully embellished Xenos tech weapons. Most notable among them was an energy weapon rebranded as Arc Scourge. It was originally a phase weapon from a certain ancient Xenos race, capable of firing destructive arcs that twisted like living things. Osiris completely transformed its external form and energy characteristics, making it appear as a product of ancient human technology. Its multi-spectrum destructive field could attack multiple targets simultaneously or entangle enemy war machines to unleash overload pulses, enough to turn a main battle tank into scrap metal within seconds. Paired with it was a tachyon particle arrow launcher installed on his other arm. This also originated from Xenos tech, capable of instantly transforming inert metal into an indestructible energy arrow, with penetration power sufficient to pierce mountains. Osiris planned to use it as a covert assault weapon. He also retrieved a phase sword from the same source, glowing with an eerie green light. He did not intend to use it directly but planned to dismantle its core phase technology to enhance the Omnissia's axe, imbuing it with the special ability to unravel the fundamental structure of matter. A homologous Xenos hand cannon, labeled Hatefire Pistol, was also on the equipment list. This weapon emitted special pulses that could cause violent mutual repulsion of the target's own atoms, leading to destructive disintegration from within. The most dangerous was a reversal beam weapon system. This was a perilous variant of conversion beam technology, extremely rare even in the Imperium, known for its devastating effectiveness at close range. It required immense energy support. A single shot could even obliterate an entire squad of Terminator armored warriors. Osiris had always struggled with insufficient energy to power it until now. Additionally, there was a relatively conventional, heavy melta cannon, a powerful melta weapon left over from the Great Crusade era. Although immensely powerful, it seemed rather unremarkable compared to his other collections. To power these astonishingly energy-intensive equipments, especially the miniaturized void shield and the reversal beam system, Osiris knew that his original energy core was no longer sufficient. In the core area of his laboratory, he performed a critical upgrade on himself, installing a new high-density plasma reactor. This reactor's output power was more than 3 times that of older models, and its complex thermal management and energy diversion systems occupied most of his chest cavity. When the reactor activated, a faint blue light emanated through the armor's seams, and Osiris could feel an unprecedented surge of energy within his body. After completing the initial armament modifications, Osiris' physique underwent a significant change. Integrating the basic frame of the dragon-scale pattern power armor, along with more auxiliary mechanical tendrils and built-in weapon systems, made his body nearly 1/3 more massive than before, exuding a stronger sense of oppression. However, the cost of this enhancement was also directly reflected in his posture. To power the miniaturized void shield generator, the reversal beam weapon system, and other high-energy consumption equipment, his newly installed high-density plasma reactor was not only larger but also far heavier than anticipated. This continuously radiating high-temperature, low-humming energy core, like a heavy metal furnace, was firmly secured to his back and chest frame. The continuous immense load forced Osiris' originally upright mechanical body to lean slightly forward, his spinal structure forming a slightly hunched arc under multiple stresses. This gave him a heavy sensation when walking, as if carrying a great burden, each step accompanied by the subtle hydraulic sound of his power joints bearing the weight. Although this posture diminished the precise uprightness expected of a mechanical construct, it added a dignified aura of accumulated experience and latent danger. In his private collection vault, there were still several extremely rare ancient relics and Xenos artifacts that could not be integrated into his current body due to various limitations. Among them was a control circlet capable of exerting mental influence on living beings. Its operational principle involved subtle psychic energy mapping and required stable psychic talent to be effectively driven. As a purely mechanically enhanced individual, Osiris himself did not possess psychic potential, making this theoretically invaluable relic merely an inoperable, exquisite artifact to him for now. Besides this, there were several other precious ancient relics from the dark age of technology, but the core limitation was that his body's existing physical interfaces and energy load capacity were already nearing saturation. Every new powerful system required corresponding conduction lines, heat dissipation structures, and most importantly a stable energy supply. Although the new reactor's power far exceeded previous ones, after powering the existing systems, its redundant power was scarce, unable to safely support more advanced equipment. Therefore, Osiris had to make strategic trade-offs, prioritizing the integration of the most critical defensive and offensive systems. The precious artifacts that could not be equipped for now were carefully sealed and labeled pending future upgrade projects. They foreshadowed a long path of future enhancement, whether it be finding more efficient energy cores, developing more advanced interface technologies, or creating a body more capable of bearing these dangerous forces. All would be the next stage of challenges this newly promoted exploration archmagos would have to face. At this moment, bearing his current weight, he walked steadily towards his waiting new ship, the mobile base that could accommodate more secrets and power. Chapter 110, Magnificent 1289 words. After a comprehensive technical upgrade, Osiris not only updated his main weapon system, but also systematically optimized the detection arrays and auxiliary equipment across his entire body. At this moment, 3 newly acquired servoskulls hovered silently in a triangular formation beside him, their multispectral sensor arrays continuously scanning the surroundings. These precise devices integrated high-precision scanning, deep space detection, real-time data analysis, as well as combat assistance and defensive functions, forming a complete mobile sensory network. The servoskull, modified from the skull of a former classmate, had also undergone significant upgrades. It was now directly connected to Osiris' spinal interface via a set of high-strength data cables, serving as his external, dedicated computational core, specifically responsible for processing complex cross-dimensional calculations and spatial topological analysis. Under the escort of this special team, Osiris stepped into the long silent orbital dock. The escort duty was handled by Sekhmet's personal Skitarii Corps detachment. These elite warriors wore heavy power armor, with intricate mechanical prayers etched onto the armor's surface, and the optical sensors on their helmets flickered with a steady red light in the dim environment. Their equipment standards and combat proficiency were second only to the Titan Legion's direct Mechanicum Skitarii Corps within the Forge world. The two differed only in functional division and ceremonial status. Their actual combat capabilities were comparable. Sekhmet herself moved like a silent war machine. Her every step precisely maintained the optimal escort position behind and to the side of Osiris, ready to respond to any potential threat. This magnificent construction facility, once a symbol of the Great Crusade's ambition, now appeared vast and dilapidated. On the kilometers-high dome, nearly a third of the lighting units had failed, casting large shadows across the metal floor, which was mottled with rust. The air was filled with metallic dust from oxidation, the pungent smell of dried lubricant, and the cold, unique scent of prolonged disuse. Occasionally, the distant clanking sounds of servitors at work echoed hollowly through the vast space. Sekhmet made a gesture, and the Skitarii Corps immediately fanned out to form a cordon. The joints of their power armor emitted almost inaudible hydraulic hisses, indicating their excellent state of maintenance. Osiris continued forward, surrounded by his escort, as the scanning beams of the servoskulls danced in the darkness, transmitting real-time details of this sleeping giant into his sensory system. Under the direct command of the Archmagos overseeing the construction, this orbital dock, dormant for many years, was undergoing a slow and difficult restart process. Several teams of cleaning servitors moved slowly along the main passages, their worn brushes constantly scraping away decades of cosmic dust, leaving intricate cleaning trails on the metal floor. Engineering priests, clad in dark red robes, piloted maintenance platforms, traversing the colossal structural framework, meticulously inspecting the operational status of the dock's foundational systems. Sporadic welding sparks occasionally flashed in the dim space, like brief fireflies in the night, illuminating the ongoing repair work in certain areas. The entire restart process was still in its most basic stage, restoring power supply, ensuring structural stability, and activating basic life support systems. The air resonated with the low hum of equipment restarting and occasional system alert sounds, which were exceptionally clear in the vast dock. Despite the slow progress, these initial operations at least restored a minimum level of vitality to this industrial behemoth, forgotten for decades. In the center of this somewhat cluttered scene, the unfinished hull of a lunar-class cruiser hung silently within the dock's stabilization field, like a sleeping metal giant. This was a standard cruiser originally planned for the 7th Legion's exploration fleet. In that glorious era of the Great Crusade, this fleet had not yet received the formal designation of Imperial Navy. It was only after Guilliman's military and political reforms that the void fleets composed of mortal soldiers were unified into the Imperial Navy's organizational system. Due to the sudden outbreak of the Great Heresy, the construction of this warship was forced to halt over a century ago. What was now visible had only completed the laying of the main keel, and approximately 40% of the primary structural assembly. Over two-thirds of the hull's surface still lacked armor plating, exposing a complex network of internal pipelines, unfinished structural frameworks, and system modules awaiting installation. Several key weapon platform bases were empty, and unconnected energy conduits dangled at the engine interfaces. To complete construction according to the original design would require an enormous investment of resources equivalent to rebuilding half a secondary forge world, which had been the main reason for the long-term stagnation of the project. However, for Osiris, this unfinished state ironically offered a rare convenience for modification. The ship's initial design was for a mortal-operated exploration vessel, fundamentally different from a forged ship intended for tech priests. He planned a complete reconstruction. The primary modification was the addition of a complete forge module, specifically a shipborne miniature forge system. This standard configuration allowed a forged ship to autonomously produce various equipment, from individual weapons to large machinery, essentially meeting the regular production demands of the Imperial industrial system. The weapon systems would also undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Compared to the Imperial Navy's relatively conservative armament, Adeptus Mechanicus warships typically carried more powerful weapon systems. For example, the Nova cannon, a heavy weapon considered rare in the Imperial Navy, was only a standard configuration in Adeptus Mechanicus fleets. Other critical systems, such as the auger array, void shield generators, Geller fields, and warp engines, though not yet installed, Osiris had reached an agreement with the Archmagos overseeing the construction that all would utilize high-performance versions supplied internally by the Adeptus Mechanicus. In Osiris' blueprint, a dedicated laboratory located in the ship's core area was given the highest priority. This highly isolated research space would feature a multi-layered protective design, with special anti-scanning and anti-infiltration materials filling the space between the inner and outer hulls. The laboratory's interior would be equipped with a completely independent energy system, including a dedicated plasma reactor and multiple backup power sources, ensuring its operation under all circumstances. Independent life support systems, an internal communication network, and a data processing center would make it a truly self-contained research fortress. The core mission of this laboratory was to conduct sensitive research that could not be disturbed by external forces, particularly in-depth experiments concerning the dimensional teleporter. Considering the unpredictable risks that experiments might entail, the laboratory also incorporated emergency isolation protocols and multiple security lockdown mechanisms. Its structural integrity was sufficient to withstand internal medium-scale explosions, and it possessed the capability to emergency jettison the entire laboratory unit from the ship. Aside from this core laboratory, the rest of the warship's space was also meticulously planned. The Skitarii core barracks would occupy 3 consecutive decks in the midsection of the hull, equipped with complete training facilities, armories, and barracks systems. Adjacent new recruit training facilities, equipped with artificial womb arrays and gene-modulating equipment, would continuously replenish personnel for the Skitarii Corps. Equipment maintenance workshops would be distributed at key positions fore and aft of the hull, ensuring quick response to equipment maintenance needs in all areas. Standing on the dock's observation platform, Osiris servoskulls continuously scanned the unfinished hull, transmitting real-time data on structural integrity, spatial distribution, and system integration to his cogitator core. Although what lay before him was still just a colossal metal skeleton, with exposed cables and unsealed compartments appearing chaotic, in his logical deductions, a clear future vision of the ship had already taken shape. A mobile base integrating research, military, and production functions, an exploration platform capable of transcending dimensional boundaries. Every pipe routing, every armor seam, was precisely formed in his mind, awaiting the translation of blueprint into reality. Chapter 111, Army 1201. Words. Having completed the initial equipment upgrades and the macro planning for the Forge ship, Osiris was not in a hurry to leave Nexum Forge world. The title of Archmagos not only signified authority and resources, but also brought with it a series of unavoidable responsibilities and social obligations. Within the Adeptus Mechanicus rigidly hierarchical and intricately networked society, and even within the subsector it influenced, the emergence of a newly promoted Archmagos undoubtedly cast a significant stone into the previously calm waters of power, stirring up ripples. As a newly promoted exploration Archmagos, Osiris first needed to spend a great deal of time familiarizing himself with and consolidating the authority he had just acquired. This was not merely a simple update of database access keys, but involved a deeper integration into the system. He needed to understand the specific operational procedures of various departments within the Forge world, the unwritten rules of resource allocation, and the delicate balance between different research factions. Sekhmet, as his loyal subordinate, handled a large volume of daily affairs and initial liaisons, but in some situations, he, as the Archmagos, still needed to appear in person. On the other hand, as Fabricator General Vox emphasized, Nexum Forge world and the surrounding subsector it served were deeply feeling the structural pains brought by the second founding policy. This frontier stellar region, originally pioneered by the 7th Legion, the Imperial Fists, during the Great Crusade, was already at the fringes of the Imperium's expansion, with a relatively weak developmental foundation. As the once stable, massive orders from Legion-level entities sharply dwindled, the lack of internal market demand and external competitive pressure from other established Forge worlds became prominent. The infrastructure development of many surrounding Imperial worlds, the daily supply of industrial consumables, the equipment updates for various planetary Governor's Guard forces, and even the weapon replenishment for Imperial Guard garrison units, their supply chains mostly ultimately pointed to Nexum's furnaces and assembly lines. Osiris' promotion, and his agreement with Archmagos Vox regarding the application and profit distribution of that ancient logic core technology, was like a giant rock thrown into relatively calm waters. This clearly signified that there would be new flows in the internal resource allocation of the Forge world, and it also hinted at potential technological dividends that could spread to related fields. For a time, the requests for visits and communications sent to Osiris' newly established office and research area were incessant. For the vast majority of low-level administrative officials, merchant guild representatives, or envoys from minor noble families from surrounding imperial worlds, Osiris did not respond at all. In his view, such trivial social interactions would only needlessly encroach upon his precious research time, and their output efficiency was unacceptably low. Typically, these visitors could only be received by junior tech apprentices or ordinary priests from the Forge world. If the visitor's identity was somewhat special, or if their presented sincerity was enough to pique interest, perhaps Sekhmet might appear to liaise. In the strict hierarchy and value system of the Adeptus Mechanicus, an Archmagos' time was a highly optimized strategic resource, far from something easily obtained by ordinary characters from these external worlds. However, there were two categories of visitors whose identities and the forces they represented were closely linked to the core military composition of the Forge world and Osiris' long-term future plans, making it necessary for him to take time out from his busy research and planning to meet them personally. They respectively represented two extremes in the Forge world's armed forces spectrum, one end being the Titan legions, like mobile fortresses, symbolizing absolute power, the other end being the Knight houses, like precise daggers, possessing both flexibility and assault capabilities. First to arrive was a representative of the Steelhound Legion, affiliated with the local Titan Collegia and stationed on Nexum. Titan legions hold a unique position within the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their princeps families have passed down the art and glory of piloting these sacred war machines for generations. They are the most powerful symbols of secular military might under the Omnissia's faith, and every qualified princeps undergoes rigorous genetic screening and neural modification to ensure perfect synchronization with their Titan war machines. The meeting was arranged in a standard reception room within Osiris' side hall. The interior adhered to the structural proportions common in Adeptus Mechanicus architecture, with regularly arranged load-bearing structures and data conduits visible beneath the towering ceiling. The walls were assembled from standard alloy plates, their surfaces etched with intricate binary prayers. Several data panels embedded in the walls displayed constantly updating technical parameters and energy flow readings. A sturdy alloy square table was placed in the center of the room, its surface polished, with the standard Adeptus Mechanicus cogwheel emblem visible at the edges. Several chairs of the same material surrounded the table, their height and angle precisely calculated to accommodate users with varying degrees of mechanical augmentation. The entire room was devoid of any superfluous decoration, every element strictly adhered to the unity of form and function, showcasing the unique Adeptus Mechanicus aesthetic that integrated practicality with ritualistic solemnity. The representative of the Steelhound Legion was Miller, an experienced Titan princeps. Unlike Osiris' augmentation path, which focused on scientific research, Miller's body modifications were entirely dedicated to the demands of piloting a Titan. He had additional support structures in his shoulder and spinal regions, and neural interface ports were subtly visible at the back of his neck. Although he wore a formal Legion uniform, the reinforced muscle tissue and mechanical joints beneath the fabric still outlined a distinct silhouette. His gaze was steady, a unique demeanor cultivated from long periods of overseeing battlefields from within a Titan cockpit. Archmagos Osiris. Miller's voice carried a suitable degree of respect, maintaining both his status and necessary etiquette. On behalf of Commander Gorgon Miller, Duke of the Steelhound Legion, I congratulate you on receiving the honor of exploration, Archmagos. Osiris' synthesized voice responded steadily, "Thank you for the Duke's congratulations. The Steelhound Legion's renown in the frontier stellar region, I have heard of it long ago during my previous exploratory journeys." He made a concise gesture, and a servoskull silently glided to the table, presenting 2 drinks. "You are too modest." Miller took the drink, his gaze lingering on Osiris' newly equipped power armor for a moment. The duties of an exploration Archmagos are immense, facing the unknown, and recovering lost technological heritage for the machine god. In contrast, our Legion has been stationed in this stellar region for a long time. Although we are always prepared to respond to threats, opportunities for actual combat are indeed limited. His tone was steady, but a keen listener could detect the implicit expectation within it. Osiris' logic core rapidly analyzed the deeper meaning of these words. As a strategic military force, the deployment of Titan legions required a matching level of threat. In this relatively stable stellar region, they lack suitable enemies and opportunities to acquire new Titans. Aside from waiting for the Forge world's slow production schedule, individuals like the exploration Archmagos, who frequently ventured into dangerous ruins, were an important channel for them to obtain new war machines and combat opportunities. Chapter 112, Variable 1177 words. The path of exploration is indeed full of variables. Osiris' synthesized voice continued the topic steadily, as if stating an objective fact. In those forgotten battlefields, one can often discover some considerable ruins. Not all war machines in history were able to return to base intact. Their wreckage sometimes lies dormant for centuries, awaiting rediscovery. Miller's mechanical optical eye slightly adjusted its focus, a glimmer of interest flashing within. According to Legion archives, during the late Great Crusade and the subsequent turbulent periods, several god machines were lost in this sector, including multiple Warhound class and their elite variant, the Fearwolf type. His voice lowered slightly, carrying a solemn tone mixed with regret and longing. These god machines are valuable assets of the Legion, and even more so, gifts from the Omnissia. Their loss is a detriment to the Legion and the entire Adeptus Mechanicus. If any relevant clues are obtained during your future explorations, whether fragments of information pointing to wreckage locations or reliable reports about their last operational areas, the Steelhound Legion will treat it as a top priority cooperative matter. And we are willing to provide full assistance, including armed escort and technical support, to ensure the successful recovery of the god machines. Osiris' mechanical fingers rubbed against his exploration Archmagos' staff, as if performing some calculation or weighing a decision. In subsequent data retrieval and on-site surveys, I will pay special attention to keywords related to Titan units and anomalous energy signals. However, exploration is full of uncertainties. The Starsea is vast, and relics are both real and illusory, so I cannot make any guarantees here. He paused slightly, the light from his optical lens steadily directed at Miller, but if a discovery is indeed made, cooperating with a military force like the Steelhound Legion, which possesses professional recovery capabilities and profound heritage, is indeed the best solution to ensure the safe return and proper handling of the god machines. Efficiency and professionalism are key in dealing with such matters. This cautious and reserved conversation laid a pragmatic foundation for future cooperation between the two parties. For Osiris, this was an opportunity to establish a potential connection with the local strongest Titan Legion and gain its support. For the Steelhound Legion, it was planting a seed of hope in the mind of a newly appointed exploration Archmagos who had the authority to explore dangerous frontier star systems and seemed to possess good luck. The subsequent exchange naturally shifted to a more professional technical level. Miller, with detailed data and case studies, introduced the combat adaptability of Warhound-class Titans in various extreme environments, typical firepower configurations, and maintenance cycle characteristics, and shared the Legion's latest threat assessment reports for several known dangerous areas in the nearby star system. Osiris, from his perspective as an exploration Archmagos, inquired about professional issues such as the stability of large Titan energy cores in long-term silent states, and special maintenance protocols that might be required for ancient models. The entire conversation consistently maintained the objective, pragmatic, and data-driven atmosphere characteristic of technical experts. May the wisdom of the Omnissia guide your exploration and illuminate the darkness ahead. Miller concluded his farewell with a standard Adeptus Mechanicus blessing. May the flames of the forge burn eternally, forging a more glorious tomorrow. Osiris responded with an equally traditional Adeptus Mechanicus blessing, his tone steady and unruffled. After seeing off the representative of the Steelhound Legion, Osiris stood alone in the reception room, his core processor silently running, recording and archiving the key points of the meeting one by one into a specific, potential strategic cooperation nodes database. This exchange successfully established a strategic cooperation possibility based on mutual needs and careful evaluation, maintaining an appropriate distance and independence while allowing ample flexibility for future collaboration involving the recovery of high-value technological artifacts. Shortly after the meeting with the Steelhound Legion representative concluded, Osiris welcomed his second important visitor of the day, Margaret Astoria, a representative of a knight family loyal to the Forge world. She hailed from the Astoria family in the Casimir's star system. The Astoria family has a long and storied history. For centuries, they have ruled the feudal world of Casimirs, bound to the Forge world by oaths of loyalty. Unlike the Titan legions, which are fully integrated into the Adeptus Mechanicus system, knight families retain unique feudal traditions, their status more akin to vassals enjoying a high degree of autonomy. They pledge allegiance to the Adeptus Mechanicus, not only providing elite knight mecha units as military support, but also submitting the distinctive agricultural and sideline products of their planet as tribute. In return, the Forge world provides them with the latest knight mecha chassis, comprehensive technical maintenance, stable political asylum, and extensive trade passage rights. This ancient and stable alliance forms the basis of centuries of cooperation between the two parties. The Astoria family enjoys a high reputation in this star system, its fame built upon three pillars: the unparalleled valor of its knights, a code of honor upheld for generations, and combat capabilities consistently maintained at a top-tier level. Margaret Astoria herself was the perfect embodiment of these qualities. Her posture was as straight as a pine, and even without her iconic armored pilot suit, one could feel the steady demeanor forged through years of rigorous training and countless real-world battles. She meticulously styled her radiant golden hair into a neat bun, revealing a well-defined face. Her clear and resolute sapphire eyes, like in cloudless sky, revealed an unshakable will. A perfectly tailored family ceremonial dress complemented her figure, with Casimirs' emblem 3 lances pointing skyward side by side, and a proud horse's head delicately embroidered in gold thread on her shoulders and chest. This ancient totem not only symbolized the Astoria family's bloodline, but also represented the purity and indomitable spirit that is the pride of knightly chivalry. Unlike the extensive body modifications common among tech priests, her visible augmentations were extremely limited, confined to necessary mech neural interface ports and a few basic performance-enhancing implants, retaining most of the original form of a human warrior. Greetings, Exploration Archmagos Osiris. Margaret's voice was clear and steady. Her bow was elegant and powerful, a standard knightly salute that conveyed due respect without losing the pride of her family's heritage. On behalf of the Astoria family, I congratulate you on your ascension to the rank of Archmagos. May your journey be like a breaking meteor, illuminating new routes for the Imperium. Welcome, Lady Margaret Astoria. Osiris showed friendliness to Margaret. The archives of the Forge world frequently mention the loyalty and battle achievements of the Astoria family. Even I have often heard of them. Please be seated. A nearby servitor attendant silently stepped forward, offering her a drink. It was not the high-energy nutrient paste or synthetic liquid commonly served to Adeptus Mechanicus members, but a specialty tea from the feudal world governed by her family. Such natural agricultural products are one of the typical tributes submitted by knight worlds. She calmly accepted it, took a light sip, her demeanor exuding composure and refinement. Chapter 113, Mercenary Knights 1184 words. Thank you for your praise, Archmagos Osiris, Margaret said, placing the teacup steadily back on the table and meeting Osiris' crimson optical lenses with an honest gaze. The Astoria family has served under the glory of the Adeptus Mechanicus for generations. With the lances in our hands and our untarnished oaths of loyalty, we defend the territories and tenets of the Omnissia. She paused briefly, her words carrying the frankness characteristic of a knight. I hear you are about to embark on a new great exploration into unknown star systems. The Astoria family wishes to contribute its humble strength to this journey, using our swords and shields to guard your route and ensure the smooth progress of the exploration mission. Her expression was direct and earnest, starkly different from Priest Wharton's previous communication style, which was full of subtext and innuendo. This also clearly reflected the true nature of the relationship between knightly families and Forge worlds. It was built on a pragmatic foundation of mutual benefit, though always cloaked in an ancient and solemn veneer of feudal fealty. They needed tangible missions to prove their valor and worth, thereby maintaining their status within the Forge world system, and continuously receiving mech support and resource allocations from the technological core areas. Osiris' heavy mechanical torso leaned slightly forward, and a low hum emanated from his internal reactor. The path of exploration indeed requires reliable escort forces. While Titan war engines are incredibly powerful, they are not omnipotent. In certain special environments and tactical scenarios, the flexibility and adaptability of Knight mechas often possess irreplaceable value. He first affirmed their value, then cut to the chase. I do have plans to assemble an accompanying Knight squad, primarily to undertake forward reconnaissance, rapid assault, and critical node defense missions. A flicker of anticipation crossed Margaret's eyes, but she quickly reined in her emotions, maintaining the composure expected of a Knight. The Astoria family possesses several experienced Knight pilots and well-maintained mechs. My personal mech, Shining Light, is a specially tuned Ranger-class Knight mecha. We are familiar with combat modes in various harsh environments, and always adhere to the doctrines and directives of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Osiris retrieved records from the database concerning the Astoria family and their mech performance, quickly scanning the key parameters. Ranger class excels in mobility and medium-range fire support. A good configuration. Records show you perform particularly well in complex terrain combat and against light to medium targets. Precisely so, Archmagos Osiris, Margaret nodded in response. Our mechs are designed to balance mobility and firepower, capable of rapidly adapting to battlefield changes, clearing obstacles for you, or holding vital positions. She paused briefly, adding a crucial piece of information. Furthermore, the Shining Light system, passed down through generations of our family, can release a high-intensity energy field for a short period, disrupting enemy sensors and slightly boosting the output efficiency of allied energy weapons. This characteristic often proves remarkably effective when dealing with certain alien technologies. This was a valuable piece of tactical intelligence. Osiris silently recorded it for evaluation. A very interesting specialty. Specific tactical coordination will require further refinement in actual combat. He then changed the subject, reminding her, however, exploration missions are often long-term and fraught with unpredictable risks. You must be prepared for extended periods away from your family's fiefdom, campaigning in distant lands. Moreover, all actions must absolutely obey my commands. The Knights of the Astoria family never fear long expeditions or challenges, Margaret replied decisively. Our oath already encompasses loyalty and obedience. As long as your orders do not violate imperial law or Adeptus Mechanicus doctrine, the lances of the Astoria family will always point in the direction you designate. This declaration was clear and firm, consistent with the customary style of knightly families. What Osiris needed was precisely this kind of clear and readily deployable armed force. Cooperation with the Titan legions leaned more towards long-term strategic planning, while the relationship established with the knightly family was one of immediately available tactical-level collaboration. Very good, Osiris' synthetic voice conveyed a hint of approval. I will arrange for Sekhmet to liaise with you to discuss employment terms, personnel composition, mech transport, and logistical maintenance, among other matters. The initial plan is to form a squad of 3 to 5 Knight mechas, prioritizing models with reconnaissance, assault, and support capabilities. Understood, Archmagos Osiris, Margaret said, standing and bowing again. This time, her posture held more of the solemnity of someone about to embark on a mission. The Astoria family will not fail your trust. I will return immediately to make arrangements, ensuring that the finest knights are dispatched to serve you. I look forward to fighting alongside you, Lady Margaret Astoria. Osiris nodded slightly, watching the valiant female knight turn and depart. This meeting with the Astoria family was more like an efficient and goal-oriented talent recruitment drive. Both parties got what they needed, the terms were clear, and the response was swift. Osiris gained an elite, flexible escort force that would soon be in place, while the Astoria family secured valuable combat opportunities, as well as the favor and potential support of a newly appointed, powerful Archmagos Osiris. 2 consecutive important meetings gave Osiris a more tangible understanding of the power and responsibility that came with the identity of Archmagos Osiris. He was no longer just an independent researcher buried in his laboratory, or a lone adventurer. Now, he had become a new emerging node in the vast power network of the Nexum Forge world and even its radiating surrounding star systems. The meeting with the representative of the Steelhound Legion, though outwardly a social courtesy, actually solidified his connections within the Adeptus Mechanicus high-end military circles, while the negotiation with Margaret of the Astoria family was an efficient tactical procurement, preparing him with much-needed mobile forces for his upcoming expedition. While these necessary social interactions and strategic arrangements occupied his precious time, which he would have otherwise dedicated to pure scientific research, they were the cornerstone for ensuring his grand plan could steadily advance. He deeply realized that only by systematically building his own influence and resource channels in this relatively safe rear area could he construct a solid barrier and backing for those more dangerous and unorthodox explorations hidden at the core. His thoughts once again soared to orbit, focusing on the silent shipyard. There his future flagship, the lunar-class cruiser codenamed NXS-07, lay like a sleeping giant, waiting for him to awaken it and imbue it with a new mission. The blueprints for the ship's core laboratory had already been simulated and constructed countless times in his mind there. It would no longer be just a research facility, but would become the true nexus connecting the mysteries of the endless universe. The ripples stirred by his arrival on the Forge world were spreading, and Osiris, this newly appointed Archmagos Osiris, now stood at the center of these ripples, systematically weaving his own web of connections and power. All this preparation and accumulation was for the upcoming voyage into the unknown depths of space. Chapter 114, past 1220 words after the affairs on the Nexum Forge world concluded, Osiris began to arrange his return to the Death world where the ancient dimensional teleporter was discovered. He had successfully been promoted to Archmagos, finalized the technology-sharing agreement with Fabricator General Vox, and confirmed the basic modification plan for his future flagship, the NXS-07. All these core objectives had been achieved. At this moment, his focus naturally shifted to the next stage, returning to the cyberpunk world. Although he carried a dimensional teleporter within his mobile workshop, and theoretically could initiate cross-dimensional teleportation from any location as long as there was sufficient energy, Osiris had never considered performing such an operation on a Forge world. Even though Nexum was located in a remote area, and could not be compared to the heavily guarded Mars, it was still filled with various monitoring nodes and garrisoned by a considerable number of tech priests. An unannounced large-scale energy burst or spatial disturbance would very likely trigger an alarm, attracting the scrutiny and investigation he least wished to face at the moment. In contrast, returning to the ruins of the Death world, which he had completely controlled, would take a little more travel time, but would maximize the safety and secrecy of his actions. In that isolated and barren land, he could conduct teleportation experiments undisturbed and freely travel between the two worlds. Upon consideration, this time cost was undoubtedly worth paying. Before initiating the return journey, Osiris clearly realized that he had to address an urgent issue, expanding his core team. The Cult Guard, led by Sekhmet, was loyal and reliable, and their combat effectiveness was beyond doubt, but this army could not handle tasks such as research assistance, technical management, and daily administrative work. He needed technical backbone personnel who could understand his ideas, execute complex instructions, and true confidants like Sekhmet, who could both stand on her own and be entrusted with complete trust. According to Adeptus Mechanicus tradition, such roles were usually filled by apprentices personally selected and trained by a priest, or by a direct team of tech priests. There were two main sources for these assistants. One was customized adjusters born from training tanks, who were genetically engineered to be loyal tools. The other was individuals selected from hive cities or subordinate residential areas, who, with their extraordinary talent and perseverance, stood out in fierce competition and eventually gained the favor of a priest. Osiris himself was a typical example of the latter. His starting point was far from glamorous. As a transmigrator who unexpectedly arrived in this world, Osiris initially landed in a working-class family in the lower levels of a hive city. His childhood and adolescence were shrouded in the never-ending roar of machinery and the pungent smell of industrial waste, surrounded by endless rusted metal and numb faces. In this world where knowledge was strictly controlled and almost monopolized, acquiring true technical knowledge was exceptionally difficult. Formal education was out of reach for working-class children like him. Every basic technical manual was expensive, and every systematic lesson required tuition fees he could not afford. Most of the people who toiled with him on the assembly line had long grown numb, resignedly repeating monotonous work until the end of their lives. But Osiris, from another world, could not accept his fate. His thirst for knowledge, far exceeding that of ordinary people, became the only burning flame in the dim hive city. Every day after finishing his heavy compulsory labor, while other coworkers dragged their tired bodies to seek cheap entertainment, he, too, dragged his equally tired body, trying every possible way to absorb knowledge. His primary method was to audit classes at the simple Adeptus Mechanicus missionary temple in his district. He squeezed among the bewildered or devout believers, eagerly listening to the highly simplified and filtered doctrines and basic technical knowledge that lower-ranking priests preached to the public. These contents were merely routine for the priests, but for him, they were a precious window into a glimpse of the vast technical system. He couldn't afford the high fees for private consultations, so he shamelessly seized the brief interval after the priest's sermon ended, mustering the courage to ask the questions he had accumulated for a long time. The priests weren't exactly hostile, it was more a detached, businesslike indifference. They usually had expressionless faces, spoke briefly, occasionally answered one or two of the most basic questions, but more often politely refused with reasons like, "This is beyond the scope of the sermon," or "You need systematic study," and then ignored him. Another Hive City kid trying to change his fate with petty cleverness, he could vaguely sense such looks. But he did not give up. Lacking data pads and textbooks, he used discarded parts and metal scraps he found to engrave circuit diagrams and formulas on the ground from memory. Without experimental materials, he would discreetly observe the mechanical structure of the assembly line during work, repeatedly simulating it in his mind. His hands were covered in scars and calluses from prolonged contact with rough metal and oil, but his eyes remained focused, fixed on the distant palace of knowledge, climbing upwards with difficulty, utilizing every possible crevice. This persistence, which seemed meaningless and even ridiculous to others, continued for several years. The turning point came on an ordinary day when an explorer priest, passing through the area, happened to notice the young man who always appeared in the corner of the temple, his eyes burning with a thirst for knowledge that was out of place with his surroundings. Perhaps it was Osiris inadvertently revealed extraordinary understanding when answering a basic question that piqued the priest's interest, or perhaps it was the simple yet fully functional signal amplifier model he pieced together from discarded parts that demonstrated his practical ability and potential. In any case, Osiris seized this sole opportunity. With years of accumulated, albeit fragmented but solid, foundational knowledge, and an undeniable passion, he finally moved the explorer priest and obtained the coveted qualification and opportunity to leave the Hive City and become an Adeptus Mechanicus apprentice. This was just the first step. Entering the gates of the Adeptus Mechanicus did not mean an easy road to success. His humble origins, scarce resources, and the huge disparity in starting points compared to those customized adjusters or noble descendants all became obstacles he had to overcome. He had to put in several times more effort than others just to keep up with the lessons. He had to remain humble and vigilant at all times, finding his footing in complex interpersonal relationships. He had to carefully prove his worth in countless practical assessments and factional infighting, while avoiding becoming a casualty. Every step was taken as if treading on thin ice, and every promotion was accompanied by sweat and calculation. He was like a pebble thrown into a giant gear assembly, either to be crushed to powder or to find a crevice, stubbornly wedge himself in, and become part of this colossal machine. This experience of climbing all the way from the bottom of the Hive City shaped his resilient, cautious, and pragmatic character, and also made him more aware than anyone else how rare, and how important reliable confidants were in the cold and cruel system of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Chapter 115. Apprentices 1142 words. According to Adeptus Mechanicus custom, a high-ranking priest, especially one who has ascended to the rank of archmagos, should establish his own apprentice group and a direct team of tech priests. These assistants not only help with research and daily affairs, but also form a crucial part of his power base. However, despite Osiris now holding the esteemed position of exploration archmagos, he only has the Scutarii Corps led by Sekhmet under his command, making him almost a lone wolf in terms of a technical team. The root of this abnormal situation can be traced back to his early experiences and the cold, brutal nature of internal power struggles within the Adeptus Mechanicus. Shortly after he was promoted to priest, and before he had time to build his own retinue, his faction specifically, his mentor and their associated network became embroiled in a brutal internal purge. His mentor was accused because his research direction touched upon certain vague and dangerous boundaries of Adeptus Mechanicus doctrine. These involved non-standard analysis and attempted applications of ancient Xenos technology, although his mentor consistently maintained the purity of his research and his faith in the Omnissia. In the factional struggle, this became a fatal weapon for his opponents. This struggle ultimately ended in the crushing defeat of their faction. Osiris' mentor was stripped of all titles and honors and subjected to an extremely harsh punishment. All precious mechanical implants were forcibly removed, leaving only a broken organic body. Subsequently, he was sealed into a specially made stasis field, becoming a living statue displayed in the corridor of penitence. Adeptus Mechanicus technology ensured that his life functions were almost eternally suspended, but his consciousness and perception were deliberately preserved. He was eternally trapped in that immobile shell, clearly perceiving his own powerlessness and confinement, enduring the constant comparison between past glory and present shame. This torment, far longer than death, was a standard method used by the Adeptus Mechanicus to deter all heretics and failures. This upheaval taught the nascent Osiris a harsh lesson, making him profoundly aware of the deadly undercurrents lurking beneath the halo of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Precisely because of this, throughout his subsequent career, he remained cautious about establishing a large technical team, preferring to do things himself rather than easily getting entangled in complex personnel networks. Although circumstances are different now, this caution, stemming from past lessons, still influences his decision-making regarding the formation of his core team. As a member of that faction, Osiris was naturally implicated. However, the connections he had carefully cultivated and accumulated within the Adeptus Mechanicus system in his early years played a crucial role at a critical moment. A prominent archmagos intervened on his behalf during this purge. This benefactor, based on past friendship and recognition of Osiris' personal ability and potential, used his influence to provide limited defense and guarantees for him. Ultimately, Osiris was categorized as a young priest who was misguided by his mentor but was fundamentally loyal and whose technical abilities were worth preserving, thus allowing him to escape the core accusations. He avoided the fate of being made into a servo-skull or suffering more terrible punishments. This near-death experience gave him an unforgettable understanding of the power struggles within the Adeptus Mechanicus. The servo-skull, transformed from his former classmate, silently reminded him at all times of the ultimate price that a single misstep in alignment could bring. Precisely because of this, after the incident, he leaned more towards independent research, staying away from factional whirlpools, and for many years had never taken on any apprentices to avoid repeating past mistakes. The servo-skull hovering beside his neck was formerly one of his classmates, who also studied under that ill-fated mentor. That classmate was quite talented academically but failed to find protection in the factional struggle, and was eventually executed, his skull modified into a servo-skull, which in a sense, was put to good use. This cold metal construct constantly reminded Osiris of the brutality of internal Adeptus Mechanicus struggles, and the ultimate fate awaiting the defeated. After this ordeal, Osiris deeply realized the vulnerability of individuals without a foundation in the Adeptus Mechanicus system during high-level infighting. After the incident, he actively chose a low-key and marginalized existence, focusing on overlooked, low-risk ancient relic exploration projects, staying away from the controversies of the core power circle. He maintained a relatively moderate relationship with Fabricator General Vox, based on friendship and potential mutual benefit, but almost completely cut off deep communication and cooperation with most of his other colleagues. As for recruiting apprentices, before the incident, he was too junior to recruit independently. After the incident, he was both wary of the internal personnel relations of the Adeptus Mechanicus and, to avoid attracting attention and potential trouble, completely shelved the idea of recruiting apprentices, always maintaining a solitary state. But now the situation is different. He has officially been promoted to Exploration Archmagos, gaining independent authority and resources, and will soon possess his own forged ship. Whether it's managing the battleship he's about to receive, maintaining its complex systems, advancing core research like dimensional teleportation, or coordinating resources and executing missions across different worlds in the future, relying solely on him and Sekhmet is far from enough. He needs a core team composed of individuals with certain technical capabilities and absolute loyalty. Given past lessons, he harbors deep-seated doubts about recruiting personnel from the existing Adeptus Mechanicus system. The complexity of background checks, the possibility of other factions embedding spies, and the uncertainty of loyalty are all potential sources of risk. After repeated deliberation by his logic core, he concluded that the most reliable and lowest-risk solution was to manufacture the necessary assistance himself. This was not an unrealistic fantasy. Osiris, within the Adeptus Mechanicus knowledge system, especially in the fields of bioengineering and mechanical fusion technology, indeed possessed an extraordinary depth of accumulation. This was thanks to the specialized domain of the faction he belonged to in his early years. Through his factional connections, Osiris was once fortunate enough to participate in auxiliary work related to the research project of the legendary Lady Astartes, although only on the periphery. He thereby came into contact with some peripheral concepts and applications of the Empire's top-tier genetic engineering technology. In this sense, Osiris could even barely be considered a disciple of Lady Astartes. Although his faction was later purged for touching upon other sensitive areas, the solid foundation in advanced biological modulation technology, laid during that special period, genuinely remained and became an important part of Osiris' knowledge base. He also, in an exploration mission targeting a lost colony, successfully analyzed and partially repaired ancient facilities related to genetic modification technology left there, thanks to this unique knowledge, and briefly earned the title of geneticist. This experience undoubtedly served as strong proof of his capabilities in this field. Chapter 116, Preparation 1228 Words for Osiris. Self-cultivating and modulating assistance was a technically feasible and practical path that met his current needs. The core advantage lay in his ability to preset loyalty protocols at the genetic level and implant unbypassable control nodes during neural modification, thereby ensuring that from their very inception, the fundamental purpose and core logic of these assistants would be to serve him. This absolute loyalty, shaped from the roots by biological instinct and mechanical compulsion, was far more direct and reliable than sifting through and cultivating subordinates within a complex and uncertain interpersonal network. Based on this concept, he formulated a clear, phased implementation plan. In the current phase, he planned to utilize the existing standard production lines available to him on the Nexum Forge world to first manufacture a batch of relatively basic temporary apprentices. These initial products were intended to address immediate needs, capable of handling basic and tedious tasks such as data organization, routine equipment maintenance, and resource allocation, thus meeting his most fundamental manpower assistance requirements at this stage. His longer-term, more central plan was closely linked to the forge ship that would soon belong to him. He planned to establish a dedicated, higher standard precision production line on the NXS-07 cruiser in the future. At that time, he would be able to produce advanced apprentices, with more complex genetic editing and deep mechanical modification. These customized assistants would possess stronger professional capabilities, capable of undertaking more independent research tasks, and more complex technical management, truly becoming the backbone of his core team. After finalizing this plan, Osiris listed it as one of the priority projects to be executed upon his return to the Death World, and began to mentally outline the required technical pathways, resource list, and preliminary design parameters. This was not an overnight process, but for long-term stability and development, this step was crucial. A clear plan formed in Osiris' mind, utilized the resources of the Forge world to first produce a batch of basic assistance, then return to the Death World base, and safely teleport back to the cyberpunk dimension. Without delay, he immediately used his newly acquired Archmago's authority to commandeer an unoccupied biological modulation facility on Nexum. The entire modulation process adhered to standard Adeptus Mechanicus protocols. Within training pods filled with nutrient solution and neural interfaces, 50 bodies based on optimized genetic templates grew synchronously. Osiris personally supervised the parameter settings at critical nodes, ensuring that each individual was implanted with basic neural control protocols and knowledge infusion interfaces. One standard month later, this batch of modulators successfully completed their basic modulation and entered the activation and evaluation phase. The evaluation took place in a quiet, white observation room. 50 individuals who had just finished basic modulation stood in neat rows, dressed in uniform plain clothes, their eyes holding the confusion and curiosity of newborns. Osiris' tall, dark red body moved slowly before them, his crimson optical lenses scanning each face. The evaluation results showed a clear gradient distribution. The 23 most outstanding individuals performed exceptionally well. They not only rapidly absorbed the infused basic mechanical knowledge but also demonstrated astonishing talent in logical reasoning and pattern recognition tests. Osiris stopped in front of a black-haired youth, whose data showed him as Unit 07. "Explain the overload protection mechanism in the transmission system," he asked blandly, his voice emanating from a synthesizer devoid of any emotion. Unit 07 hesitated almost imperceptibly, his gaze quickly focusing, his language clear and fluent, reporting, "Archmagos, the basic mechanism relies on a bimetallic fuse. When torque exceeds 15% of the rated value, local temperature rise causes the fuse to melt, forcibly disengaging the power connection. However, its response has a delay. I believe a current sensing predictive module could be added to intervene preemptively upon detecting abnormal power surges. Although this would increase costs by 5%, it would prevent impact damage to the entire transmission chain." This answer went beyond the scope of infused basic knowledge, showing clear logical deduction. Osiris remained impassive, merely nodding slightly and categorizing Unit 07 into the apprentice group on his data pad. Next to him, Unit 19, a focused young woman, also instinctively nodded upon hearing the question, clearly having thought of a similar optimization approach. These high-quality individuals were marked as the apprentice group. They were the core sprouts of Osiris' future technical team. Another 21 individuals met the baseline. Their memory and execution abilities were stable, allowing them to accurately complete preset instruction sequences, but they performed ordinarily in creativity and complex problem-solving. Osiris pointed to one of them, "Repeat the safety procedures for the plasma cutter just now." The young man swallowed nervously, then repeated the lengthy procedure content word for word, without a single error, but that was all. When asked if cooling fluid accidentally leaks, besides the procedural steps, "What should you consider first?" he showed a confused expression and eventually shook his head. These individuals were classified as the foreman group, and would be responsible for supervising servitor teams, managing warehouses, or performing other standardized tasks requiring basic judgment. The remaining 6 were deemed to have defects of varying degrees. Unit 33's neural interface stability was insufficient, causing convulsions when receiving high-intensity data streams. His mouth was still twitching unconsciously. Unit 41's metabolic rate was abnormal, making him unable to adapt to long-term space environments, and his face appeared unusually pale. The most severe, Unit 50, exhibited an uncontrollable aggressive tendency. When Osiris approached him, this relatively robust individual let out a low growl from his throat, his eyes filled with hostility. "Name," Osiris commanded simply. Unit 50's voice was slurred, his vocabulary fragmented, more like an instinctive roar than language. In previous behavioral tests after being unshackled, he had attempted to attack an approaching evaluation servitor. The handling of these defective products was swift and efficient, with the characteristic ruthlessness and pragmatism of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Unit 33 and Unit 41 were led away. Their lives would be terminated, and their healthy organs and tissues cryogenically preserved as spare parts for future servitor maintenance. The aggressive Unit 50, after necessary neural signal recording, was forcibly sedated and sent to the dissection workshop. His skull structure was intact. After cleaning, embalming, and basic modification, it would be fitted with an anti-gravity unit and sensor array, becoming a new servoskull, continuing to perform service duties in this form. After dealing with this initial batch of human resources, Osiris did not linger. He led Sekhmet, his Korskatarii core retinue, and this batch of modulators who had just completed their initial modulation, and whose fates had already diverged, back onto his frigate. The young apprentices followed silently and orderly, their eyes a mix of awe for the unknown and adaptation to their new identities, while the foreman appeared slightly bewildered, merely instinctively obeying commands. "Set course, return to the Death World base," the order was given. "Course confirmed, Archmagos," the captain's reply came through the communicator. The frigate's engines once again illuminated the void, carrying Osiris and his newly acquired, still nascent, but already initially formed crew away from Nexum's orbit. This trip to the Forge world not only earned him titles and ships, but also initially resolved the dilemma of manpower shortages. Next, he would return to the starting point where the ancient teleportation device was located, which was also his springboard to a wider world. Chapter 117. Back to Cyberpunk 1175. Words. The desolate surface of the Death World gradually fell behind as Osiris' escort frigate smoothly reached orbit and landed on the expanded landing pad of the Wasteland workshop. After this period of construction, the external appearance of the ancient ruins had completely transformed into a sturdy outpost, conforming to the tenets of the Omnissia. The original natural rock walls were extensively cut and leveled, then covered with thick adamantium composite armor plates, secured by massive rivets, and etched with continuous binary prayers and cogwheel holy symbols. These defensive walls formed nascent, protruding bastions at key points, their firing slits hinting at the deep muzzles of heavy bolter arrays or melta cannons. For auto turrets, modified to standard templates, stood like steel altars on the high ground. Their bases were rigidly connected to the earth, and multispectral sensor arrays slowly rotated, scanning the wasteland, the Adeptus Mechanicus cogwheel insignia branded on their barrels still clear in the wind and sand. Any unidentified life signal entering their destructive range would be met with a precisely calculated barrage of crossfire. Inside the hideout, passages were widened to sacred standards, large enough for small combat vehicles or dreadnoughts to pass through. Arched ceilings were supported by intersecting metal trusses, from which hung servoskulls with sensors, their low binary chants mingling with the deep hum of the ventilation system. The walls were completely covered. One side featured heavy energy conduits embedded in the wall, an ominous dark red glow emanating from beneath their protective grills. The other side was a dense bundle of data cables, neatly secured in metal channels, their indicator lights blinking like stars. Skitarii Corps soldiers in dark red robes patrolled the passages with perfect synchronicity. Their footsteps echoed a unified rhythm on the metal floor, and the cold light from their optical lenses swept the surroundings from beneath the shadows of their hoods. Reinforced bionic arms gripped standard-issue Loss rifles or plasma weapons, their bodies also inscribed with prayers. The air was a mixture of incense, ozone, and metal lubricant, the entire space permeated with the austere atmosphere unique to an Adeptus Mechanicus outpost, blending absolute rationality with mysticism. Osiris' upgraded, more formidable and heavy dark red body moved through the passage, his slightly forward-leaning posture conveying the sense of carrying a furnace-like weight, and the power joints emitted subtle yet clear hydraulic sounds under load. His crimson optical lenses swept over these construction achievements, not lingering. The completion of these defensive works and infrastructure met expectations, and was a testament to Sekhmet's execution, but it was not the core focus of his trip. Behind him followed the new products brought back from Nexum. They uniformly wore simple red apprentice robes, their heights and builds varying slightly due to differences in their base templates, but their eyes all held a nascent blankness and docility, the standard result of large-scale genetic modulation and basic memory implantation. During the journey back from Nexum to the Death World, Osiris had utilized the ship's time to conduct initial training and basic memory implantation for them. They now possessed the most fundamental knowledge and operational procedures within the Adeptus Mechanicus system, theoretically meeting the entry standards for apprentices. Although they still appeared naive, their movements carried a hint of programmatic stiffness, and their eyes held a mixture of awe for the unfamiliar environment and confusion about their own purpose. Under normal procedures, they should have received longer systematic training and practical observation before officially assuming duties, but Osiris did not have that much time to waste. For an exploration Archmagos, training methods could be highly efficient. He casually modulated a servoskull, interfaced its database with a rigorous set of basic training protocols, and designated it as the temporary instructor and supervisor for this batch of newcomers. Thus, upon arriving at the hideout, these freshly minted human resources were directly thrown into the area of the ruins that had been converted into a laboratory. Under the supervision of the hovering servoskull, whose lower jawbone constantly opened and closed, emitting low binary prompts, they would, like a driven flock, begin to familiarize themselves with the environment, perform the most basic equipment maintenance and data organization work, and simultaneously receive a cram-style, unquestionable further training. Efficiency was the only rule demanded of them. Osiris himself did not delay in the slightest, not even casting a second glance at the apprentices. He went directly to the main teleportation chamber, located in the deepest part of the ruins, and heavily guarded by a squad of fully armed Skitarii core. The upgraded energy core emitted a more stable and powerful pulse, and the dimensional teleporter's light steadily glowed under precisely adjusted parameter control. A rift tore open in the spatial fabric, and that familiar, precisely controlled tearing sensation enveloped his heavy mechanical body. Moments later, the unique scent of the workshop, a mixture of engine oil, coolant, and ozone, replaced the dust and holy oil aroma of the death world. He was back in the cyberpunk world, the Wasteland workshop. While Osiris was busy with his promotion to Archmagos, negotiating transactions, and planning warships in the Warhammer universe, time also quietly passed in the cyberpunk world. The calendar turned from 2075 to 2076. Night City was still that neon-lit, perilous meganest, and on the surface, nothing city-shaking seemed to have happened. However, for Maine's crew, entrenched in the dump HQ, this period was far from unchanging. 2 new faces had joined the team. First was a female netrunner named Lucy. This white-haired girl, new to Night City, and without support, had to make a living on the underground subway lines to survive in the city. Using her impressive hacking skills, she quietly stole spare change from passengers' chip accounts. During one such operation, her aloof demeanor, out of place with her surroundings, and her somewhat unpolished yet effective methods were noticed by Rebecca, who was also on the subway, heading to a job. Rebecca herself had come up from the streets, and was all too familiar with this struggle for survival. Seeing Lucy, looking like a cat drenched in rain, wary yet unable to hide her distress, a feeling akin to finding a stray animal in a junkyard arose. Without much thought, she walked straight up to Lucy, not questioning or threatening, but rather with a somewhat forceful invitation, pulling Lucy out of that dangerous and dead-end profession, almost forcibly picking up the silent girl and bringing her back to the dump HQ. After Maine and Dorio's subsequent cautious probing and evaluation, they determined that although Lucy was quiet, had a slight European accent, and her background was a mystery, her hacking skills were at least excellent, and her personality, once familiar, was not unpleasant. More importantly, after Sasha and Kiwi were modified by the boss and their cyber warfare capabilities had already surpassed conventional netrunner realms, gradually shifting their focus to higher-level confrontations, the team indeed needed a skilled hand to stably handle routine network affairs. Thus, Lucy naturally stayed and became a member of the team. Chapter 118, David Martinez. 1178 words. The other person was a young man named David Martinez. His mother, Gloria Martinez, made a living by reselling second-hand cybernetics on the streets, and had always been a somewhat loose but reliable supplier to Maine's crew, maintaining a good relationship. The change occurred on an ordinary evening. As usual, Gloria drove her old second-hand car to Arasaka Academy to pick up her son, David, from school. Disaster struck without warning. Their vehicle was caught in a sudden gang shootout on a main road in Haywood District. A stray bullet or an out-of-control vehicle, the exact cause was difficult to ascertain. In the chaos, violently struck their car. The car body instantly twisted and deformed, and glass shards splattered like rain. David, sitting in the passenger seat, was dazed and disoriented by the impact. A gash opened on his forehead, warm blood blurred his vision, and his arm was in excruciating pain, possibly fractured. But more terrifying than his own injuries, he saw his mother, Gloria, pinned tightly in the driver's seat by the deformed steering wheel and metal components, blood continuously gushing from her forehead and abdomen, her breath weak. Intense pain distorted her movements, but a mother's will to protect her child overcame everything. With her last shred of consciousness, she sent Maine an extremely short distress message, mixed with painful gasps, containing her location, save. It was this signal, imbued with her final will, that caught Maine's attention. When Maine arrived at the scene with Dorio and Rebecca, guided by the coordinates, they saw young David, dragging his injured arm, futilely trying to pull at the deformed car door, and Gloria in the driver's seat, her vital signs rapidly fading. They quickly pried open the car door. Maine, acting decisively, instructed everyone to swiftly transport the dying Gloria and the seriously injured David to Glenn, the cyberneticist they knew in Watson, who was known for his discretion. Thanks to the relatively timely medical attention and Glenn's unorthodox methods and emergency procedures for treating such street traumas and saving lives despite his crude techniques and significant long-term risks, Gloria's life was barely saved. But saving her life was merely the beginning of a long period of suffering. The subsequent lengthy treatment, the repair of her damaged spine and nerve plexuses, and the potentially expensive custom cybernetics needed to replace severely damaged organs and limbs, would incur a despairingly astronomical cost. Gloria had indeed saved some money from reselling cybernetics, but almost all of it had been invested in David's expensive tuition and daily expenses at Arasaka Academy. Supporting a son who could attend Arasaka Academy had almost drained the single mother's entire savings. Out of past goodwill and the will demonstrated by Gloria's final distress message, Maine's crew covered the initial emergency costs and Glenn's fees. However, they were not a charity and could not, nor were they obligated to, bear the massive and seemingly endless treatment expenses long-term. The harsh reality, like the shadows of Night City, quickly enveloped the Martinez mother and son, who had just faced a life-and-death ordeal. As Gloria lay on the clinic bed in Glenn's clinic, filled with the smell of disinfectant and blood, tormented by intense pain and deeper despair, David stepped forward. This young man, who had always been protected under her wing, and even seemed somewhat timid at school due to his background, shed his youthful naivety. For the first time, an undeniable resolve ignited in his eyes. He found Maine, and despite his fingers slightly curling from tension, he clearly stated his request, to work for the squad and use his earnings to pay for his mother's medical expenses. He tried to make his voice sound more reliable, even subconsciously straightening his still slight chest. My reactions are very fast, and I scored high on all the implant adaptability tests. I also learn quickly. I can keep up with everything taught at Arasaka Academy. I think I should be useful. The tremor in his voice at the end still betrayed a hint of nervousness, but his intention to shoulder responsibility was clearly discernible. Gloria, lying in bed, heard her son's words and her emotions instantly surged. She clutched the soiled bedsheet tightly with her still slightly mobile right hand, squeezing out broken protests from her throat. No, you can't. She had put everything into it, even resorting to skirting the law by reselling cybernetics, hoping her son could stay far from the blood and grime of the streets, and embark on the most bright and proper path she could imagine. Now, because of her own helplessness, was she to drag her son into the dark world she had always tried to shield him from? This was more unbearable than the intense physical pain. However, reality was as cold as a mountain. The numbers on the latest bill, handed over by Glenn with an expressionless face, cut into her heart like a blunt knife. Without continued treatment, nerve damage and organ failure would completely consume her. She would truly become a useless person confined to bed, or even die. At that time, David would truly be alone. David's persistence was like a rock, and the cruel reality was an inescapable cage. Gloria's protests gradually weakened in the face of her son's eyes, which were a mixture of fear yet exceptionally firm, and the cold numbers of the medical expenses. She finally fell silent, tears silently sliding from the corners of her eyes, mixing with the bloodstains remaining on her temples. At that moment, her heart was torn in two. One half was endless panic and self-reproach for her son about to enter danger, and the other, an unspeakable, bitter solace. Her child, in the face of disaster, had not retreated, but was trying to grow into a man who could support the family. This conflicting emotion gnawed at her, making her feel profound remorse for her helplessness, and for becoming a burden to her son. To save every penny to pay the continuous, seemingly bottomless bills from Glenn's clinic, David quickly moved out of their small apartment in the city, which held countless memories for the mother and son, and relocated to the dump HQ, finding a corner among Maine's crew members' residences. Maine and the others, after all, couldn't bring themselves to abandon them. They helped move Gloria, who was extremely immobile and mostly relied on a wheelchair and assistance from others, to Wasteland Town as well, settling her in a relatively independent and quiet area. Now, Gloria mostly lay stiffly in bed, staring at the simple ceiling, unable to care for herself. Her body was confined to the sickbed, and her thoughts were trapped in an even deeper prison. The constant worry for her son's safety every time he went on a mission, the deep regret of becoming a burden and leading her son down the path she least wanted to see him take, all these emotions intertwined, often making her gaze hollow and complex, losing the resilience and radiance she once had as a mother supporting her family. Chapter 119, Price 1352 words. Glenn, the cyberneticist whom Osiris once criticized for his unstandardized techniques, made a decision that left Maine's crew speechless, yet was entirely expected. After Gloria's condition barely stabilized and she was out of critical danger, he almost immediately moved his clinic, 1,000 Needles, along with its mountain of suspicious second-hand equipment and bottles, to the wasteland town. Facing the questioning gazes of Maine's crew, Glenn rubbed his hands, a professional, slightly unctuous smile plastered on his face, and gave a high-sounding reason. Mrs. Martinez's condition is very complex and requires continuous professional observation and meticulous care. Traveling back and forth from the city would be too detrimental to the patient's recovery. I, Glenn, always prioritize the patient's health. Moving the clinic here is a testament to my responsibility. But Maine and the others knew exactly how loudly this guy's ulterior motives were clanging. They had privately mentioned to David that the reclusive boss possessed incredible technology, and theoretically, as long as one could afford an unimaginable price, completely healing damage of Gloria's severity was not impossible. Glenn had clearly caught on to this information, and wanted to use the excuse of caring for Gloria to shamelessly stay in the wasteland town, fantasizing about one day encountering the boss and exchanging his tuition fees, which he had saved for an unknown period, and might be scrap metal in the face of truly high-end technology, for a bit of knowledge that might slip through his fingers. This old fox, his abacus beads are practically bouncing off my face, Rebecca commented bluntly, watching with cold eyes and folded arms. However, she didn't forcibly drive him away. After all, although Glenn's techniques were crude and his concepts outdated, he still had some practical value in handling common street gunshot wounds, cybernetic malfunctions, and basic maintenance, saving the team a lot of trips to the city. When Osiris completed his interdimensional transfer, the sound of his footsteps, far heavier than when he left and mixed with unique metallic friction and precise hydraulic sounds, once again echoed deep within the wasteland workshop. The external environment he perceived was significantly noisier than before he left. The outpost not only gathered the original members of Maine's crew, but also included a silent white-haired netrunner girl, an anxious boy forced into the streets to pay for his mother's medical expenses, a semi-paralyzed mother immersed in pain and self-reproach, and a clumsy cyberneticist who had joined out of speculative motives. The heavy metal door of the workshop slowly slid open with a muffled whoosh of air. Osiris' imposing figure, noticeably larger, covered in dark red dragon-scale power armor, with a new type of plasma reactor on his back emitting a low hum, and a faint blue glow, suddenly appeared at the doorway, almost filling the entire frame. In an instant, the previously subtle conversations and activities outside the workshop ceased abruptly. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to him, and the air was filled with a nearly frozen shock. The old members of Maine's crew, like Maine and Dorio, despite having witnessed the boss in human nature before, still had their pupils slightly contracted. They could intuitively feel the immense power contained within that body, far surpassing what it was before, and the cold, inhuman sense of oppression that was almost palpable. The complexity and craftsmanship of that armor completely exceeded their understanding of cybernetics or exoskeletons. Rebecca subconsciously opened her mouth, her green cybernetic eyes quickly focusing, and then slightly unfocusing, eventually just muttering, "Whoa." Even she felt an indescribable awe. The newly arrived Lucy's body imperceptibly tensed for a moment. Her eyes, accustomed to hiding behind indifference, widened slightly, quickly scanning the armor filled with an alien beauty and absolute sense of power, as well as the steadily glowing blue energy core. A flicker of pure curiosity about the unknown creation passed through her eyes. And David, the boy new to this place, was so awestruck by this invisible pressure that he almost forgot to breathe. He looked at the iron giant, as if from ancient myths. As the crimson optical sensors swept over him, he felt as if he was being seen through, inside and out, by some supreme being. A shiver, a mix of fear and insignificance, rose from his spine. Even Glenn, who was agonizing over tuition fees nearby, temporarily forgot his predicament, his mouth unconsciously agape. As a cyberneticist, albeit a clumsy one, his instinct made him try to understand the technical principles of the armor, but his brain ultimately went blank, leaving only primitive awe and bewilderment. Osiris Crimson optical sensors calmly swept across the outer area of the workshop, like the most efficient scanner, instantly capturing, classifying, and archiving all these new variables and the frozen expressions of shock on their faces. The chaotic scene and emotional fluctuations before him caused a faint warning signal, representing increased environmental disorder, to flash in his processing core, but it was immediately overridden by a higher-level logic process. These biological emotional responses and visual interferences were not worth wasting his valuable computational resources. Glenn almost scrambled forward, his face full of fawning and uncontrollable eagerness, incoherently expressing his desire for further study and his willingness to pay reasonable tuition fees. Osiris Crimson optical sensors didn't even focus on him. A cold data list was directly projected onto Glenn's visual interface, accompanied by a flat synthesized voice. Knowledge has its price. The list clearly stated, Basic Neural Interface Standardization Implantation Protocol, Exchange 4, fully functional, unregistered prototype neural processors X2 anti-infection treatment process for biotissue and cybernetic junctions, Exchange 4, unknown alloy samples with abnormal biocompatibility, no less than 1 kilogram, intermediate trauma emergency treatment and organ temporary maintenance protocol, Exchange 4, intact limbic system tissue samples from individuals with severe cyberpsychosis. There were a dozen or so items in total, all techniques Glenn dreamed of, capable of significantly improving his clinic's level and income. But the items required for each made his heart sink. These were not standard goods that could be bought directly with money, but special materials that required delving into the heart of the black market, venturing into forbidden zones, or obtaining them from dangerous factions. Glenn's brain raced, calculating how many hidden channels he would need to open, how much life-threatening risk he would have to take, and ultimately how much it would cost in eddies to acquire these items. A rough estimate showed that the cost of fulfilling this list alone would be nearly 500,000 eddies, not including the immense, unquantifiable risks involved. He froze in place, his lips trembling. Knowledge was within reach, but the price was that he might have to gamble everything. Not just his savings, but also risking his life to collect these high-risk items of unknown origin, ultimately binding himself completely to the chariot of this mysterious entity. The color drained from his face instantly, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a complete syllable. He might barely be able to gather this sum by emptying all his savings and selling all his equipment, but that would mean everything he had accumulated over a decade of struggling in the Watson would be reset to zero. He might even incur heavy debts, having to work desperately for many years to repay this tuition fee, essentially selling himself completely to this mysterious entity before him. He froze in place, his heart caught in an unprecedented, fierce struggle. The burning desire for knowledge consumed his reason, the techniques on the list seemed within reach. But on the other hand, the fear of losing his freedom, and bearing heavy shackles made his feet feel like lead. He wanted to learn so badly, but the price was staking his entire present and future. The expression on his face fluctuated wildly between greed and fear. The previous eagerness sizzled as it was doused with the cold water of reality, yet it hadn't completely extinguished, only transforming into painful indecision. "This old sly dog," Rebecca whispered to Pilar from the side, arms crossed, gloating. "I think his CPU is about to burn out." Chapter 120, Save. 1365 words. Just as Glenn was caught in an internal struggle, David took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and stepped forward, blocking Osiris' imposing, oppressive physique. The boy's voice inevitably trembled with nervousness, but he tried his best to hold his head high, his eyes filled with a desperate resolve. "Boss, save my mother. I'm willing to do whatever it takes." Osiris Crimson optical lenses slightly adjusted their focus, completely locking onto the boy like a searchlight. Perhaps it was a faint stir from a vague label in the fragmented memories before his transmigration, or perhaps it was the boy's burning, age-inappropriate will in his eyes that triggered an extremely tiny variable named interest in his logic core. He did not directly respond to the request for treatment, nor did he even glance at David's pleading expression. He merely tilted his head slightly, issuing a command as an invisible data stream. The servoskull, hovering by his side with its eye sockets glowing blue, immediately glided silently in front of David. The eerie stillness of that construct, a combination of pale bone and cold metal, was more unsettling than a direct threat. Before the boy could react, the skull's mandible opened and closed, projecting a faint green, precise scanning beam that enveloped David's entire body from top to bottom, outlining his somewhat slender figure. Simultaneously, another subtle red beam accurately aimed at his eyeball, performing iris and microvascular pattern recognition. "Remain still," Osiris' voice was flat, like a machine's pre-startup prompt. This inhuman detection method caused the onlookers to show various expressions. Maine, arms crossed, watched silently with a furrowed brow. He had experienced more bizarre transdimensional transmissions, but each time he saw such a scene, where a person was scanned and analyzed like an object, he still felt a trace of instinctive resistance. Dorio subconsciously moved half a step forward, as if wanting to offer some insignificant support, but ultimately stopped in place, her eyes filled with worry. Rebecca pouted, seemingly wanting to make a sarcastic remark, but seeing David's tense profile, and the eerily hovering skull, she swallowed her words, only restlessly flexing the fingers of her cybernetic arm. Lucy's pupils slightly contracted. As a netrunner, she was accustomed to the invisible flow of data, but this kind of scan, that directly acted on the flesh, with a strong sense of physical intrusion, made her feel a completely different kind of chill. Dr. Glenn, on the other hand, was completely stunned. His crude tools and rough techniques, which he relied on for a living, were like primitive stone axes compared to the precise, efficient, and unknown technology before him. His face was etched with complex emotions, a mixture of fear and extreme longing. The moment the scanning beam disappeared, an extremely thin probe extended from the bottom of the servoskull, lightly touching David's arm with lightning speed, collecting a trace amount of blood and tissue samples. Immediately after, another sensor-equipped probe gently but irresistibly pressed against David's temple, emitting an almost inaudible low-frequency pulse to perform deep neural response and cognitive potential assessment. The entire detection process was quiet, fast, and efficient, imbued with an undeniable coldness that treated the human body as a precise machine. David stood rigid, feeling the cold touch and slight prickling sensation on his skin, his heart pounding in his chest, almost able to hear the sound of his own blood flowing. In the face of this absolute, inhuman technology, he felt like an animal being dissected on an experimental table, devoid of any secrets or dignity. An indescribable oppressiveness filled the air, with only the faint hiss of the servoskull's internal components, and the almost inaudible friction sound of the probe touching the skin clearly discernible. The servoskull transmitted all collected data in real time to Osiris' processing core. A comprehensive, thorough Adeptus Mechanicus standard biological screening and genetic sequence analysis were completed within seconds. Massive data streams surged, compared, and evaluated in his consciousness. The analysis results appeared. This individual named David Martinez, his genetic sequence stability exceeded the average level of local peers by approximately 17.3%. His neural synapse conduction efficiency showed considerable potential for optimization, and his potential bioelectric affinity for standardized mechanical interfaces actually reached the minimum baseline for Adeptus Mechanicus outer apprentice selection. Although this talent was far from outstanding, even mediocre, among the many worlds Osiris had seen, finding a raw material that barely met the basic standards in this world with a severely skewed tech tree and generally rough gene pool was a small surprise. This at least meant that this young body was not entirely incapable of undergoing deeper mechanical modifications. This unexpected discovery caused Osiris' evaluation weight for this variable in his cold logical sequence to be objectively adjusted upwards by an insignificant 1 percentage point. "I give you two choices," Osiris' voice sounded steadily, as if stating a perfectly ordinary fact, but the conditions he offered shocked everyone present. "First, capture a rogue AI entity with autonomous action logic for me. In return, I will completely heal your mother." This condition instantly froze the air. Rogue AI, those were elusive, incomprehensible presences in the network's abyss, their danger and difficulty of capture far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. For a fledgling student who hadn't even fully grasped the rules of the street, this was simply an impossible task, tantamount to asking him to catch lightning with his bare hands. It was unknown if anyone in the world could truly accomplish this, perhaps with the exception of this mysterious boss before them. Second, Osiris didn't give David much time to process his fear, continuing in his unfluctuating tone, "Become my apprentice. You have 1 year to master the knowledge system I designate." His crimson lens seemed to very slightly sweep over Glenn, whose expression was complex, referring precisely to the contents of the list that had deterred Glenn. "Then, you will personally cure your mother. As the price for acquiring this knowledge, you will serve me for 200 years. He paused as if anticipating David's concerns about lifespan, adding, "There's no need to worry that your natural lifespan cannot sustain this contract. Growing old is no problem. I have methods to ensure you continue to fulfill the agreement until the 200 years are complete." Subsequently, as if to make the concept of ensuring compliance more concrete, he threw out an alternative plan in that cold voice that left everyone dumbfounded. "Of course, if you fail to meet the predetermined standard for mastering the knowledge when the 1-year term arrives, the contract will deem you in breach. At that time, you will need to pay tuition double the value of the knowledge. I also have the ability to ensure the recovery of this debt. Execution methods include but are not limited to." As he spoke, the blue light in the eye sockets of the hovering servoskull flashed, projecting a holographic image into the air. The image showed Steel Band, Night City's hottest rock stars, dressed in sparkling cyber kimonos, energetically performing their hit song, Bobo Chicken, against a backdrop of dazzling holographic fireworks. The intense electronic sound waves and the frenzied cheers from the audience seemed to burst through the projection. Osiris' massive, dark red armored body stood unmoving before the slightly comical and bizarre projected background, only his voice clearly penetrating the music, transforming you into a specialized entertainment servitor, debuting as a healing cyber idol, gradually repaying your debt through commercial performances, merchandise sales, and fan donations, etc. Based on my calculations of various business models in Night City, this is the fastest way for you to repay your debt. The sweet smiles and dynamic dance moves of the idols in the image, juxtaposed with the cold meaning in Osiris' words and David's instantly pale face, formed an incredibly absurd and chilling contrast. Rebecca's mouth twitched, and she whispered to Pilar, "Holy hell, this is worse than just killing him." Glenn subconsciously took half a step back, completely extinguishing the last flicker of hope in his heart. The tuition for this being was indeed not something an ordinary person could afford, whether with money, freedom, or. Chapter 121, Debt. 1267 words. Osiris remarks about continuing to pay debts after death, and debuting as a cyber idol, sent a cold current through the air, instantly freezing the atmosphere outside the workshop. After the initial shock, various complex emotions appeared on everyone's faces: disbelief, confusion, and a profound realization of the grim choices David faced. Rebecca grinned, muttering something that was either a sigh or a complaint. "Geez, becoming an idol to pay off debt. That's a wild path." Her green optical implant scanned David's pale face, carrying a hint of "You really have the guts to choose that, kid." Pilar blinked beside her, his slender mechanical fingers stroking his chin, seemingly imagining David in a performance outfit, a strange expression on his face mixed with sympathy. "And this is going to be quite a show." Dr. Glenn froze in place, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Osiris' conditions were like a heavy hammer, both opening the door to the technology he had long dreamed of and making him see the thorny path that lay behind it. Freedom, dignity, and even a contract that couldn't be broken after death. These words buzzed in his mind. Desire and fear intertwined on his face, his muscles twitching involuntarily. He stared fixedly at Osiris, then glanced at the floating list of knowledge, his clenched fists white-knuckled. Maine crossed his arms, his knuckles unconsciously tapping on his armor. He had witnessed all sorts of ruthless methods, but Osiris' approach of precisely quantifying a person's value, not even sparing them after death, still sent a chill down his spine. He looked at David, the young man he had saved from the car accident, now standing at a crossroads in his life. Dorio's hand rested lightly on his arm, and the two exchanged a silent glance. Here, facing this boss, there was little they could do. Lucy subtly tightened her arms around herself in the shadows. Her body had imperceptibly tensed when the term rogue AI appeared. Now, listening to Osiris describe the details of debt collection, a flicker of wariness crossed her usually indifferent eyes. This was not just for David's predicament, it seemed to touch upon certain memories she preferred not to revisit. She retreated half a step deeper into the shadows, as if to merge with them. David stood in the center of everyone's gaze, feeling the ground beneath his feet tilt. The two choices Osiris offered both seemed like paths to an unknown abyss. Capturing a rogue AI. That sounded like a legend from Arasaka Academy's encrypted courses. Those entities, referred to as dragons, roamed the ruins of the old net, and even the top corporations dared not provoke them easily. For him to capture one of them was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. And the other choice becoming an apprentice, exchanging 200 years of freedom for his mother's rebirth. 1 year to master knowledge that even Dr. Glenn shied away from. If he failed, he would become some healing cyber idol. The prospect was so absurd it should have been laughable, yet it was too real to laugh. He could almost see himself being transformed into a female, wearing ridiculous performance outfits, smiling forcefully on stage, but knowing deep down that he was nothing more than a mechanical doll bound by debt. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the room where his mother was recuperating. Gloria still lay there, her life sustained by medication and rudimentary equipment. Each breath was accompanied by pain, and future medical expenses were a bottomless pit. Maine's crew had already paid too much, he couldn't ask for more. Since he had chosen to take responsibility, now was his time to pay the price. Just a few seconds of silence felt infinitely long to David. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the tremor in his voice, and looked up to meet the scarlet optical sensors. I choose the second path. To become your apprentice. Please teach me. He avoided the complex glances from Maine and the others, and ignored Dr. Glenn's expression, a mix of pity and disbelief. He had no other choice. Osiris' massive body remained motionless, but the heavy air around him seemed to ease slightly. He was not surprised by this outcome no matter which path David chose. For him, they were just different observational samples. Not a wise choice though for you, it's already quite good. Osiris' synthetic voice was as steady as ever, yet it paused subtly. In fact, the path of capturing a rogue AI may not be as out of reach as you think. This sentence immediately grabbed everyone's attention, and the three netrunners simultaneously looked up. Think I'm talking nonsense? Osiris continued, his tone like stating a fait accompli. In the shadows of Night City, there are no fewer than 3 suitable targets roaming. He did not mention the ancient entities he had discovered while searching for data outside the Blackwell, those entrenched behind powerful forces or lurking deep within network ruins. Such as the accounting AI named Accent within Biotechnica, or Dreadnought controlling the Colorado military base, not to mention the aggregated consciousness called Immense in the Antarctic cyberspace. In Osiris' assessment, challenging these targets with Maine's crew's current strength was indeed hopeless. But what he was proposing now was another, more practical list. For example, beneath Dogtown, his lens flickered red, deep within Kurt Hansen's territory, lies the legacy of the old American Little Dipper project, similar to the Big Dipper project. There, a legacy of the Little Dipper project is sealed, a confined rogue AI. The target is clear, the environment is relatively enclosed, and the difficulty of acquisition is not high, as long as you deal with Kurt Hansen and his troops. Or more down to earth, he changed the subject, there's a malfunctioning vending machine in Night City, located below a skyscraper. It has awakened to self-awareness, you just need to find it. And another example, Osiris finally threw out a target related to everyone's daily lives, Delamain Cabs. The taxi company pursuing perfect service has long been occupied by an AI that escaped from the other side of the Blackwell. The entire fleet is its sensory network, although its subroutines are spread throughout the city, its core might present an opportunity. The targets he listed, though none were simple, at least seemed more feasible than those legendary names. He specifically offered different options, from military relics to urban infrastructure, as if to say, look, there's more than one way. With each example Osiris gave, Sasha, Kiwi, and especially Lucy's faces grew paler. Sasha's fingertips hovered over the optical screen for a moment, and the data stream experienced a slight stutter. A military AI under Dogtown. Her voice was very low, as if afraid to disturb something. Does Hansen know what he's living next to? As the team's technical expert, she instinctively began to assess the potential risks. An old-school AI buried deep in a military facility was definitely not something ordinary intrusion could handle. Who knew what kind of defense systems were in that base? The last time they went to the base under the wasteland town, they almost didn't make it out alive. Kiwi adjusted her breathing mask, letting out a slight exhalation. That vending machine. She mused, it sounds like a joke, but to hide in the municipal system for so long, its anti-reconnaissance capabilities are definitely not simple. Her gaze turned to the window, as if imagining the mechanical entity lurking in the trash. As for Delamain, I always thought its service was too good to be true. So the entire fleet is its subroutines. Chapter 122, Fridge. 11:16 words. Lucy's breathing suddenly quickened. When the words Blackwell and relics of the first net calmly escaped Osiris' lips, her back instantly stiffened. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and the familiar metallic taste of rust filled her mouth. She had bitten her lip again. Beyond the Blackwell, those fragmented memories suddenly came alive, distorted data streams, the abyss of non-Euclidean code structures, and the shrieking entities in the data storms. She was one of the few who had truly been there and returned with her sanity intact, or so she thought. She had maintained her sanity. Arasaka's special training, those days as a netrunner, made her more aware than anyone of the horrors beyond the Blackwell. Every piece of data brought back from beyond the wall could be attached with imperceptible contamination, and every coordinate could be a lure leading to destruction. And this terrifying mechanical giant before her not only spoke lightly of information from beyond the wall, but could even precisely locate specific AI entities. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. This was no longer a technological gap but a dimensional crush. It was even possible that this terrifying monster before her was a machine controlled by a rogue AI, and he was collecting these rogue AIs merely to devour their data. She instinctively took half a step back, as if that would distance her from the awakened nightmares. Osiris seemed completely oblivious to the netrunner's unusual reactions, calmly adding, and those Mr. Blue eyes that occasionally appear in the city. He paused slightly, as if to let everyone understand the meaning of his words. They are not the same person, but a sequence of puppets controlled by a rogue AI, specially modified flesh bodies, with their original consciousness overwritten. These puppets mingle in the crowd, observing, guiding, and even directly interfering with the direction of certain important events. Capturing one of them would also be considered completing the mission. This addition made the already grave atmosphere even more subtle. Compared to AIs hidden in infrastructure, these entities lurking in the crowd were even more chilling. You never knew which seemingly ordinary passerby beside you might have non-human eyes behind them. Maine couldn't help but speak, his voice low. Boss, any of what you're saying is not something our Maine's crew can easily deal with. Dogtown is Hansen's territory. We have no idea what's beneath it. Delamain taxis are all over the city. Touching it means going against the entire city's transportation system. That Mr. Blue Eyes sounds like a conspiracy theory come true. He shook his head, completely dispelling any lingering hope the team might have had about helping David choose the first path. So Osiris' crimson lens refocused on David. Your choice, evaluated from efficiency and safety, is currently the optimal solution. He accepted David's apprenticeship, but did not immediately begin imparting knowledge. One of the traditions of the Adeptus Mechanicus is that knowledge is never free. Since you have chosen the path, the first lesson will begin with fulfilling your obligations. Osiris' synthesized voice rang out steadily, and a data file was simultaneously transmitted to David's personal terminal. Remember, in the wisdom halls of the Omnissia, there are no free gifts. Even an apprentice must earn knowledge through practical contributions. He paused briefly, this short silence seeming to carry a certain weight. These were the rules he had experienced, and now it was David's turn to experience them. This file records an abandoned refrigerator located in a landfill outside the city. Its lease has expired, and it has now been transported to the garbage mountain along with other waste. Osiris' mechanical finger tapped lightly. Your mission is to find this specific model of refrigerator in the garbage mountain and bring it back here, intact and undamaged. The items inside the cabinet must also remain untouched. Opening it is strictly forbidden. This is the price for you to obtain the first stage of knowledge. David looked down at the blurry address coordinates and the picture of the old refrigerator on his personal terminal, momentarily stunned. In the garbage mountain, find a specific refrigerator. He could hardly believe his ears. He knew the Santo Domingo landfill. It was an endless ocean of waste, with new garbage being dumped into it every day. Finding a specific refrigerator there would be like looking for a specific grain of sand in the desert. He had anticipated all sorts of difficult and dangerous missions, infiltrating corporate facilities to steal data, engaging in gang warfare, or even facing cyberpsychos. But this seemingly simple task made him doubt himself for the first time. Could he really find that specific refrigerator in the vast sea of garbage? This seemingly absurd task was the first step he had to take to enter the halls of knowledge. And at this moment, this step seemed so distant, so unreal. Rebecca's eyes widened exaggeratedly, her voice rising an octave. Huh? Find a refrigerator? Boss, are you serious? The garbage in that godforsaken place in Santo Domingo is piled higher than Arasaka Tower. How are we supposed to find it? Pilar nervously rubbed his metal scalp, making a faint scratching sound. At least the AI has a general location. This refrigerator is probably already crushed into scrap metal. Even the usually steady Maine couldn't help but speak, his brows tightly furrowed. Boss, what exactly is the meaning of this mission? If it's to test David, isn't there a more direct way? He truly couldn't understand why this being, capable of traversing dimensions, would be interested in an old refrigerator in a garbage dump. Osiris' response remained as calm as a machine reading, just execute the order. The meaning of the mission is not within your scope of understanding. His optical lens turned to David, find it and bring it back intact. This is the price for knowledge. Any damage will be considered mission failure. These words silenced all doubts. The moment David made his choice, he lost the right to bargain. David stared at the blurry refrigerator image on his terminal, the scene of the Santo Domingo garbage mountain appearing in his mind, piles of waste, pungent smells, and the wanderers foraging in the garbage. The path to saving his mother was to begin in such a garbage mountain, a realization that filled him with a sense of absurdity. He took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions churning within him, and bowed his head to the dark red figure. Understood, boss. I will find it. And so David's apprenticeship began with a seemingly absurd task. Maine's crew members exchanged helpless glances, knowing full well that David was destined to be accompanied by the garbage mountain in the coming days. Chapter 123, Search. 1516 words. Osiris' instructions were clear, leaving no room for negotiation. The members of Maine's crew looked at each other. Although they all felt a pang of pity for David, the newcomer, having to go to that boundless junkyard alone, no one offered to help. This was not only because Osiris' decision was hard to change, but also because they all knew this was the path David had chosen himself, the first hurdle he had to overcome alone. To gain something, one must pay the corresponding price. No one can rely on others forever. Maine pressed David's shoulder firmly, his voice low. Since you've chosen it, don't look back. Dorio silently handed over a well-protective respirator, gently reminding him, be careful. Besides trash, that place also has some unsavory characters. Rebecca, on the other hand, pouted, dug a small roll of medical bandage from her pocket, and tossed it to David. Here, take it. It can last a while if you get cut. Don't expect me to come fish you out. David took the items and quietly said, thank you. He understood that this was all the support they could give him. Without another word, David turned and walked towards his weathered scooter, its paint peeling. The engine let out a low gasp, carrying him towards the massive landfill. The closer he got, the stronger the pungent smell and the airy mix of rotting organic matter, chemical waste, and metal rust became. Even with a respirator, it was hard to completely block out. When the full scope of the garbage mountain came into view, David truly understood the difficulty of this task. It wasn't a field at all but a continuous, boundless mountain range made up of countless piles of garbage. Discarded vehicle shells, broken home appliances, twisted metal frames, rotting unknown substances, layer upon layer, stretching as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, he could see some tiny figures moving slowly on the garbage mountain. Those were vagrants who made a living by scavenging. David stood at the edge of the garbage mountain, feeling a wave of dizziness and powerlessness. Searching for a specific refrigerator in this vast ocean of waste was no less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. He re-examined the file Osiris had given him. It only contained a blurry picture of a refrigerator, an old, expired address, and the refrigerator's model number. Blindly searching would definitely be a dead end. David forced himself to calm down. He realized he had to rely on intelligence, not brute force. He repeatedly checked the file, noticing a nearly overlooked barcode remnant at the end of the document. This might be a clue. David stood at the edge of the garbage mountain, the mixed stench in the air almost piercing his respirator. He looked at the boundless wasteland of discarded civilization before him and felt a wave of dizziness. Blindly searching would definitely be a dead end. He had to seek help. He dialed Lucy's number. "Lucy," his voice was a bit dry from tension and fatigue, "can you do me a favor? I need to look up a company's internal records regarding the disposal process of a scrapped refrigerator." Meanwhile, at the outpost in Wasteland Town, Lucy was leaning back in her seat, resting, when David's voice came through the internal communication. She listened to his request, didn't ask further, and simply responded, "What information?" David immediately relayed the key information from the file. "I'll give it a try," Lucy said, then got up from her seat. She walked to the corner of the room, where a special bathtub was placed. She skillfully shed her clothes, then lay inside. The bottom of the tub was already covered with a layer of ice, and the biting cold instantly enveloped her body. This was a standard procedure for netrunners during work, used to combat the immense heat generated when implants ran at full speed. She took a deep breath, reached for the data port nearby, and plugged the connecting cable into the neural port at the back of her neck. The next second, her consciousness detached from physical constraints and sank into the vast data network. The sensations of the real-world cold, gravity quickly receded. Before her eyes unfolded a digital landscape composed of light and information. Like a fish, she easily bypassed the target logistics company's seemingly solid but actually riddled firewall, infiltrating its core database. Archive records, like glowing data streams, shuttled past her. She precisely captured keywords matching David's description, tracing the digital footprint of that refrigerator, scrap application approval, asset write-off records, clear-out contract number. Finally, she locked onto the information of the vehicle responsible for transport, and the data of the driver on duty. "Found it." Her voice came through the communication, with a barely perceptible hint of fatigue, a trace of consciousness just returning from the deep sea of data. That refrigerator was declared scrapped a few months ago due to an expired lease and equipment aging. Disposal records show it was taken by a clear-out company and transported to the area where you are. Vehicle and driver information has been sent to you. At the garbage mountain, David's spirits lifted as he looked at the detailed information received on his terminal. "Thank you, you've really helped a lot." "You're welcome." Lucy's voice returned to its usual tone, but she added, "That area is very large, be careful." The communication cut off. David looked at the garbage mountain before him again. Although the task was still arduous, at least now, he had a clear starting point. Having obtained the crucial information, David's spirits lifted. He didn't delay and immediately found the garbage truck driver based on the clues. After some conversation and a little trick to help the driver remember, he finally recalled that the particularly large item, due to a small accident during unloading, had been left at the western edge of the garbage mountain, near the remains of an old crusher. With this relatively precise location, David once again plunged into the foul-smelling garbage mountain. He headed in the direction the driver indicated, beginning a new round of searching among the mountains of waste. With a relatively precise location, David once again plunged into the garbage mountain. This time, the goal was much clearer. He walked in the direction the driver indicated, his steps sinking and rising. The ground beneath his feet was soft and dangerous, liable to collapse at any moment. Rotten liquid soaked his pant legs, and the stench almost penetrated his mask, making him feel nauseous in waves. He repeatedly searched that area, poking around with a scavenged steel bar. A day passed, with no results. The next day, he expanded his search area, almost without sleep. Sweat mixed with grime, making him look like a true vagrant. Fatigue and despair constantly assailed him, but whenever he thought of his mother's vacant eyes in the hospital bed, he forced himself to continue. On the afternoon of the third day, when his steel bar poked an unusually hard piece of metal, and he pushed aside the rotting woven bags and electronic waste covering it, the familiar outline of a refrigerator, covered in rust and scratches, finally emerged. A surge of immense joy instantly dispersed the fatigue of the past few days. He carefully cleared the garbage around the refrigerator, confirming that its exterior, apart from normal wear and rust, had no obvious structural damage. He tried to push it. The refrigerator didn't budge, its weight astonishing. He immediately called the outpost to ask if anyone could help with transportation. Fortunately, Falco and Rebecca had just completed a mission in the city, and were returning in their off-road vehicle. A few hours later, Falco's off-road vehicle rattled as it approached the edge of the garbage mountain. Rebecca jumped out, looking at David, who was covered in dirt and emitting an unpleasant smell, and pinched her nose. "Wow, David, you look more like trash than the trash itself now." David smiled awkwardly, pointing to the refrigerator he had cleared. "Found it, this is it." Falco checked the refrigerator's location and the surrounding terrain, frowning. "This big guy won't be easy to get onto the car. Rebe, lend a hand." The siblings and David, with great effort, using the vehicle's winch and pry bars, finally managed to get the heavy refrigerator onto the bed of the off-road vehicle. During the process, Rebecca curiously tried to open the refrigerator door several times to see what treasure was inside, but David nervously stopped her. "The boss said not to open it." "Humph, cheapskate." Rebecca pouted but didn't insist further. On the way back, all three were filled with curiosity about the contents of the refrigerator. "I say, this refrigerator is so big, it's enough to hide a person, right?" Rebecca sat in the passenger seat, looking back at the secured refrigerator. David was silent. He, too, was full of questions, but what he cared about more was whether, having completed the mission, he could quickly begin learning the knowledge to heal his mother. Chapter 124, Who? 1419 words. When the off-road vehicle returned to the dump HQ, it attracted a lot of attention. Maine, Dorio, Pilar, Kiwi, Sasha, and even Glenn, the cyberneticist who was lingering at the hideout with speculative intentions, all gathered around curiously. Everyone wanted to see what secret was hidden in the refrigerator that Osiris valued so much, and that David had spent several days digging for in the garbage mountain. Osiris' massive and imposing figure soon appeared at the workshop entrance, his crimson optical lenses scanning the refrigerator in the back of the off-road vehicle, flickering slightly. "Bring it in," he commanded succinctly. Maine and Falco stepped forward, once again working together to unload the refrigerator from the vehicle and carefully carry it into a more spacious area inside the workshop. The others also surged in, surrounding the refrigerator and Osiris, the atmosphere filled with anticipation and curiosity. Glenn even pushed his way to the front, his eyes fixed on the refrigerator, as if it contained a technical secret that could elevate him instantly. David stood nervously at the very front, awaiting Osiris' inspection. Osiris didn't immediately examine the refrigerator. Instead, he first looked at David, his synthesized voice calmly stating, "Describe the search process." David took a deep breath and reported as clearly as possible how he had found the integrated logistics company through document clues, how he had requested Lucy to hack in for information, how he had located the garbage truck driver, and finally, how he had pinpointed and dug out the refrigerator in the garbage mountain. Osiris listened quietly, and at the end, he nodded slightly. You utilized existing resources and information networks, without acting blindly. Although inefficient, the strategy was correct. As a first independent mission, it is acceptable. This was not an overly enthusiastic praise, but David still breathed a sigh of relief. At least the mission was accomplished. Then, Osiris' attention returned to the refrigerator. Several nimble mechanical tentacles extended from beneath his robe sleeves, beginning a comprehensive external scan of the refrigerator. Several servoskulls beside him also emitted various colored beams towards the refrigerator, meticulously examining every corner, especially the door seams and locking mechanisms. Structure intact, seal not severely damaged, Osiris murmured to himself as he scanned, as if recording data. Once the scan was complete, the mechanical tentacles retracted. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the refrigerator door, holding their breath. Osiris extended his right hand, covered in dark red armor, and grasped the refrigerator door handle. The cold metal felt like a toy in his hand. Without hesitation, he pulled it open, and with a somewhat sluggish creak, due to disrepair over the years, the refrigerator door swung open. A cold, strange odor, a mix of an indescribable scent resembling preservatives and faintly burnt electronic components, wafted out from inside the refrigerator. The interior of the refrigerator was not, as everyone had imagined, filled with mysterious objects or precious equipment. On the contrary, it appeared quite empty. The only object was a curled-up, lifeless human body. It was a young-looking male with messy black hair and skin that appeared an unnatural grayish-white due to prolonged low-temperature preservation. He wore an old-fashioned, but seemingly special, black jumpsuit, connected to some now-defunct cables and interfaces. His body posture was somewhat contorted, as if he had experienced immense pain, or struggled in his final moments. Most striking were his hands, with slender fingers, held in a stiff posture as if operating a virtual keyboard. Pilar was the first to exclaim, his voice filled with disappointment, "What the hell? All that effort for this? Dozens, even hundreds, die every day in Night City. A netrunner dead in a refrigerator might be rarer, but it's nothing special, is it?" Rebecca also frowned. "Exactly, I thought it was some treasure." "Boss, did this guy owe you money or something?" Maine and Dorio exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Glenn stretched his neck, trying to observe the corpse from a medical perspective, muttering, "Low-temperature preserved state. Judging by the muscle rigor and skin color, he's been dead for at least several years. Strange, no obvious external injuries." As everyone was discussing and greatly disappointed, Osiris' mechanical tentacles had already extended into the refrigerator, beginning a more detailed examination of the corpse. The tentacles scanned the corpse's head, spine, and the cybernetic interface locations on its hands, moving with precision and efficiency, as if analyzing a complex mechanical construct. A moment later, Osiris retracted his tentacles. His crimson optical lenses swept over the bewildered crowd, and his steady synthesized voice spoke again, uttering a name that resonated like thunder for anyone familiar with the legends of cyberspace. "Although he's been dead for 50 years, the body is still well preserved, not bad." After examining the corpse, Osiris then looked at the others and said casually, "This is Rakebart Mose." The workshop instantly fell into a dead silence. Kiwi was the first to exclaim in surprise, her voice trembling noticeably through her respirator, "The one who caused the first net collapse, the god of netrunners." Sasha covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Legend says didn't he disappear after releasing that virus capable of tearing apart the old net? His body, how could it be here?" Lucy stood at the back of the crowd, her body trembling imperceptibly. Bart Moss, this name, for any netrunner who had delved deep into the abyss of the network, represented the ultimate legend and taboo. He personally ushered in the chaotic era of the old net, and to some extent, also led to the later establishment of the Blackwell. His technology and his madness were equally awe-inspiring. Maine's expression also became incredibly solemn. Bart Moss, the man who is said to have almost destroyed the entire early global network by himself. His body was actually hidden in such a dilapidated refrigerator, thrown in a junkyard. Glenn's mouth hung open. As a cyberneticist, He might not have a deep understanding of the world of top netrunners, but he was aware of the significance of the name Bart Moss. This was not just the corpse of some nameless nobody on the street, this was a living legend, or rather, a dead legend. Although David didn't know much about the details of netrunner history, keywords like Bart Moss and first net collapse were definitely mentioned in Arasaka Academy's cyber history courses. He stared blankly at the seemingly ordinary corpse in the refrigerator, completely unable to connect it with the image of a digital age demon described in textbooks. Was this seemingly even somewhat frail man the one who once plunged the entire world into electronic panic? Osiris seemed somewhat satisfied with the shocking effect this name brought, and he continued in his steady tone, "That's right, Bart Moss. A pinnacle creation of the old net era, and one of its terminators." His mechanical finger casually tapped the refrigerator's outer shell, emitting a dull sound. The network interfaces he used, and the data fragments that might remain in his brain, you can imagine their value. This is a sample containing the ultimate programming logic of the old net era. Analyzing it will allow me to gain a deeper understanding of this world's fragile network structure. His crimson optical lenses turned to David, who was still in shock. "What you brought back is not just a refrigerator. You brought back a fragment of an era, a legacy that could drive countless corporations and factions insane. Now, do you understand the true value of your mission?" David nodded blankly, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Only at this moment did he truly realize that the first seemingly absurd mission Osiris had given him involved such an astonishing secret. Osiris said no more, manipulating his mechanical tentacles to steadily and efficiently remove Bart Moss' body from the refrigerator and place it on a nearby metal platform that had been prepared, emanating a cold chill. Next, it was clear that an in-depth study and analysis of this legendary remains would begin. The others in the workshop remained immersed in immense shock and various thoughts. They looked at the slender corpse on the platform, as if seeing the ghost of an era, silently gazing at this chaotic and dangerous cyber world that he had helped shape. David's apprenticeship officially began in a way far beyond his imagination. And what kind of ripple effect would the reappearance of Bart Moss bring to Night City, and even the entire world? No one knew. Chapter 125, Corpse 1201. Words. The heavy metal door of the workshop closed behind them, shutting out the complex gazes of Maine's crew members. The usual silence returned to the space, with only the low hum of energy conduits and the faint hiss of the cooling system as background. Osiris' massive, heavy, dark red body turned towards the corpse on the cryogenic platform. A servo-skull hovered silently nearby, its steady beams of light from its eye sockets clearly illuminating the remains of Ruckybat Mose. "Start recording, buddy," Osiris said in a low voice, his mechanical fingers sweeping across the control panel, bringing up several analysis interfaces. Research sample, Rake Bart Moss, a key figure in the history of local network technology, estimated time of death over 50 years ago. He first performed a basic physical condition assessment. Several servo-skulls surrounded Bart Moss' remains, equipped with high-precision sensors, performing a comprehensive scan of the body. External observation, male, estimated age at death between 25 and 30, he stated calmly as he scanned. Slender build, muscle mass below warrior standards, but muscle fiber arrangement shows unusual fineness, which may be related to the demand for extremely high neural conduction efficiency. No obvious external trauma on the skin surface. Lividity distribution is consistent with long-term low temperature, fixed posture preservation characteristics. Fingernail residue analysis, primarily keratin protein, and trace amounts of insulating material debris, consistent with long-term precise manual operations. A mechanical tentacle behind Osiris moved to the corpse's head. Cranial structure intact, no signs of implant penetration. "This is very interesting," Osiris' tone carried a faint hint of interest. In a world where cognitive enhancement through implants is common, the physiological structure of an individual who achieved legendary data processing capabilities with a natural brain must be unique. He initiated a deeper scan, performed non-destructive internal cranial structure inspection, focusing on analyzing the density and gyral complexity of the prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, and corpus callosum regions. Data streams scrolled rapidly across the projection screen. A moment later, Osiris emitted a slight, air passing sound, indicating he had noticed an anomaly. Prefrontal cortex median density exceeds local human baseline by 37%, corpus callosum neural fiber connections and complexity are abnormally developed, almost double the standard model, he continued to analyze. This explains why he could perform superhuman multi-threaded logical processing and information integration. The cerebral cortex gyral area is also 18% larger than the average, a biological processor naturally optimized for handling massive amounts of information. His attention shifted to the corpse's spine and limbs. Spinal cord structure shows no obvious signs of reinforcement modification, but the thickness of the nerve bundles is unusually robust. Peripheral nerve nodes, there are multiple microscopic adaptive thickenings, he observed the data feedback. This is more like physiological strengthening caused by long-term extreme use, rather than artificial intervention. The bone and joint structures of the hands are precise, and tendon attachment points indicate that his fingers once possessed extremely high flexibility and reaction speed, Osiris added. This is consistent with his top-tier agility in the real world. Not for combat but for ultimate operational precision. With the basic physiological assessment complete, Osiris began to check for potential technical interfaces. Search for non-standard biointerfaces or residual implant signals, he commanded. The servoskulls switched scanning modes, emitting detection waves of different bands. No large-scale, permanent neural implants or enhancement modules were found. Only a standard early network access port interface was found at the back of the neck, an ancient model, technology level quite primitive, he read the scan results. Additionally, there are traces of miniature data interfaces on both wrists, seemingly used for connecting external input devices. This discovery made Osiris pause. So the vast majority of his achievements relied on this native brain, largely unmodified, and a basic interface that by this world's standards, could even be considered outdated, he concluded. With the pure computing power of his biological brain and unique neural structure, he mastered and crushed the digital world of that era. Impressive. He retrieved data fragments about Bart Moss from the depths of the cyberpunk world network and from fragmented information streams beyond the Blackwall. This information, mixed in with incompletely destroyed corporate archives, logs scattered during the collapse of the early net, and legends of later netrunners, was full of contradictions and gaps, but the core pointed to the same conclusion. The individual rake Bart Moss, existing records generally believe that, if measured by this world's framework for human capabilities, his intelligence and network operation abilities had already reached the theoretical limit of that framework. Osiris' tone was steady, as if stating a physical law. Others reached this limit because their abilities stopped there. He was at this limit because the measuring system itself could not define a higher level. Existing physiological structure analysis, especially the complexity of the cerebral cortex and nerve connection density, supports this assessment. Regarding his reaction speed, there is a saying that in the real world, his reactions had reached the theoretical peak of human physicality, and once connected to the network, his reaction speed could break through this constraint, reaching a level that could not be calibrated within conventional frameworks. He paused briefly, his processing core comparing neural scan data with those legendary fragments. From a physiological structure perspective, his biological neural conduction speed has indeed reached perfection. But that beyond framework performance is more likely to stem from his consciousness unique mapping and interaction mode within data space. His thought processes and the network environment achieved an almost seamless integration, leading to a qualitative leap in efficiency, giving the impression of breaking limits. This is essentially the ultimate optimization of consciousness-machine interface efficiency, not a true contravention of physical laws. Osiris began to review Bart Moss' life, these information fragments piecing together in his processing core. Accessed the network at age 4, achieved legendary technical skill in adolescence. Used millisecond time differences to defraud multiple companies, acquiring enormous wealth, he recounted the information. Behavior patterns show extraordinary insight into system rule vulnerabilities, and the ability to exploit them. After achieving financial freedom, his behavior shifted to exposing corporate scandals, leading to the bankruptcy of several small companies and damage to the reputations of large corporations, he continued. Motives seem to include a non-utilitarian sense of justice, or dissatisfaction with power structures. Co-founded the Net Neutral Zone, with Alt Cunningham and Spider Murphy, Osiris noted this point. This action shows his capacity for social organization and a protective consciousness towards vulnerable groups. His gaze lingered on the records concerning the Fourth Corporate War. Key event, persuaded by the AIized Art Cunningham, he intervened in the conflict between Militech and Arasaka. He single-handedly confronted Arasaka's anti-netrunner department and achieved an overwhelming victory. He pulled up the relevant records. Records describe his method as lighting up the early net cyberspace, speculated to be some form of large-scale, highly efficient data attack or system overload method. Faced with the Soul Killer program, he chose to disable his firewall and inversely imprison the program. Osiris analyzed this tactic. This tactic is extremely high risk. Successful execution depends on instantaneous, complete analysis of the target program's operating mechanism and the extreme stability of his own consciousness structure. His brain's unique physiological structure may be key. Chapter 126, Bart Moss. 1283 words. However, more than all of this, Osiris was curious about how Bart Moss had actually died. His mechanical fingers tapped lightly on the control panel, bringing up fragmented information about Bart Moss' death. Real-world termination. Arasaka ground forces raid was unsuccessful, followed by an orbital mass weapon strike. The impact caused a momentary interruption of the main power to his hiding place, and his network connection was forcibly severed. He stated the known facts. Individual vital signs disappeared before backup power was activated and environmental systems were restored. There are multiple technical hypotheses regarding the direct cause of death. The most logical speculation, Hypothesis 1, while in a state of deep network immersion, the sudden disconnection prevented consciousness from smoothly returning to a body highly dependent on external life support systems, leading to brain death. He proposed the first possibility. The high degree of coupling between his brain structure and the equipment supports this model. However, there is another possibility, though the chain of evidence is incomplete. Hypothesis 2, at the moment of the attack, facing the inevitable physical disconnection, he might have activated some emergency protocol, attempting to proactively upload or seal his core consciousness data in nearby network nodes, thereby actively severing the connection with this physical body. He continued to deduce. This was a hasty, unverified gamble, the result of which was likely the dissipation of consciousness during transmission, or its entrapment in some inaccessible data rift, while the physical body withered from abandonment. Osiris paused briefly, his core processor weighing the probabilities of the two hypotheses. Whether it was passive consciousness retention or active upload failure, the irony of his end still holds. A will capable of fighting the Soul Killer in the digital realm ultimately succumbed to a brief physical disconnection in the real world, he concluded. His death highlights the immaturity and immense risks of consciousness digitalization technology in this world, and reveals that even the most powerful consciousness cannot completely escape the fragility of its material anchor. With the basic information sorted, Osiris decided to conduct a deeper investigation. He needed to understand whether this brain still retained valuable information at a microscopic level. Prepare for minimally invasive tissue sampling. Target, prefrontal cortex, hippocampal tissue slices. Analyze netional synaptic structures, neurotransmitter residues, and whether any abnormal epigenetic markers exist, he commanded. Mechanical tentacles switched to extremely fine probes and cutting tools, carefully extracting tiny samples from specific areas under the guidance of the servoskull's high-magnification lens. The process was quiet and precise, minimizing damage to the corpse. Samples were sent into the integrated miniature biological analyzer within the workshop. Data began to stream out continuously. Netional synaptic structures are abnormally complex, with extremely high dendritic spine density. Numerous physiological traces of long-term potentiation were observed, indicating that he had engaged in learning and memory activities of unimaginable intensity during his life. He read the data. Neurotransmitter residue analysis revealed abnormally high concentrations of various chemicals related to advanced cognitive functions, especially those associated with attention, working memory, and creative thinking. Their metabolic pathways also seem to have undergone some degree of optimization. No, it's more like adaptive changes under extreme use. Epigenetic markers show that genes related to neural plasticity and cognitive function are in a highly active state. This state usually accompanies extreme environmental stimuli or sustained high-intensity mental activity, he concluded. His brain, until death, seemed to be in a full-power operation state. Osiris pondered for a moment. A unique brain born to process information, combined with extreme use and development, ultimately forged this legend of cyberspace, he whispered to the servoskull. The value of its physiological foundation far exceeds that of conventional genetic samples. His gaze fell once again on the ancient network access port. Buddy, attempt to connect to this interface. Use minimum power, only read basic interface information and possibly residual, inactive data traces. Pay attention to isolation to avoid any potential data risks, he instructed. A data probe as fine as a hair extended from the end of a tentacle, precisely connecting to the long-sealed interface. After a brief silence, the servoskull's eye sockets flickered with light, transmitting a series of intermittent, almost obliterated data fragments. There was no consciousness, no programs, only some almost background imprints representing the passage of extremely high-speed data streams. Interface log fragments detected high-frequency access records beyond the current parsing protocol, with timestamps interrupted at the moment of death. Data stream intensity far exceeds the theoretical design capacity of this interface, Osiris whispered. He was doing things only a god could do with an ordinary tool. The direct load on the brain is unimaginable. The probe retracted. No active data or dangerous programs were found, only a silent testament to past glory. Synthesizing all analysis results, Osiris began to summarize. He examined the remains of the legendary netrunner on the platform, rapidly evaluating his potential value in his core thought process. Bartmoss' unique netophysiological structure was itself a valuable research sample, highly relevant for optimizing biological computing unit design. His genes were also worth preserving, though it was unknown whether a clone could replicate his talent. The most direct way to utilize the well-preserved corpse was to mechanize it, transforming it into a servitor specialized in data processing, allowing his extraordinary brain to continue functioning in another form. Of course, there were more radical possibilities. Indeed, if Osiris were willing to bring this corpse back to the Warhammer universe, he certainly had a way to fully resurrect it. However, the cost of doing so would be too great, involving darkness and taboos sufficient to prompt the First Legion to initiate the Ninth Icarus Protocol. Moreover, if his judgment was correct, perhaps it wouldn't be so troublesome. Resurrection could be achieved directly in this cyberpunk world. But before that, he needed to thoroughly study Bartmoss' body and confirm all parameters. Only after mastering all necessary data would he consider his next move. Current priority is clear, Osiris whispered to the servoskull. Deeply analyze his neural structure and gene sequence. The plan for mechanized conversion into an auxiliary computing unit will proceed simultaneously. As for resurrection, that requires more data support and more careful consideration. He turned to the control panel, and mechanical tentacles began the next stage of precise sampling. Bartmoss' legacy would first be put to his use in a more controlled manner. Prioritize gene sample backup and deep neural structure modeling, he said to the servoskull. Subsequently, initiate the preliminary mechanization procedure, aiming to convert him into an auxiliary computing unit specialized in data analysis and pattern recognition. Preserve the integrity of his brain's core structure, leaving room for future potential choices. As for complete resurrection, Osiris' crimson optical lenses flickered slightly. That requires more thorough preparation and a comprehensive calculation of potential consequences. First, we need to ensure we can fully control, or at least effectively guide the will of this god of netrunners. Now is not the time. With the command given, the equipment in the workshop began to operate according to the new priorities. Mechanical tentacles transferred Bartmoss' corpse to the maintenance field, beginning gene sampling and preliminary preparations for neural interface connection. Osiris stood before the control panel, data streams surging through his consciousness. Bartmoss' legacy was not just a corpse, but a testament to the technological pinnacle and miracle of life of an era. How to maximize the utilization of this unexpected gain would be another test of his exploration Archmagos's technology and wisdom. And in this process, he would undoubtedly gain a deeper understanding of the network's essence in this cyberpunk world, and the boundaries between human consciousness and machines. This, perhaps, was more valuable than Bartmoss' corpse itself. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.